Theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, welcome. Welcome. It is Julie B Deep Dives, Scarlet Echoes, Karl, and a special guest I was not anticipating, Doug Hughes, the man in yellow himself, joining us to say hi on this amazing, exciting day the fandom has been waiting for over a year. This is just so cool. I mean, you were the star of the teaser for most of the fandom. I mean, everybody that I heard from was just talking about that moment at the end where the man in yellow says, "This is my favorite part," and it was just brilliant, Doug. I loved it so much. Thanks for joining.
Well, you know, the thing is, they keep stacking the deck in my favor. They put me at the end of the trailer. They give me the only line of dialogue, and it's a great line of dialogue. So it's like, you know, I just say the line and don't bump into the furniture. I mean, I always feel like I'm being helped out a whole lot here, standing on the shoulders of giants, as it were, you know?
Well, yeah, maybe they are helping you out a bit, but yeah, you delivered that line with such evil that it was just amazing. I mean, it topped even that one little line. I think topped that whole scene at the end of season 3, and that was already amazing in itself. But this took it to another level.
Evil comes naturally to you, Doug.
Sorry, what was that, Karl?
I said evil comes naturally to you, it seems.
What can I say?
Yeah.
No, I obviously I can't say anything about it. I just you'll be fascinated when you see the context of that line. I'll just say that.
Yeah. I can't wait to see what that means exactly. let's say hi to the chat. Thank you so much to everybody who's already here and was here even before we started the live. 28 people watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't already and help people find the stream. We're getting back into this after a long time. So, we got an uphill battle to get back in. I'm still a small channel, and to get back in the algorithm, every like really does help. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I'm on my way to 2,000 subscribers. I have like 70 left to go. So if you're not subscribed and you're watching, please help move the needle a little bit. It would be much appreciated. Muncher Luncher, I'm back just in time for season 4. Nice to see you, Muncher Luncher. Adorned by Charisse. Hey, nice to see you. Oh, and Koala T. Hey, Koala T made an appearance in the chat earlier tonight. Awesome. Well, shout out to Koala T Reacts, an amazing channel if you like rap reactions, and especially if you're a Kendrick Lamar fan, you're going to love his channel. So check out Koala T Reacts. He's been an amazing supporter of this channel and has sent me new subscribers. Actually, the last time I got new subscribers, it was really a big help from him. So shout out to you, Koala T. Mr. Grant Gregory says, I am a simple man. I see Doug on a thumbnail and I click. Yeah, I mean, I looked at my choices of thumbnails for this episode. I mean, for this teaser, and I was like, well, there's no contest. The man in yellow is going on the thumbnail. It's easy. It was no even thought process to it. It was just, yeah, man in yellow is going on the thumbnail. It was just an amazing image of the man in yellow crouching in front of the camera and with that wicked smile. Finally, I think they showed your nasty, the nasty black teeth they gave you a little bit better in that shot. We got to see them a little bit.
It's like void. Yeah, I call it the void mouth.
Somebody posted that picture on one of the From fan sites on Facebook, and I just put they posted the trailer, and I put a comment that said, "Man, that dude at the end really needs to see an orthodontist."
Yeah. Yeah, that's the worst case of tooth decay I've ever seen. Yeah. I don't have my usual setup because I wasn't planning on going on camera, but when Doug wanted to come on and say hi, I had to do it. So I don't have my ring light set up, and I'm in the dark. That's why I'm in shadow. And I didn't have my usual setup ready, so I just hastily put my chair in front of, yes, a Christmas tree that I still have in February. And I am not ashamed that I still have a Christmas tree up in February.
I still do too, though, Julie. I said I also, in simpatico, also have my Christmas tree up.
Well, thank you. See, I'm not the only one. I like to keep Christmas alive as long as I can. What can I say? Hey, Miss J's Reviews. She said the trailer was cool. I'm looking forward to season 4. Yes, it was. It was awesome. Hey, Samuel. Hey, Susie. Hey, Pixie Vine TV. Amy. So nice to see you. Let's see. Who else is here?
Justin was in there too, I thought.
Yeah, Justin is here. Peter Griffin. Cheers, Julie. I better make a pot of coffee. Yeah, he's referring to my live that went on for way too long last night. Yeah, we went on for too long. I got carried away. It was like 5.5 hours. Yeah. Hey, Justin. Justin said, "Amazing to see you, Doug. Hopefully you liked your work," with a sigh of relief.
Thank you, Justin.
How did you feel about it? Seeing your delivery of that? Was that the first time you saw that clip?
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I didn't see it before anybody else did. No, it's. I mean, it's just such a quick little clip, but yeah, I was very happy with it. I have to say, as I said to you when we first talked about the end of season 3, I did not quite feel the same way about that scene at the end of season 3. But and I'll be very interested to see the rest of this stuff, before I pass any real judgment on it. But I was relieved when I saw that. I thought, oh, good, that landed.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, it sure did. It sure did. Susie said it's so nice to be present with all y'all again. I love the Fromily. Yeah, me too. Me too. I've really missed doing From Lives. Really.
So by the way, now I'm allowed to show you this.
Oh yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, there it is.
It's a little gift courtesy of management. And wait till you see the back. The back's the fun part.
Man in yellow.
It says?
And it says,
You pull it down a little bit back, Doug, so we can read it.
Sorry?
You pull it back down.
Pull it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. This is my favorite part. Amazing.
So I got this in the mail. I wrote them back. I said, thanks so much. Now everywhere I know, everywhere I go, I'll have the man in yellow watching my back.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but where's Man in Yellow Jr.'s watching you from behind, right on the shelf?
What's that? Sorry.
Your mini me is
Yeah.
behind you.
Yeah. Well, but I don't take him everywhere with me, you know. Oh, speaking of mini me, I have a little something to share with you here. I posted it underneath here, Julie, if you want to put it up.
Oh, okay.
The caption, I posted this online, and the caption is just cool.
Mini Man in yellow. Yes, he's watching himself.
Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic. Oh man. I love it. And now on your Instagram, we can look forward to seeing the photos that you took while you were on location filming the show, right?
Well, I didn't. I only took a couple of like photos backstage. I think I got a picture of Sarah with the little guy, and I got a picture of the gals in the makeup trailer with the little guy as well. I guess I could post those. I guess that's okay because people know I'm there now. But I didn't take very many. I've got a lot of pictures of Halifax that I haven't been able to post because it's like if I do that, Cat's going to be out of the bag. So I'm going to post a few of those just because, it's a pretty scenic spot.
Exactly. That'll be fun to see. You take beautiful photos, and you weren't allowed to share anything because we would have been able to figure it out. It's a crafty fandom, and it's not exactly hard to figure out.
You can't tell these fuckers anything.
No, nope. We would have figured it out. We watched the actors' social media. People literally watch it for clues when they know that people are filming. So yeah, it would have been found out.
That's why I intentionally post things to jerk people around. So
Yes, that's amazing. Yeah. That's like I was saying, and I called into Tony Teflon's stream before this one, and like I was saying, that's just one slight similarity. The only thing that I can find in common between you and the Man in Yellow is you do both seem to have a wicked sense of humor. You do.
I don't know if you'll remember this, but when I was telling you about auditioning for the part, I did 2 takes of the scene, and I did the first scene, which was my intuitive take on the scene, because that's all you have when you're on your own doing an audition, a Zoom audition. And the only piece of direction that Jack gave me when he asked me to do it again was he said, okay, do it again. Could you just tone the humor down a little bit? And I said, okay. And he said, yeah, just a little less snidely whiplash. But that, people ask me what was your take on the character, or what was going through your head, whatever. That first scene, it implied to me that he had that kind of sense of humor. That just seemed to have come off the page to me. So that's kind of where that came from,
Right. Oh yeah. There's a sinister sense of humor to him, and a lot of the great villains, in TV and film have a wicked sense of humor.
Sure. Look at Richard III, for God's sake. I mean, there's a long tradition of that. God knows.
Yes.
And when you think about Shakespearean villains, Richard III is one of the most popular, and I think it's because of his sense of humor, because they're not all like that, but he certainly is.
Right. Absolutely. Oh, hey, Just Me is here. Nice to see you.
Hey, Just You.
And let's see. I saw someone saying love the sweatshirt. I was gonna highlight that. Mr. Grant Gregory said, "How much for the hoodie? I am willing to barter."
No, no, no. This is a keeper.
Yes. That's a treasure. That's a treasure. So you've had that all along. You've just been waiting to break it out all this time, huh?
No, no, I just got it not all that long ago, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago now, I think. Yeah, I can't remember exactly when it was, but it wasn't that long ago.
Maybe that's part of their marketing blitz that they're going to do. Maybe they'll actually sell some merchandise this time.
No, this is they usually come up with something like this that they give the cast every year, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And I missed out last year because it was too late in the season by the time I got there, so to get on the list, I guess. But yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know if From has merch. Remember when we were coming up with merch? You and I, Julie, are coming up with different kinds of merch, like the J Doll where you pull the beard down, like they had those dolls where you pull the hair and you style the hair, but it'd be the beard and you pull the beard down.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
There's so many merch ideas that they could capitalize on. We should tell them.
I know that there's one, what's the name of the website there's a YouTube channel and they cover From, and they've got their own merch that they've created that they sell on there all the time.
Oh, yeah. And I know there are a lot of people on Etsy who've made some awesome things.
Is it What Is From Cast, Doug, or another one?
Yes, it's What Is From Cast. That's the one.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Yeah, that's the one I first started watching out of all these channels. They're great.
Me too.
Oh yeah, and I remember we had the Jade Chia pet. That was another one. The Jade.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying they've got to make a Jade Chia pet. You could see him gradually transforming into this, this beast of a man that he looks like now.
Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to make a Christy Chia pet too.
Yeah.
Mari hair cutting kit, yes. And Boyd's keychain. We thought the boat keychain would be a good seller.
Yeah.
Very good idea. Totally.
Boat key. Peter Griffin. I should, I wish I were monetized. I don't have super chats. If anyone is so inclined, I do have ways to donate. Since I don't have super chats, I do have Cashapp and I have Venmo. They're scrolling at the bottom of the screen and they're in the description of the video too. And I'm working on getting a PayPal because those are just US only and not for international folks. With Alice is here. Justin, I do. I need more shorts, definitely. And Julie, Do You Love Me brings new people to the channel. Yeah, I have a short. I only have one short on my entire channel, and it's Keith David singing Julie, 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 Do You Love Me? I should make more shorts. Hey, JT Moore, nice to see you. Hey, Bill Chill. Hello, Frumley. And he said, definitely long-haired Julie. Yeah, in the trailer, we got long-haired Julie, not future Julie. So no time jump right away. That tells us that they're picking up right after the events of season 3, I bet. Let's see. Hey there, Zap. And Mr. Grant Gregory, he said, love the song. Well, you should, because he made the song and the video. Thank you to Mr. Grant Gregory for making my amazing intro that I used at the top of the live stream. I can't thank you enough. I just love that thing. It never gets old, and it's always popular on the channel with everybody. So it was really kind of you to make for me. Samuel, Dougie, not so fresh. Man in Yellow needs to brush his teeth. They're not going to call you Dougie Fresh anymore. Oh, man. Hey, Kimberly. Nice to see you. Said hi, Julie, Karl, Scarlet, and the one and only Man in Yellow, Doug.
Hi, Kimberly.
Miss J, a nice surprise from Doug. Yes, a nice surprise indeed. This was last minute. I didn't know Doug was going to pop on and join us, so This was a surprise for me too. Like, hey, Daryl Seymour, the man in yellow himself, indeed. And Trace, nice to see all of you guys. Justin was giving you a round of applause. Bravo, Doug.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, Robert, it's funny, before you popped into the chat on Tony's live, you were they were talking about you before that, and my friend Robert Saunders was saying he tagged me in the chat and he said, does Doug know how much has he been watching social media today? Does he know how the fandom is just enamored with his performance and thinks he's the star of the teaser and he should be really proud of himself? And I said, oh yeah, I'm sure he's following it and he sees all the craziness and then you popped in the chat yourself. But I told Robert, you're in our Discord too, so you can see everything in there. If you want to pop in and see what people are saying, yeah, everyone is just, over the moon about this trailer and thought your performance was phenomenal, and you should be proud, But I told Robert, you're the soul of humility. You'll always give credit to everybody but yourself. And say that it wasn't you. They're just giving you, like you said, they gave you great placement at the end of the teaser, and you're the only one who had a line, but you deserve to take some credit. Seriously, you do.
And I don't mean to totally negate myself at all. I mean, like I said, I was happy when I saw it. I went, okay, good, that works. I won't know about the rest of it, of course, until I get a chance to see it. But what I can say is that, without exception, everything that I've been asked to do on this series so far has just been so fun and so interesting, and just leaves me wanting more. So I can't say enough about it. It's just I've had so few opportunities in my career to dig my teeth into stuff the way that this has allowed me to do, if only in a very small sort of way, but still it's just been, it's always interesting.
Yeah, it's got to feel like a dream come true getting this kind of role, and you deserve it. You really do. It's an amazing role to have. I can't wait to see what's going to happen this season. I really can't. I can't wait to see, like, the number one thing I think that fans are intrigued about and want to see is, what is the man in yellow going to do? So, I mean, you've got the part of the show that people are talking about the most. It's an amazing role to have. It really is.
And it's funny, this has always been the case. I mean, I remember I noticed this last fall when the season 3 finale dropped, and I started picking up on all the chatter that was going on Instagram. And it was like, one thing that became very clear was the vast majority of the fans seem to be convinced that we know everything. I am here to tell you that is not the case. I know very little about what's coming. So even, I mean, the people have tons and tons of questions that I wouldn't even be able to answer. So, it's kind of easy not to talk about it because I don't know that much,
Right. So yeah.
And people are always like, oh yeah, sure. They tell you to say that. No, it's just the truth,
Yeah, we don't have to worry about like endangering your job or anything, because you don't know anything to give away in the first place. So
precious little,
Yeah. And so let's see. And yeah, it was our favorite part of the, like Kimberly said, of the trailer. It really was. Bill said, congrats, Doug.
Thanks, Bill.
And Grant said, I made a fan trailer like 4 months ago. I think they saw it because it's eerily similar. Oh, interesting.
That's interesting.
Daryl said the writers are communicating through Doug that shit is about to get real. I agree.
This funny. This reminds me of what Sean Majumder has been saying about season 4 ever since like last fall. He posted a number of things on Instagram, and he always said the same thing. He said season 4 is going to be fucking bananas.
Yes.
Well, that's not exactly a spoiler, especially with this series.
No, it's not. I mean, it's a logical conclusion that with the way things are going, it's a logical progression of things. It's going to be fucking bananas, and it already is. I mean, the Man in Yellow came out and ripped Jim's throat out in the daytime, and it's like, is that not already fucking bananas? So,
yeah. And you know, the one thing that that drives me a little crazy about a lot of the fan response, I noticed this on some of the From fan pages on Facebook, is there are a lot of people who seem to be very frustrated with the fact that they don't have more answers to the questions of the series. And my response to that is, you're not supposed to have any answers. I mean, the one thing that became clear to me when I started watching the series myself was that it's been designed in such a way that you find out information the same time that the characters do. This isn't one of those, this isn't like a, you know, a suspense where the audience is ahead of the characters and they have more information than the characters. We find things out basically in real time as the characters do. And I think that that's part of the appeal of the series, because it's very magnetic. It really draws you in when, you know, you're on the same journey they are. I mean, we talked a bit about this when we were covering Deadline, because Marcia and I kind of did the same thing, not necessarily intentionally, but, you know, you have these two writers who are trying to figure out the mystery inside the mystery. And sort of after the fact, I look back and I went, this is a lot like From, you know, where the audience and the characters are finding information out at the same time. So, you know, we're in the dark because they're still in the dark about just about everything, you know. I mean, yeah, they've found some stuff out, but there are still lots and lots of open questions, and that's just the way it is, you know.
Right. And I love that. I want there to be open questions. I want the mystery to stay alive. I'm not in any hurry to get all the answers. I know a lot of people get frustrated and they get impatient and they want to know how everything works, but then where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in knowing everything?
Exactly. I mean, the stakes just go the minute you do that, right? Like,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, the fun is theorizing. The fun is, you know, observing things and coming up with ideas
and guessing at what the answers are. Yeah,
and I don't even care. I don't even care if they answer all of them by the end either.
Yeah. I mean, some people like ambiguous endings and where they don't answer much. I prefer to get at least some major answers. I want to understand what the writers were going for. I want them to really answer the most important things.
Well, from what the three J's have said in their own interviews, and they've been quite public about it, it sounds like they have a very clear idea of what the ending is going to be. And that suggests to me that, no, they're not going to leave a bunch of loopholes. You know, they're gonna tie stuff up. And these guys, they're very good writers. They know what they're doing, you know, I think people just have to trust that we're going to get there, you know?
Right. And yeah, just trust in that. I think a lot of times though, it's so hard for series to stick the landing. And so it's hard for viewers to have enough trust in the writers that they're going to do that they're going to land the plane in the end. And we just got a glaring example of that really not happening with one of the most beloved series, I think, in television history, which was Stranger Things. And the fandom was just, by and large, appalled, so disappointed and let down by the way it ended. And you know, so that's why it's hard. You know, we've been burned so many times before by so many series that just couldn't stick the landing. But I really do think that these writers can do it with From.
Yeah, but Stranger Things, it was to the point where people were making up a new storyline because they didn't like the old one.
Right. It was that bad. But
they're like, you know, that's controlling everything.
Yeah. Like they were literally making up their own ending, thinking that this was all made up. This was not the real ending, and they're scamming us. And there's going to be a secret, you know, new ending to Stranger Things. But with From, I mean, I really do have faith in the writers and showrunners of this series. I think that they know what they're doing. And I mean, they've proven it time and time again that they know what they're doing and that they have a plan, and they're executing that bit by bit. And they foreshadowed a lot of things that have now come to pass later. So I think they're going to pull this off in the end.
Yeah, and a lot of people, you know, because they were connected with Lost, a lot of these guys, you know, people have gone, you know, oh, is it going to be like Lost? And the thing is, I don't really know exactly what happened with Lost, but it seems to me that what happened was they went beyond their expected storyline. You know, like the series was so successful that like they got a few more seasons than they expected to, and they were unprepared for that. They didn't know how to tie it up. Whereas with From, you know, again, in the interviews these guys have done, they've said, look, we have a 5-year plan. It may extend depending on how things develop, but we have a very clear idea of where we're going. We've got our ending, you know, it's all in place. And so I just go, cool, okay, well, then fine. You know, we know where we're headed, then everybody should just relax that we're going to get there, you know?
Exactly. I agree. David said the fun begins now. Looking forward to the season 4 releasing. Yes. And thank you, Susie. She said, I like your Christmas tree. Oh, and she also said, congrats, Doug, Amy said.
Thanks, Amy.
And Faith and Repentance, thank you so much for the support. Please hit the like button. And other ways that you can support, you can save this live stream to a playlist. Believe it or not, that helps with the algorithm. You can share it, even if it's to yourself, to one of your emails. You can share it. You can subscribe if you're not subscribed, and comment in the permanent comment section, the one at the bottom of the live stream when it's available. That helps with the algorithm, and thank you so much for all of those suggestions and all the support, Faith. Really appreciate that.
And you can also hype it if there's a hype button available after the live, and hit the hype button and give us creator points to
yes, you can,
to Julie's channel here.
You can at the end of the live
higher on the algorithm.
Yes, thank you for thank you for pointing that out. There's a hype button at the end of the live that you can also you can use to boost it in the algorithm too. Justin said, if you liked the teaser, smash that like button. Yes, thank you so much, Justin.
There's a question here from Grant. He said,
yes,
when are you and Harold having dinner? And I actually got to meet Harold finally.
Oh, yeah, you did?
Yeah. Yeah, when I went back, he was there. I met him. I met Pega. I met Courtian. I met, I'm forgetting some people. Oh, by the way, I just saw Lizzie Saunders in a production of A Doll's House here in Toronto last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome. That's right. So, I mean, yeah, you couldn't even confirm to us that you met any of these people, because you couldn't say that you were filming, that you were part of season 4. We had to just, just put the whole subject to the side. But now at least we know you're in it. You're right there in the teaser. So that's awesome that you got to meet the cast. How much of the cast did you get to meet? Which ones?
I'm guessing I've probably met about. I mean, we just kind of meet in passing. Oh, I also met Jamie Smiley in the gym in the hotel. Nice. He came in one day when I was working out. Like, oh, hi. We got to introduce ourselves, but it's that kind of thing. It's just sort of like, hello, it's like ships in the night, you don't really get a chance to, spend much time with people.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. It's so cool that you got to finally meet more of the cast and interact with them. They seem like amazing, kind human beings, and I know they've been already a unit established for a while, but I've always thought you'll fit right in with them.
And I was actually talking to Lizzie about this after the show the other night. I was with a friend who she knows as well, so we went backstage to say hi to her after the show, and I was saying, that's one of the things, like when season 3 came out and I started going on Instagram and seeing, how the Frumily were promoting themselves and stuff, I just got this very strong sense that this was a really tight-knit group of people. And I thought, it's going to be so cool to be a part of that. But then Cliff Saunders actually said to me when they were over for dinner last year, he said to me, yeah, but it's really funny. When you watch the show, you sort of get the impression that everybody's all together all the time, but it doesn't really work out that way a lot of the time. Like a lot of the scenes are 2- and 3-handers. And so you could be in the same episode with somebody and never see them, or like go through the whole season and not meet people because you're not in the same scenes. Like it's a weird thing, But the core group, the regulars, are there much more frequently, and so they get to, really bond. And I think that was one of the misconceptions I had when I got cast. I thought, oh, this is great, I'm going to be able to meet everybody. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Right. It doesn't. I mean, who knows how many people you're actually going to have scenes with, and especially a character like that. The man in yellow is not one of the townsfolk who's just, going to be. I mean, who knows what plot twists are going to happen, how present the man in yellow is going to be. But I would imagine that the man in yellow does not have as many scenes with groups of people and as many other characters. You're not going to be interacting with as many people as some of the others might. So, I hope it's not too lonely of an experience, and you got to at least interact with people offset, and get together with them, like that kind of thing. You can always do. You can try to do that.
Socializing hasn't really been an option, and it's just kind of how the schedule works. And it's one of the things that I noticed this season that like when I went back, I realized something that I think also happened last year, but I just wasn't as aware of it. You spend the whole day surrounded by people. I mean, there's a ton of people on set, and you're working very closely with them. And then when your scene's done, they stick you in a van and they drive you back to the hotel, and suddenly you're completely on your own.
Right.
And it's different for the regulars who are living there because, they can get together and hang out and stuff like that. But it's like when they take me back to the hotel, it's like I'm completely incommunicado. I'm not connected to anybody. And it's like, well, maybe I'll go and see a movie tonight. I don't know. Like it's such a gear change to go from this incredibly intense, incredibly populous experience to like complete solitude, like somebody just flicked a switch. And I've actually found that hard to adjust to,
Right. Yeah, it's too bad, I mean, every once in a while on From, there's a crowd scene too, but again, I don't think the man in yellow will be just mingling with the crowd. So you never know.
Just hanging out at Colony House. Playing the piano at Colony House. Hanging out.
You never know. I mean, I still wish I could have gotten my, my weird fantasy of like the man in yellow arriving in town as some newbie, but just normally, not looking like a monster, and nobody knows that he's actually the man in yellow. But it doesn't appear that that's going to happen. We know who the new arrival is going to be already, and they literally did a cast announcement, so we know there's going to be a young woman, who's a pastor's daughter, arriving in town. And I highly doubt that there's going to be more than one, because every season there's one new arrival, and I think they'll probably keep up that tradition. But I would have loved it if like you just showed up in town and nobody knew that you're actually a monster and you're just looking like Doug. That would have been fun. And then you'd be with the cast all the time. But probably not ever going to happen. So yeah, like Daryl said, he's so scary in the trailer and so warm and friendly here. I know you get that all the time. Like you're nothing at all like this evil character, but
I'm just a cinnamon bun.
You're just a cinnamon bun in real life. And yeah, it's and you say it's called acting, but it's not always easy. It's not easy for just anybody to play a part that's vastly different from your own personality, and to be able to embody evil as well as you do, as convincingly as you do.
Well, my immediate response to comments like that is, yeah, you should hear me on my bike when some asshole cuts me off with his car. Because I can get real evil real quick. And really loud too. I have a horn on my bike that puts out 115 decibels. I think I'm actually louder than the horn when I yell at people, because you can just hear it reverberating off the office towers in downtown Toronto when I'm hurling abuse at people.
I bet. So yeah, you have an inner, we've talked about this on the channel before, you have an inner man in yellow of your own that can come out in the right situations.
Sure, we all do, and that's the thing. I mean, acting is all about accessing those parts of yourself that resonate with the character that you're playing. And we all have all of this stuff in us. I mean, I remember one of my acting teachers at theater school saying, by the time you're 18, 19, 20 years old, you have all the life experience you need to draw from to play basically anybody. You know, you've been wronged, you've been jilted, you've had moments of great success and moments of great sorrow, and fallen in love and fallen out of love and lied to people and been lied to and all that stuff. I mean, we've all been through all of that stuff. And it's just a question of figuring out, all right, which aspects of this, which facets of me apply to this guy, you know? We've lost your sound.
I muted myself for a second.
It got mute.
That's a great point. Yeah, it's you know, we all have multifaceted personalities, and under the right circumstances, all different sides of ourselves can come out. So
Sure.
I mean, as an actor, that's how you know, when you need to play a certain role or exude a certain emotion. I know, like, a lot of actors draw from past experiences in their minds while they're in the scene, you know, trying to access emotions that can help them, you know, help them play that part and help them do that scene effectively. If you have a tragic scene, you try and you think about something that caused, you know, grief or tragedy in your own life, and then you can summon those emotions more easily. So
and that can be a painful process, you know, depending on how deep you have to go. And a lot of actors have talked about that. When Heath Ledger got the part of the Joker in that Batman film, he got in touch with Jack Nicholson, and Jack Nicholson warned him. He said, dude, be really, really sure you want to do this, because playing this role is really going to fuck you up. And it did, you know. And I never knew that because Jack Nicholson did that movie ages ago, decades ago. But apparently, yeah, that was a very rough ride afterwards.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some people say after they play a villain, you know, that's particularly, you know, taxing on their mental health. They literally have to take a break for a while and work on themselves and you know, and not play like the guy who played Vecna in Stranger Things said that he's going to take a break from playing villains for a while because it was really taxing on him. And a lot of people say that. Do you find it draining playing the Man in Yellow?
No, quite the opposite. I find it quite energizing, you know.
Okay.
I don't find it a difficult transition, actually. I really don't. He's kind of like putting on a comfy pair of shoes, and I don't know why that is. But yeah, he just feels, maybe it's got something to do with, you know, embracing your shadow, you know, that he's my shadow self. And so it's something that I feel like I'm very well acquainted with. I don't know. But it's not just villains that go through that. It's people who, like, you know, women who play rape victims, for instance, or a role like that, victims of great trauma in roles where they have to go through that stuff. That can really mess you up too, you know. Any sort of painful emotion can leave scars on you. It also depends, I think, on your process as an actor, because some people, you know, the real method actors, you know, they insist that when you're in rehearsal or you're on set with them, that you only refer to them as the character name and all that kind of stuff. And they live
like Jared Leto stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I can totally understand how people who approach the job that way can have a hard time getting out of it, you know, if they're playing a really complex or difficult or painful character. But I've never been that kind of actor. I've always been the type that, you know, I'll go on, you know, do a really deep tragic scene and come off backstage cracking jokes, you know, like that's just me.
You're not running around saying, call me Man in Yellow. Call me the Man in Yellow.
No.
Hey, Doug. No, it's the Man in Yellow.
Although I will say this, you know, if you are working with someone who works that way, it's only good etiquette to do what they ask. I mean, you know, because you don't want to mess with somebody else's process.
Right. There are method actors who do that. The guy who played Lincoln and, what's his name? Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is a perfect example of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Method actor. Yeah. Everyone had to address him as Lincoln or Mr. President, yeah, Peter Griffin. If you see the men in yellow, you might not be going back to town anymore. So, the cast members who get to actually interact with you, they might not be so happy about it because it means they're leaving the show probably. So hopefully they don't hold a grudge against you. Faith had a question for you. She said, "What's your favorite part about your role as Mr. Yellow? About being in the production at all?"
All I can say, Faith, is what I just said on Tony's live. This is the most fun I think I've had doing anything in a very long time. I was tempted to say it's the most fun I've ever had in my career. Certainly in terms of TV and film, yeah, by a long shot. This has been far and away the most interesting thing I've gotten to do. But there have been shows I've done, live shows I've done, that I think I have just as strong feelings for as I've had for this role.
Yeah.
But I do. I love it. I love playing this guy. It's so much fun, and it's so interesting, and it's challenging, and it's everything you want as an actor,
Absolutely. I can imagine it's an actor's dream. And Faith also said earlier, "I've always had a Doug crush. Don't matter what color he or his teeth is."
Well, as you can see, the real teeth are in much better shape than his.
Yes, they are. Like Rose Jones. Hi, Rose. Rose Jones said, "No Colgate in from, I guess." No Colgate, no dentists. Good day to Jen Hack down under. Nice to see you. She's from Australia.
Hi, Jen.
And hello there, Dasha Barnes. Welcome. And yeah, the usual reaction. She said, "Doug seems like a nice person in real life, but he makes one nasty man in yellow." Indeed. Hi, Lori. Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you.
Lori.
Faith, enamored with Dougie. Let's see, enamored with Dougie and hasn't seen the teaser. Oh, you haven't? Have you not seen the teaser yet? Oh, you got to go see it if you haven't. It's been posted since this morning.
Is there any way to post it on here?
I don't know.
We can dare.
Scarlet, what?
I said we can dare. You want to dare?
I don't know if they'll
other people have been showing it. There's been a couple other channels that have been showing it.
Are really? So
Yeah.
you think? Because I don't know if they'll. We could try, but they might take us down for copyright. They might just block the stream. So I don't know. Scarlet, you've seen other live streams actually showing the whole teaser?
Yeah, more than once too. Yeah.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Down later.
Yeah, they might block it later though, and then that'll damage the stream. And yeah, we better not.
That's true. That's what I say. It's a risk.
We better not risk it. But yeah, anybody can find it on YouTube. You just have to look up, from season 4 teaser. And we're gonna break down image by image. We are gonna go frame by frame and discuss what we think is going on, for sure. I've got all the images.
So if you stare at the screen for a couple hours, you'll be able to see all of it because it'll be frame by frame by frame.
Oh yeah, you might as well. It'll be like a flip book, so you'll see it. Jen said Doug is too cute to be evil.
Bless your heart, Jen.
Mr. Grant Gregory said, "Doug, you should just search for people doing live shows on From and pop into the chat. It will blow their minds. It will." Yeah.
It's one thing that I still marvel at, like people send me messages on Instagram and I write them back and they're like, "Oh my God, he wrote me back." Like, it's just like, oh, he sent me a message. So sure,
Yep. Yeah, but it's, it's that starstruck thing, you're a less larger than life figure to people because you're on their favorite TV show. So that's how it goes. Hey, J-Man, Sleek, nice to see you. Peter Griffin said, "Just get me a Man in Yellow or smiley shirt, and I'll be okay." Yeah, yeah. I want one of those hoodies. They need to start selling merch. Seriously, they need to start selling merch.
I want a Jasper now. If they make those.
Yeah, a Jasper. Oh, the dummy. Yes,
A Jasper.
I just noticed a question from Samuel. He's asking about the painting behind me.
yes.
It's called Madame Max, or Madame Charles Max. She was the wife of a French aristocrat. It was painted by an Italian impressionist painter. I think it was in 1896, this one, around the turn of the century anyway. He was Italian, but he lived in Paris, and he seems to have spent most of his career doing portraits like this of society women. I think he did some guys as well, but most of them are women. And they all have this very similar sort of diaphanous flowing feel to them. And this one is in a museum in Paris, the Musée d'Orsay. And it's an impressionist museum. There's a lot of Van Goghs in there, and Monets and Degas and Manets and all those guys. And I walked into this one room, and this is actually about half the size of the real painting. It's basically life size. It's about 6 feet high by 2 feet across. And I walked in the room, and she was on the other end of the room. And I just looked up, and it literally took my breath away. I just went, oh. And it was many years later, after I got home, that I found a copy of it online that I was able to get my hands on. So I got it, and I got it plaqued, and here we are. But it fascinates me because, like, when you look at it closely, you know, she has this lovely little Mona Lisa type smile on her face. And, you know, one of her straps has come down off the dress, and she's not wearing a bra. And if you look very carefully, you can see these nipples poking through the dress. And I took one look at this, and I went, he was sleeping with it, no doubt. You know, I mean, and think about this. This is turn of the century Paris, right? And she's an aristocrat, and so is her husband. And those guys, I mean, it was absolutely normal for those guys to have mistresses and put them up in apartments and all the rest of it, you know. So, like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if, while she was posing for this thing, you know, she and Giovanni were getting it on. So,
oh, I bet.
it's one of the things that really appealed to me about it. It just, you look at this painting closely, and it just reeks of sex. So there you go. And it matches my walls pretty well. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a beautiful painting. Striking.
It's probably a lot more than you wanted to know, Samuel, but what can I say?
Well, I like hearing the story behind it. Susie said, "Don't look at the Facebook ones." I think she's talking about the theories, maybe the wild theories and chatter going on. People go down rabbit holes like crazy, and it's fun though. And David said, "I'm mostly interested to see the dynamic between the Man in Yellow and the monsters. If it is a master-slave relationship, or if the monsters are trying to defeat the Man in Yellow in hopes to be set free." It's a really interesting, it's an interesting thought. And, you know, that's one of the biggest questions that we've been asking, is the Man in Yellow some sort of authority figure over the monsters, or is there some other situation going on? Maybe they're trying to defeat him. I don't think so. I personally, I would say that they're linked, and he's just a higher form of monster. And they're all kind of working for the same power. The monsters, I don't think the monsters can be set free at this point. They're just past all redemption, and they're shells of the human beings they used to be at this point. Literally, there's nothing left in them except some bile.
Yes, bile and dust.
Yeah.
Sulfur.
Yep. And like Jen said, I love that there is no book to get cheats from. Yeah. It's great. You know, we don't know what's
the original idea.
Yeah. And Peter said, I think the monsters were part of the town who did the sacrifice. Oh, yeah, they were. I wonder if the Man in Yellow was at the wrong place at the wrong time and ready to get his hands dirty. that's one of my biggest questions. Like, was he part of the origin story? Who knows? And that's one of those things that we're gonna have to keep theorizing about. Oh yeah, Lost. I mean, Lost is an awesome show. I'm almost done with Lost, and I'm going to be doing a live stream discussing the parallels between Lost and From, Susie. I'm going to be doing that soon, so I'll let you know when that's going to be happening. Let's see. Oh, and Miss J had said, did Mini Man in Yellow meet Harold too, Doug? Did you take him?
No, I don't think he did. He's met Sarah. He hasn't met much of the cast. He's met a few of the crew. Yeah, it's not always easy to do that, depending on the schedule and how the day's going and stuff,
Right. And Daryl said, I love Lost, but Lost was making up the mysteries and answers as it went along. Yeah, they didn't have a plan in the very beginning, but later they came up with a plan and then they executed it. Whereas, like Daryl said, John Griffin knew all the way that the show was going to end, the answers, before he even started making the show, which is true. That is true. So, and oh, Miss J said, I love that you got to meet Smiley. That must have been fun. Jamie McGuire is, Scarlett and I got to interview Jamie McGuire on Sci-Fi Vision's channel, and he's just a doll. He's a really, really kind, gracious, humble guy. So that was cool that you got to meet him.
Mm-hmm.
He was very perky.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he stayed with us for a couple hours. I mean, it was really cool.
Yeah. He was very generous with his time.
Answer all our questions. Oh yeah.
Yep. Man in Yellow meets Smiley at the gym. Yeah. There's a funny scenario. Hey Noah, nice to see you. Yeah, Justin said it was the same for Bill Skarsgård playing It, the solitude as the main epic bad guy. He feels your pain, Doug. Yeah, he had to be kind of separate from the rest of the cast. He wasn't interacting with them that much. So there's a parallel.
Yeah, it's funny working on this series. It reminded me last fall they interviewed one of the Toronto Blue Jays who was injured for much of the season. So while the team was playing through the season, he was down in Dunedin in Florida, which is where their spring training is and where their training facilities are, just down there doing physio for months. And occasionally other guys would come down because they had to, go through physio for whatever. But he was out of touch with the team for most of the season. And he finally got back near the end of the season, right when it looked like they were going to go to the World Series. And somebody asked him in an interview, they said, what was the hardest part of going through that long, protracted period of physio? And he said, not being with the team, And I thought, boy, do I know how that feels,
Absolutely. I'm sure you do. It's tough. It's got to be kind of lonely having to film that way.
Yeah.
And sometimes with villains, they deliberately keep them away from the cast to kind of preserve the reactions when they do interact with them. They keep them away, like with It. They didn't want him going near the kids, so they kept him away so that their reactions would be more genuine. So they isolate the villains a lot with filming.
I noticed on Tony's channel that there were several people there who are still under the mistaken impression that I was in It, Welcome to Derry.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was like, geez, folks, this is so easy to figure out. Just go on IMDb and you'll find out who the guy is, and it ain't me.
Yeah, we dispelled that myth pretty fast. It was easy enough. You could just look it up. But yeah, there was a resemblance to the I forget what his character was called even. that weird looking guy at the freak show down at the circus.
And I thought the same when I saw it. I thought, yeah, I get why people think that, because he does sort of look like a longer, skinnier version of my face. But there was so much special effects going on. I mean, if you see the actual actor, we don't look anything alike at all. You know?
No, you don't. Yeah. You don't. It was just the way they had him made up. Looked like a ghoulish version of you, like an emaciated, ghoulish version of you, and it was just the CGI effects and the makeup.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Faith said, "Beyond the stars, Doug loves what he does, and that makes him the best at what he does." Yeah, loving what you do, that's got to help. You know, I bet that, you know, that passion, you know, loving what you do, it really comes through.
Well, you know, I've said this many, many times over the years, and that is that if you don't love doing this for a living, you won't do it for very long, because, you know, there are so many sacrifices you have to accept if you want to pursue this as a career, and so many frustrations and all the rest of it, you know, that I mean, particularly when you're starting out, because when you're in your 20s, particularly if you're a character actor, you're not writing a lot of roles for 20-something character actors. You know, the most 20-somethings are like leading roles, you know, and you're not going to get those if you're an unknown. So you'll go through protracted periods of time where you're not working. And if you don't have a plan to deal with that, that in itself can kill your desire to want to do this for a living. Because, man, I've lost count of how many minimum wage dead-end jobs I had to do to keep food on the table when I was starting out, you know. But I knew this is what I wanted to do. And I mean, even in theater school, they started disabusing us right from day one. And they would say things to us like, you know, 3% of the people who come through the school are actually going to make a living in this business, you know. And I would hear that stuff and I would go, okay, yeah, I get it. I understand the numbers, but here's the thing. If I keep at it and I'm any good, I'm going to be one of those people. You know, the numbers don't really matter if you dedicate yourself to the thing, you know. And there's just nothing else that I really wanted to do to this extent. And so I think that's what's helped me to survive this long, you know. I mean, otherwise I'd be a paleontologist right now, I suppose.
Ooh,
right.
That'd be exciting.
Well, your dedication and commitment to doing this for a living, it paid off. It paid off big time. And you've had an amazing career with a huge variety of theater roles. And now doing this is just, it's amazing. I'm From is one of the most popular shows on TV at this point. It's got one of the most passionate fandoms I've ever seen. So it's just an awesome.
Little nuts.
Yeah, a little nuts.
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight this from earlier. Jordan said, "I'm watching from the hospital with pneumonia. Can't stay, but I love you and support you. Feel better, Jordan."
Sorry we missed you, Jordan.
Yeah, feel better, Jordan, and you know, I'll definitely send him a message and let him know if he doesn't hear this now, you know, because yeah, you got to focus on feeling better and healing up. But thank you so much for the support.
Jen's got an interesting question here. Is it scary for Canadians to work in the USA with ICE, etc.? Well, for starters, Jen, I'm not working in the States. From is shot in Halifax, the east coast of Canada. So we don't have to cross the border, thank goodness. Speaking strictly for myself, I have no intention of visiting the United States anytime soon. Until, there's a major regime change, and even then, you know, it's going to take a while to clean up the mess that has been created. And you know, as Canadians, we just don't feel particularly welcome right now either. So there's that.
Yeah, you know, on behalf of Americans, I'm sorry that I'm sorry about that, and I feel like I have to apologize on behalf of America all the time. And the hateful people who are, you know, being the loudest right now, they don't represent all of us, and the situation. Unfortunately, it's become untenable, and it's a real shame. And Canadians are one of our best allies, and we should be, like,
As are the Danes.
yeah, yeah. So why we're alienating Canada? I don't understand. We're allies. We're friends.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not America that's alienating Canada. It's, the Mineola Menace. That's who's doing it.
Yeah, indeed. And
I mean, I
also,
seriously feel like your neighbor being in Michigan. I mean, I'm right next door.
Yeah, totally.
yep.
Have you have worked in the U.S. though, Doug? Haven't you?
Yeah, I did one show at Jiva Theater in Rochester. That was back in the year 2000, I think, or 2001. I did a production of The Weir, Conor McPherson play, which was fascinating. It was really cool. And they were lovely.
About?
It's Conor McPherson writes a lot of plays like this. It's set in an Irish bar in County Leitrim, which is up sort of not in Northern Ireland, but in the northwest of Ireland proper. And it's just this group of guys getting together in the bar, and they're chatting, and one by one, they all come up with a ghost story. And the stories get progressively creepier as the play goes on. And I got the creepiest story to tell, which was great fun.
That's awesome. That sounds like a fun role. And I wanted to just shout out Tanjiro Kamado. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome. I haven't seen you before. Please consider subscribing if you're not subscribed. From is the #1 show on TV right now. I mean, I completely agree. It is the #1 show in my book, and it's easily my favorite. And we're going to be covering this show exclusively for the next few months, getting ready for season 4. We're going to be diving into theories every week. We're going to be doing a full rewatch. So if anyone is interested, just subscribe, turn on all notifications, because we're going to be having a lot of fun just getting ready for season 4 and theory crafting nonstop. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to start from the beginning, doing seasons 1 through 3 rewatch. And you can join the Discord too. There's a link to join the Discord in the description of this video. We'll do watch parties for seasons 1 through 3 and live streams to go along with it every week. And we'll just do weekly lives to talk theories for season 4, and any new tidbits that we get from behind the scenes photos, anything at all. We'll just keep on theory crafting until season 4 gets here. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, Fletch had asked, and also nice to see you, Fletch, if I didn't greet you already. Fletch had asked, can we ask Douglathan in Yellow what was his favorite scene or favorite episode that he was a part of? That's something that Doug can't talk about in the next season.
Sorry, can't talk about next season at all. Sorry.
Can't talk about that, but just in general, at least now we can talk about the show. It's not something that's completely off limits. Just talking about From and the teaser that just came out and that kind of thing. So yeah.
Well, I have a picture here I think I can share with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just give me a sec. I have to remember how to do this. Here we go.
Lady Amano said, I'll bet Doug has a dog. You don't have any pets, do you, Doug?
No, I used to have a couple of pet bunnies, but unfortunately, living alone, it's really, I would love to get a couple more rabbits actually, but living alone makes it really, really hard. So yeah. I can't do that, unfortunately.
Yeah. And Fletch said, it's not very usual to be this close to our favorite actors of our favorite TV show. That's just it, Douglas. We appreciate you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just trying to find this silly picture here. It's not showing up.
I wanted to say to Justin that he said I'm right next door, but in Michigan it's really weird because UP thinks it's another country. It doesn't think it's the U.S. or Canada, and it's on a flag, and they pretend they're their own country.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Maybe
like
I should
Daryl
go there.
said, and like Daryl said, I'm sure the Man in Yellow role is a great way to let out your anger. If you're pissed off about anything, you could just channel it into that moment.
And sometimes that's exactly what an actor will do, but that hasn't been my experience with this one. That hasn't been necessary, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Doug also, Bill also said, Bill Chill said, Doug went from stealing bikes to slashing throats in yellow suits. Next Tour de France, here we come.
He's gonna steal the bike from Jade.
Don't think I'll be doing the Tour de France this year. Not with this silly boot on my foot. I think it's going to be a while.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You got to recover from. Yeah, you have an ankle fracture, right? Is that you're recovering from?
I have a stress fracture in my heel. Actually, is what they think. No, that's a tentative diagnosis. We don't know for sure that it's a stress fracture. I'm getting an MRI done in a few weeks, and then we'll have a better idea. But in the meantime, I'm stuck in this thing. So there you go. I just posted a picture. I think I'm now allowed to show people. So.
Oh, cool. Here we go. That's amazing. It's Julie, future Julie with the bob haircut, holding Mini Man in Yellow. I love it.
I can't tell you when that picture was taken, but I'm now allowed to show it at least. So.
Oh, that's fantastic, Doug. Thanks for sharing. Yes, short hair Julie Fletch. Interesting stuff. And then, yeah, you're definitely allowed to share that because they already, on the official From page, they already shared a photo of Julie with that haircut. So we already knew that future Julie is definitely going to be in season 4 again. So I'm sure that won't be a problem sharing. Daryl said, awesome picture. Bill, awesome pic. Julie and Mini Man in Yellow. That's so cute, Kimberly. Yes, that's adorable. Love it. Oh man!
And she has her own doll of herself.
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
Yeah,
she does. She's got a Julie doll, made by Love Crochet by Alexis. She makes these awesome From dolls for every character, and you can buy them on her Instagram page. And I have a Jade doll.
We haven't seen Alexis on here for a while, have we?
Yeah.
No, it's been a while. It's been a while. It looks like it definitely looks like Hannah cut her hair for real this time. That's not a wig. That definitely looks like her real hair, and it looks cute.
Can't tell you.
It looks cute like that. I like it. In season 3, everyone was saying what a bad wig they put on her. That bob was definitely a bad wig. But that's adorable. Her hair is cute that way. Good stuff. Yes, we love Hannah the crush. Yeah, she's adorable. Hannah Jeremy. Justin said, "Oh no, Doug, you're a stress fracture. You have to stop messing with those kind of ladies."
I only wish. Here's a fascinating comment from Faith. She says,
"Oh yeah,
there was an apartment that was locked since World War I, and when they finally opened it, a beautiful Giovanni painting stood behind." That's amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And this is the abiding irony of this guy. He was the toast of the town at the time, and he made a very good living. You can imagine doing paintings like this by the dozen for society types. I mean, he was making a good buck. And meanwhile, at the same time, there's Van Gogh living in a garret who never sold a painting in his life, and his paintings are now selling for millions of dollars. And if you ask people if they know who Giovanni Boldini is these days, they have no idea what you're talking about. So
right. Yeah.
Paint made everything it's cracked up to be.
Indeed. Yeah, Fletch, I couldn't see if Julie had the scar on her face either. future Julie was supposed to have a big scratch on her face. Yeah, interesting. So Jen
And
Hacks
I don't know. I don't know if she like she may not have even been in makeup or like I think she was
Yeah.
just civvies at the time. So don't read anything into that. That was totally backstage stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Did you just before I read that one, did you just have a brief conversation with her, or did you get to spend a little time with
I can't remember. I can't. I think it was kind of ships in the night, and I just happened to have him handy, and I said, "Can I get a picture?" And we didn't get a chance to chat too much.
Yeah, she seems like a sweetheart. She's really
Oh, she is. She's lovely. She's really lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, she made me a really sweet, very genuine what do you call it? Cameo.
Hmm.
Jen Hack said, I picked evil type characters to audition for because it was cathartic. And no, I have no criminal record. I just love a good role. It is truly beautiful.
Yes, Jen, I noticed that you played Margaret, which is very cool because one of my favorite scenes in Shakespeare is from King Henry VI, Part 3, where she cuts off the Duke of York's head. It's this fascinating scene. This is the War of the Roses. It's one of his plays about the War of the Roses, the houses of Lancashire and York, and York gets captured by the Lancashire side, and Queen Margaret is the head of them, and she kills his son, and then dabs some of his son's blood on a handkerchief because he's, of course, totally distraught that they've killed his son, and he's bawling his eyes out. And she said, well, here, you want something to wipe your tears with? Take this, and hands him this blood-soaked kerchief. So pretty heavy-duty scene. And my first exposure to it was at the Shakespeare and Company workshop. And these two people were playing the two roles, and a few of us had to be the other people in the scene. And I had never read the scene before. I sort of knew basically what it was about, but I'd never heard it. And it's basically, she does her speech at him, where she just vilifies him and humiliates him. And just, you think you get to the end of the speech and you think, what the hell is the guy going to come back with to top that? And then he does his speech. And here's a guy, he's about to get his head cut off. He knows he's going to die. They've already killed his son. He's got absolutely nothing to lose. And so he digs into her and just does this brilliant speech that just cuts her to ribbons. And then at the end of it, they cut his head off. It's a really, really cool scene.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah. I wanted to highlight this one. Welcome, the Noob Gamer. Nice to see you. They said the Man in Yellow has the potential to be the best villain in any TV show. Such a menace. Wow. High praise for such a new villain.
From your lips to God's ears.
I can see it. Definitely. He has promise. And that's saying a lot for a guy who has had one scene and then one brief moment in a trailer, but that's what an impact that character has had on this fandom already. So I can only imagine where it's going to go.
Maybe not God's ears, Doug. If you really think about it.
I didn't say which God.
Yeah, maybe not the God that we thought.
Your Eldritch gods.
Yeah.
Lovecraftian gods.
Fletch had asked you, Doug, do you think From has enough lore and material for future spin-offs if they eventually plan on doing that, if they ever were to do it?
I'm the wrong guy to ask. Intuitively, I would say probably not. And the only reason I say that is because when I've heard the creators talk about the series, it always sounds as if it's a discrete thing, the way they refer to it. And I have a feeling, and this is just my own intuition for whatever that's worth, that when this is over, they're going to feel like it's over. But who knows? I mean, depending what comes up in future seasons, if there are more seasons, because of course we don't know anything beyond season 4 at this point. Something might come up that lends itself to that. But the story itself so far seems to be such a self-contained thing that I don't know. I don't know if that would be an easy thing to do, or even if they would have any interest in it. My suspicion is if these guys, and they're probably going to want to work together again, why not? I would imagine that whatever they come up with will be something new and completely unrelated, but that's purely a guess on my part.
Yeah, I think that has the potential for spin-offs in the future. I could see it happening. Yeah, you never know. But
maybe Man in Yellow, Mini Man in Yellow, move into an apartment, a brownstone in New York, you know.
So it's like a sitcom. The Man in Yellow and Smiley and the waitress, Monster, and the one that carries the purse, and they all live in a, you know,
tearing up the Upper
townhouse.
West Side.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Maybe
Moving on up.
maybe all the monsters do a take on that show Fame.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. Just before you said that, Karl, I had this idea of the monsters forming an off Broadway theater company.
Oh man, imagine how surreal that would be if they did a musical number together too. Yeah. Oh, and Rose had this question. I went to an improv show this weekend. It was hilarious. Have you done improv, Doug?
Yeah, I've done a long time ago. I moved to Calgary briefly in the early 80s when my girlfriend at the time was doing a tour there. And there's a group in Calgary called Theater Sports. And they had workshops and stuff. And actually, one of the guys from Kids in the Hall was part of that group. I did some classes with him. So I dabbled with it.
Which one, Doug?
His name's gone right out of my head. He wrote if you want to get his name, just Google The Two-Headed Roommate. He wrote a play called The Two-Headed Roommate, which is a lot of fun. It's a one-man show.
Nice.
But his name's gone right out of my head. But he was from Calgary, which is why he was there. And also I took a couple of Second City classes with Second City here in Toronto years ago. And I've always loved improv, but never wanted to pursue it to the extent of like the reason you take classes at Second City, or the reason a lot of people do, is because they would ultimately like to work there as actors, you know, and they have a whole sort of stratified system on how you sort of work your way up. They used to having touring companies. So first you had to do the touring company, and they had a Second City in London, Ontario. That's where you would go next. And if you survived to the top level, they would bring you to Toronto. And that's where a lot of the people that did Second City SCTV, that's where that came from. That's where, what's his name?
Yeah.
Never remember his name. Steve Martin's buddy. They do.
Martin Short.
Martin Short was there.
I was going to say Catherine O'Hara, R.I.P.
Yes, Catherine O'Hara. A lot of those guys. Joe Flaherty, I think, was there as well. And what's his name? Oh God, Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. The guy with Steve
John
Martin.
Candy.
John Candy was a member of the company. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of amazing actors came out of Second City.
Yeah. And I think some of those guys ended up going from Toronto to Chicago too, to Second City.
You mentioned Bruce McCullough already?
Bruce McCullough?
Yes, Bruce McCullough. That's who. Thank you. That's who it was. Yeah, Bruce was part of Theater Sports in Calgary. But I didn't want to pursue improv because that would have been like a very specific career choice. Like it would have been that to the exclusion of everything else, you know. And I wasn't interested in doing that. I wanted to make myself available for whatever. So the classes were worthwhile because I think improv is some of the best acting training that an actor can do, frankly. But I didn't want to pursue the Second City route to try and work my way up the food chain. That would have been too small a chance of success for one thing, and just too narrow an objective, you know. I wanted to keep my options more open.
Absolutely. Improv, it just marvels. I mean, I marvel at that. It boggles my mind how people can think of things on the spot the way they do in doing improv. It's to be able to actually come up with entertaining material just off the top of your head. Just amazes me. always
Well,
amazing.
and it is a skill you can develop. I mean, there are certain techniques that you learn that help. One of them being one of the rules of improv is no blocking. Like if someone introduces something into the story, you have to accept it. You always have to say yes and, as opposed to no. You don't get to say no ever in improv, which is a really scary prospect at first, but it really trains your brain to go, all right, what the hell do I do with that? And you surprise yourself with the stuff you come up with. It's amazing.
Fletch was wondering if you've ever worked in Europe. Fletch is, I believe, in Portugal, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, gorgeous country. I've never worked in Europe as an actor, Fletch. I actually visited Lisbon about 7 years ago now and went around to a lot of the theaters there, but I was promoting my plays, trying to get some productions of our plays in Portugal. Didn't get anywhere. Met some very nice people, but nobody picked up any of our plays. But I fell in love with the country. I've also been to Poland a number of times to see productions of our plays there. In fact, I was just back there in the spring. And I'm planning to go back to Spain this spring, and we'll probably visit another country while I'm there, again, to try and flog our plays. But I haven't decided yet on where I'm going. It might be Germany, it might be France, might go back to Poland. I would love to go back to Portugal, though, because, folks, if you haven't been, I recommend it very highly. It's a gorgeous country and a lovely culture.
Yeah, I'm half Portuguese. I've never been, but I've heard it's beautiful from family members who originally came from there. Daryl had said, we were talking about whether From could have spin-offs, and Daryl had said John Griffin said after the show they could maybe do comic book stories that take place after the show.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there you go.
Yeah, they could. They said that they're open to the idea of spin-offs. And Robert Saunders, my friend, nice to see you. He said, "Sorry, I am late. I just finished with Dana Marie. Doug, you rocked. I love to hate your character, and that is a good thing, sir."
I think you're supposed to, Robert, so that's okay. Although, it's amazing how many people really like the guy too, which I find a little disturbing. But yeah, what can you do? Jen Hack has an interesting comment here. She said, "If you want to act, they said learn how to wait tables." And I actually disagree with that advice, Jen. One of the years that I was working at Shaw, we were doing Queen's University in Ontario used to come, and they would spend like 2 weeks there at the festival, and they would see all the shows, and they would do lots of workshops and stuff like that. And they came to see a show I was in one day, and we had a Q&A with the students afterwards and took a bunch of questions. It was me and 2 other cast members who were taking questions from them. And one woman put up her hand and she said, "If you had one piece of advice to give someone who is about to graduate from this program and start their career, what would it be?" And I think I've told this story on here before, Julie, but I said to her, the other 2 answered her first. And then I said, "If there's anything else that you do that you're good at, keep it up because you're going to need it." And the reason I suggest it be something that you're good at or something creative is that when you're not working as an actor, you're going to be stuck doing a lot of jobs like waiting tables or working in retail or whatever if you don't have another skill. But if you've got something that fulfills you, it makes those periods of unemployment as an actor a lot easier to get through. If you're constantly waiting tables and you're waiting months at a time for every job that comes along, you're probably going to give up on the career pretty quickly. So if you've got something else, if you can teach something, if you teach playing an instrument or yoga or whatever, that's a much more interesting thing to do with your time when you're not working as an actor, and it gives you a much better chance of being able to survive in the business a lot longer.
Yeah, I think it must be demoralizing. All the actors who do have to get by waiting tables and just dreaming of being able to just act full time. It's gotta be tough. Fletch had said in response to what you said about his country, appreciate your words, Doug, and you're always welcome back in our country. Yeah,
I'd love to come back, Fletch. And it's funny when I go to Spain. this program that I do is in a little town called La Alberca, which I think is only about 30 kilometers east of the Portuguese border. So even when I'm not in Portugal, I get awful close a lot of times. And that's why I'm going back in the spring. I'm going to do another program in May.
Oh, nice.
So I'll wave at you from La Alberca.
He also asked you if he said, "Oh, you visited Lisbon. Have you ever tried pastel de nata?"
Tell me what it is in English, and I'll be able to tell you.
I'm half Portuguese, and I don't even know what that is. I should know, but I don't. I'm not in touch enough with that side of my heritage. Yeah. Yep.
It's like some kind of cream cake or something.
I was wondering if that's what it was. Yes, I did have one of those. Yeah.
Cream cake.
Yeah, they're famous in Portugal.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I've never actually had. Yeah.
Oh, Just Me says has the intention of visiting Toronto in the summer. Well, Just Me, if you do that, you're going to have to look me up.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, you can visit. Oh, that would be awesome. I've never been to Canada. I'd love to go sometime. Yeah, even though I'm from New England, and
let's migrate there.
What, Scarlet?
So maybe I'll just migrate there when things get tough.
Yeah. And I was gonna highlight
something to the border.
And then I lost it. Where did it go? Where is it? Oh yeah, Daryl. Daryl said some people didn't like Jim, so they were happy you killed him, and that's a common sentiment, unfortunately.
Oh God, I got that. I totally got that when when the season 3 finale came out. It was pretty much 50-50. You know, it was either "Why did you kill Jim?" or "Thank you." It was no middle ground at all. It was one or the other, you know, and it was pretty much a 50-50 split.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's why you became popular, I think, with a lot of the fandom who just were not fans of that character at all. But I mean, some people just love a good villain too.
Well, and the thing was, whenever that discussion came up, I would always come to Jim's defense, because I think that anyone who disliked the guy wasn't paying enough attention. Because, and I'm rewatching right now. I'm like into the second episode, I think, of season 2 right now. And it's fascinating to watch his evolution, because of course, when they first arrive, they have no idea what's going on, you know, and he's suspicious of everybody. He's suspicious of Victor. He's, you know, and he absolutely hates Jade and stuff like that. And, you know, slowly as they begin to figure out how this place works and stuff like that, you know, he's one of the most active people in terms of trying to find a way to get out of there. And yeah, he does, you know, he seems to pick confrontation awfully quickly, at least at the beginning. But again, if you watch him in the later episodes, there's a much kinder, gentler guy coming out by the end, you know. He goes through a real evolution. And I just think people who don't notice that, it's like, okay, they decided early on they don't like the guy, and so they've just kind of written him off. But if you actually pay attention to what he's doing, you know, there's quite a sympathetic character there by the end.
Yeah, he went through a lot of character growth. I mean, in the end, he reconciled a lot with his family. I mean, he got closer to them. He had a beautiful scene, a final scene with Ethan in the episode right before he died. And so I really felt sympathy for him, for his character with what happened.
When I talk to people about this series, people who haven't seen it, and I mentioned that it's a horror series, a lot of people are like, oh, I can't deal with horror. And I say to them, no, you got to understand, I don't like horror as a genre either, quite frankly. But it's more than just a horror series. It's a psychological thriller. And the thing that makes the series work for me is, I mean, yes, the horror is a necessary element of it, but it's number one, we're not talking about a slasher flick here. It's not like, you know, just blood and guts, gratuitous blood and guts for the sake of more blood and guts. I mean, when the violence happens, it's always for a very good reason. It's always supported by the story. But number one, the writing is so excellent, but to me, the real appeal of the series is the fascinating collection of really complex, incredibly detailed characters that they've created, and their relationships with one another, and the way that they all respond differently to the same trauma that they're all suffering from. And it's that I find fascinating about the series, not, working out what the clues mean. I mean, yeah, that stuff is interesting and all that, but I mean, there are a lot of people that are just focused on that, or there are people that are just there for the violence, and it's like, there's so much more to it than that stuff. I mean, yes, it's a puzzle box, but that's just one element of the thing. There's all this other fascinating stuff going on. Look at Victor, for God's sake. What an unbelievable character that is. Like when you start thinking about the ramifications of what this kid went through and what he has survived, and that he basically had to grow to adulthood entirely alone, the ramifications of that backstory are like mind-numbing. And how do you play somebody like that? I mean, yeah. So when people, come up with these simplistic responses like, I hate Jim, I think he's an asshole, it's like, I'm sorry, you're just not giving this thing its due. You're not paying attention. There's way too much going on that you're not getting.
Right.
Like the people that say nothing is happening. How can you watch this series and say nothing is happening? Like, or it's moving too slowly. Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
No,
Yeah.
it's like, are we watching?
I feel it plays. Yeah, I feel like it plays a lot like theater. There's always like these set pieces of two characters, and they're talking about their lives, and I find those as fascinating as the monsters.
Yeah. I mean, contrast that with your average Marvel film,
Yeah.
Which if those scenes existed in the screenplay, they would get cut to ribbons or cut entirely. We don't have time for that stuff,
Absolutely.
Character development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The characters are phenomenal. They really are. And anyone who says that nothing's happening and we're not getting any answers, are we watching the same show? You're just not paying enough attention.
Exactly.
Like we got lots of answers in season 3. We found out the origin of the monsters. I mean, we didn't find out the mechanics of how it worked or what entity made them monsters, but we found out some entity turned human beings into these monsters because they sacrificed their children for immortality. We found out the Ankui kids are those children. They're visions of those children. We found out Jade and Tabitha were reincarnated and came back over and over again because they have to find a way to break this cycle somehow, and they failed to save their daughter, who was one of the sacrificed children. Are those not enormous answers? Those are huge.
And you got to meet me.
And we got to meet you.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, yes, the answers yield more questions, but therein lies a great mystery box. The mystery box is ever expanding. We get answers, and the answers lead to more questions, and we keep on building from there. The mystery box and the world of the show expands with every season, and that's how it's supposed to be. So anyone who's just not patient with that, they're watching it for the wrong reasons, and they're in it for the blood and guts. And so clearly you need to just go watch a random slasher thing, because that's not what the show is about. It's not just about the kills. It's not about the blood and the gore. That's not why this show is so amazing. That's not what it's really about at the end of the day.
Well, I cover school spirits too, and I watched this video where they were saying that it was too slow in the beginning of the episode because there wasn't a jump scare before the credits. When there was, it was just like Prom. It was two people talking about their lives and talking about things that mean stuff to them, and it was too slow for some people.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
Then they're just watching the wrong show. They need to go watch something else, then something that moves faster, something that's that's not.
I think they think it's going to be. I think they think it's going to be straight horror when it's a mix of like thriller and teen drama and comedy and all this other stuff. I don't want just one thing. I want it all.
That's the problem with labeling things. I mean, you have to do it from a marketing standpoint, because you've got to give people, some hook that's going to bring them in. but it's always reductive, you know. I mean, Marcy and I ran into this problem with Deadline, because what do we call it? Do we call it a murder mystery? Do we call it an allegory? Like, we finally came up with comedy thriller, you know, which isn't really accurate, but it was the best we could do, you know. Like, it's like whatever we chose was going to be misleading to some degree, you know. So that was kind of like the lesser of the three evils.
Well, David had said Jim's pursuit of finding a logical answer in the face of supernatural events made his character interesting to me.
Exactly. Yes. And it's interesting watching it right now, because of course I just finished season 1 with the radio and the tower and everything, you know, and in fact he's still trapped in the house as we speak, at least as far as my rewatch goes. But yeah, it is exactly that, you know. He's trying to solve this totally non-linear thing in a linear way, but here's part of his evolution. He's starting to think in more lateral ways than he did at the beginning. At the beginning, he was like total engineer, you know, very blinkered, I think, in his thinking. But the place has had that effect on him, that he's now kind of broadening his horizons and looking at things from different angles, you know, or was, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's fascinating. You know, he's just, no matter what happens, he is still so hell-bent on finding a logical answer to it all, season after season. And eventually he finally did in season 3. I liked that he came to the point where, okay, he reconciled with the fact that something is going on here that is not within the bounds of normal reality that he knows. And he joined with Tabitha and Jade and supported them in the end. And that showed character growth. He supported them in what they felt they needed to do, which was figure out what these slips of paper meant with the numbers on them from the bottle tree. And he helped them, and he wound up being the key to cracking the code and figuring out that, triggering the revelation that they were reincarnated. He figured out that those numbers were musical notes. Sorry, what, Doug?
The answer is 12.
Yes. The answer is 12.
Yeah, in the beginning.
It was genius. He said that in the beginning. He's like, the answer, I figured out. The answer is 12 in season 1. And in the end, the answer was 12 musical notes on a scale. And he was right the whole time, and he figured it out. And from there, he supported Tabitha, his wife. He stopped acting like she was crazy. He supported her, and even Jade, who was so antagonistic to him, and they didn't have a good relationship. But he supported them both in what they felt they needed to do. They went out to the woods, and look what he got for all of that. It was really unjust, because after all that character growth, and he went and supported them in this endeavor, and he got killed for it. So it's tragic what happened to him. I have great sympathy for the character of Jim for that reason. You know,
he got killed because he was too successful, basically. You know,
I think it's because knowledge comes at a cost.
I think so.
There you go. But here's the thing: Jim in season 1 would not have figured out that they were musical notes. It took his evolution, you know, being in this place and you know, dealing with the randomness of it all, to broaden his mind to the point where he could make that kind of an intuitive leap, you know.
Yeah, it took time, and he progressed, and that's growth. That's what we need to see in characters. He finally got there, and he figured it out. And
it's not just true of Jim. You know, you look at any character, you know, they've all had profound evolutions, you know, and that's, again, that's part of the fun of the series, is watching how these people grow and adapt to this fucked up place.
Yeah. With Alice, that I liked him in the end. I think he may be back. Yeah, like Fletch said, you're never really dead. We could get Ghost Jim.
Haunt someone.
Ghost. Maybe we'll get Ghost Jim in season 4. I'm hoping for it.
I made jokes about that when we shot the end of season 3. Everybody was all depressed because, you know, they weren't going to see Jim anymore, and I was like, Come on, this is From, man. He'll be back. He'll just have different makeup.
Right. Exactly. And Daryl actually liked him. Daryl said, I liked Jim. He was just trying to protect his family and find a way out.
Yeah.
Fletch, yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. Fletch said Jim's trouble was that he gave the answer that unlocked Jade and Tabitha's knowledge of reincarnation, and he got what it costs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
And we saw that line that you got to say, this very important line, which I think is a huge theme of the show now. Knowledge comes at a cost. You said that at the end of season 3, that your character said that. And then that came back in the teaser too. I loved how they did that.
It also came up earlier in the series. I mean, again, just doing the rewatch right now, there's that whole bit near the end of season 1 where Boyd and Sarah are out trying to find their way through the woods. And there's that conversation about how, and Victor talks about it too, about how this place tends to push back if you push too hard for an answer, you know, like maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And then no sooner do they have that conversation when this massive storm comes in, and, you know, we get what we get, right?
Yeah. So if you look back,
I mean,
now,
that's been a theme since season 1 that, you know, try too hard to figure out what's going to happen here and you're going to pay for it.
Exactly. And Fatima, the same thing happened with her in season 3 too, because she got this revelation that the monsters were, you know, created because they sacrificed their children, but it came at a great cost. She got that revelation because she had to carry that Smiley baby, that Smiley pod. And as a result, she had that revelation that magically came into her mind through the pregnancy. Now she can tell everybody and they'll know the origin of the monsters and that they sacrificed their children, but it came at a great cost. She had to suffer immensely for that revelation, with that horrible pregnancy and being kidnapped by Elgin, and now dealing with the trauma that
she also did some murdering, Julie. Some murdering as well.
Yeah, and she murdered Tilly as a result of that pregnancy.
And this brings up another thing that drives me crazy. You know, people's really simplistic takes on characters. This whole idea that Sarah is evil. And it's like, Sarah's not evil. Sarah's a victim. That's really, I guess, the best word I can think of. You know, she's at the mercy of forces like Elgin beyond her control.
Yes.
Because the monsters feed on people that, you know, have mental trauma. You know, or with Elgin have extreme faith. They just feed on whatever, you know, is in their minds.
Yeah.
And Robert said, I disagree with J.J. Abrams. The questions should not lead to more questions, and the final mystery should be solved. E.g. Agatha Christie. Questions should not lead to illogical answers. Yeah, I mean, in the end, the questions should lead to answers. But in a mystery box, temporarily, the questions, you know, the answers that you get lead to more questions. And then the mystery box keeps expanding, and in the end, we should get answers. So I agree with that.
And I have absolute faith that these guys will wrap it up in a very satisfying way. I have no doubt, you know. I mean, I wouldn't compare myself as a writer to those guys, God knows. But, you know, look at my book, for God's sake, you know. I mean, everyone that's read it, the first, I'm just referring to the first one here, but there's this whole thing of like, when the hell is this going to get explained? And then by the time you get to the end, everything gets explained, you know. And I would not be at all surprised if these guys are heading in the same direction, you know, because there's such attention to detail in this series that I can't see them doing anything other than that, you know.
Absolutely. And that's why I can't wait to get back into the rewatch, because I'm going to point out at every turn, like we did with our first rewatch of From, when we do our live stream rewatches, I'm going to point out, see, look at this detail that they that they planted in the very beginning that foreshadows future events or that sets into motion a mystery that is later going to be answered. This is going to pay off later. Like, you can see when you look back, certain things they definitely set into motion from the start, and they know what they're doing, that they had a plan from day one. And if you rewatch closely and you really pay attention, you'll be able to see that, like I can. So,
and you don't even need to, pay that much close attention. For example, take Ethan as an example. I mean, the theories that I would see about this kid, and oh, he's wearing yellow, he must be the man in yellow, and all this ridiculous stuff. And it's like, just watch the friggin' show. Everything you need to know about Ethan's function in the show is right there in the first episode.
Yeah,
it's
he's a mouthpiece for the way that this place works. At the end of the day,
that's it, and that's like crystal clear in the very first episode. It's like, oh, okay, we're supposed to listen to this kid. They're on a quest. Every time he refers to the book, it's a clue. So pay attention. That's his function. That's it.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. He is. I always say, trust Ethan. Listen to Ethan. He knows what he's talking about, and he knows how this place works. And as a writer, I can see that he's being used as a plot device to try to give us a framework for how this place works and give us clues. Just pay attention to his dialogue. And, if they give this to a little kid, so some people might just ignore it. Like, oh, he's just a little kid talking nonsense. No, we need to pay attention to him. It is a quest. It is everything that he's saying it is. It's just not quite as simplistic as this little kid version of it that he thinks about. But
he reminds me of these commercials, the TV commercials that were on back in like the 70s or the 80s. And it was a couple of guys in a busy restaurant, and they're talking about financial information, and then this third guy says this one comment, and all of a sudden everybody in the restaurant shuts up when this guy has something to say. And the tagline at the end of the commercial is, when so-and-so talks, the name of the investment company, people listen, And I think of that every time Ethan opens his mouth, because it's like, yep, there it is.
Absolutely.
Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab.
Thank you. There you
go. Muncher Lyncher said, "Hey, Ayo, Doug, no offense, but I'm terrified of you." He also had a comment that said, "I love that you are Team Jim. The From community hated him season 3. It was despicable. He is a great character." Muncher Lyncher has always been a fan of Jim. Yep. Indeed.
Well, and again, I mean, I think that people's attitudes towards Jim, those people who disliked him, that is, showed a distinct lack of empathy, because I would say to them, put yourself in his shoes. You're driving along in the highway with your wife, these two people who recently lost a child, who are now on the verge of divorce because of going through all of that, Suddenly you're in a car accident, and then these strange people come in and tell you have to stay here for the night or you're going to die. And I mean, like, it's just trauma after trauma after trauma. They have no idea where the hell they are or how this place works, and everything is a threat. Of course he's going to react the way he does, because he's trying, as mentioned here, he's trying to protect his family, for God's sake. I mean, he's hyper vigilant because this place demands that of you, until you figure out how it works and how to function here. So I mean, his reactions, I mean, when he goes after Victor in the diner, it's a little over the top, but in context of what he's been through, it makes total sense.
Yeah, I can understand it. Even when he's wrong and he's out of line and he manhandles Victor, which it was an overreaction, you can at least understand why he's so hypervigilant and protective of his kid. Absolutely. He just lost a baby.
Exactly.
Faith had said, Doug, you're exactly right. You're not alone. Let's see. Wait, what is this? You're not alone in this song. And sadly, this is what multi-generational children being raised all day on the internet have brought on society. No attention span. Yeah, I think there was like a typo in there somewhere, but like basically, yeah, no attention span, and unfortunately, like people just don't know how to have patience and wait for this show to pay off in the end and
Yep.
give us the answers.
There was
You know?
another comment in here somewhere about the TikTok generation, and it's like,
Yes. Yeah, people have TikTok brain.
TikTok brain. There you go. Yeah, that's great. I love it.
Faith said anybody who complained about the pacing won't be a fan and definitely won't stick around to support the show, and they're probably unreliable for consistently showing up for anything else in life.
Ooh, well, I guess we told them, didn't we?
Whoa, yeah.
There.
Yeah. Yes, Fletch. It's time for a final rewatch of the show. Absolutely. We're gonna start season 1 and get that going by the end of the week. I don't know which night, so stay tuned on which night we're gonna do it. But Scarlet, Karl, and I are gonna do rewatch lives, breaking down from the very beginning every episode of From. And we'll do watch parties in the Discord. So just watch for the Discord notifications and the YouTube community posts, because I'm going to make an announcement within the next few days on exactly when that's going to be. And we're going to get this done. We don't have a lot of time. April is going to come fast. April 19th. It's coming. That date that floated around on the internet and we didn't know if it was true. It really is April 19th. So final countdown is here. We've got God, 2 months, like a little over 2 months before it's here. It's coming. Yeah, and this theme, I wanted to point this out again too. That knowledge comes at a cost because the truth hurts. Yes, that's a good observation, David. And I love that this line came back in the teaser that we saw. It said knowledge comes at a cost in paint on a wall somewhere, and I don't think we're actually going to see that in the show. I think it was just for the benefit of the teaser, just to hammer that theme home, because this is going to keep coming back now. I don't think the cost is going to end with Jim's death. The revelation of what Tabitha and Jay just found out, it's going to have huge reverberations, and that teaser definitely suggests that the whole town is going to pay. There's going to be, I think, some other level of terror going on in this place as a result of that knowledge that they gained. Knowledge comes at a cost. The man in yellow has been summoned, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle. I think the fact that the entire trailer took place in the daytime is a sign that we're going to see daytime terrors that we've never seen before. The man in yellow himself comes out in the daytime. He doesn't operate by the monster's rules. He doesn't have to wait till nighttime to take anybody out. And who knows, there may be more kills under his belt before season 4 is over. So I can't wait to see where that's going to lead. I found it really interesting that the entire teaser was shot in daylight, and yet people are still reacting to things with anxiety on their faces or outright screaming. Julie screaming, possibly finding Jim's body, I'm guessing, but who knows what she's screaming about. And it's daytime. And then at the end, I thought it was really interesting. I'm going to put up the stills in a little bit, but at the end of the teaser, you see the sun breaking through the From logo, and it's just like, okay. I think the biggest takeaway we're supposed to get, one of the biggest takeaways, is that these people aren't even safe in the daytime anymore. That now the man in yellow has been summoned, and this life they've been living, where they could get actual quality of life and thrive, even though they're in this nightmare town, that's over now. There's a whole other level of threat that's been unleashed, and I'm really intrigued by that. It may not have been as eventful of a teaser as we got last season with, somebody screaming in the barn and being tortured while Boyd had to watch, and a dead body in a wheelbarrow. But I think this teaser was even more exciting to me, just because I think it just means it's a game changer. nothing's going to be the same anymore. Now this is next level. Shit's going to get real, like we were saying earlier. So, anyway, let's see. Who are you guys saying in the chat here? Yeah, David said, in general, with a mystery box, the mystery is built up to a point that any answer will never be satisfied compared to built up expectations. But From has had much less red herrings than Lost. Right, and it's a shorter show, not as much filler. So I think they can land this plane a lot easier than they had to do with Lost. They had a bigger task on their hands with a network show with so many more episodes than From. And yeah, there are bound to be some plot holes there in the end.
Oh, by the way, there's a message here from Walls Tech, and he's right. Those commercials that I referred to, the name of the company was E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen.
Oh, okay.
Close.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. Fletch, yeah, if they're not safe in daytime, I see a lot of deaths incoming. It could be that we see another massacre happening. I mean, let's not forget what the man in yellow said at the end of the teaser. He said, "What happens next is my favorite part." What does that mean? Is there another massacre coming? I'm not asking you, Doug. I know you can't tell us anything, but just to pose the question rhetorically, maybe there's another massacre on the way.
Recurring cycle.
What is his favorite part? What happens next is my favorite part. I think it could mean what I was saying before, that this is the next threat level that they've unlocked now. He's able to roam around in the daytime, take out more people. Under what conditions, I don't know, but now they can't just live their lives in the daytime like nothing's wrong. They can't pretend like Kenny once told Boyd that the talismans were always just a band-aid. They were never a real solution, that they were just a way for them to pretend that they're safe in the daytime and that things are normal. But it's not true, that they're never really safe. And now I think it actually is becoming reality that even in daytime, they may not be safe now. We may see a lot more deaths. We may see another massacre coming.
You may see people hanging upside down from all over the place.
Yeah. Yep. David Agile said, Man in Yellow's favorite part, watching them discover themselves. Yeah, interesting. His favorite part. I mean, they're all on a journey of self-discovery, and will this place break them down or not? It's trying to break everybody. That's a theme in the show, where everyone, it's not just trying to break Boyd. This place is trying to break everyone. And we're seeing how the cracks are showing in every character. So maybe that's something the man in yellow is going to enjoy, watching people breaking down this season. I mean, and who was he talking to? I mean, I think, for me, I think the lighting in that scene looked an awful lot like the lighting in the final scene of season 3. So my money is on him saying that line to future Julie, because she was, he had thrown her to the ground. She was laying there screaming, and that episode ended just like that. So I could see him crouching down and telling Julie what happens next is my favorite part. Maybe, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe he had a portable DVD player at that moment, and he was watching, I Love Lucy or something.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to tell people if they ask me about that scene. I'm going to say that exactly that.
Right. You got to have some kind of answer in store, since you can't actually give the real answer.
David said something very interesting quite a while ago. I just scrolled back to find it. He said Victor's arc for 3 seasons was like a mini version of the overall show's arc, going through the stages of grief. And I think that's a really cogent point, that
it is.
We've seen all of the central characters go through their own variety of the stages of grief, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It is, they're all going through grief all of the time. And the problem is Crumville doesn't have therapists to help them deal with it. They don't have any time to grieve normally. They go from one crisis to the next, especially Boyd. There's no time to process anything. They have to constantly be in battle mode. So how do they deal with that? How do they compartmentalize all their fear and their trauma and grief? They just have to keep going forward. There's no time to pause. And it's just like, look what happened to Kenny. After he lost his mom, at first he lost his dad, and he didn't have any time to grieve. He had to just go right back to being Boyd's deputy, and they had one crisis after the next. And then he lost his mom. He went right back to helping them survive, going and foraging for vegetables. And they don't have time to just process grief and trauma like we do in the real world. So it's really an interesting psychological study to watch these characters, how they manage to keep going day after day when they're suffering all this loss.
And there was a third source of grief for Kenny when he lost his girlfriend, when her fiance showed up.
Yeah, that was another kind of grief. It's been nothing but grief for poor Kenny.
That happy day when he had the lettuce and he was so proud of the lettuce, and then that was taken away from him as well.
Yeah.
He's the victim of his own success.
Because that actor is so good.
Yeah.
Literally, that's why the showrunners said that they saw how amazingly Ricky acts those scenes, and so they kept giving him more to work with. That's actually why they continue to make Kenny suffer.
And I don't know if this is true, but I've heard rumors that Victor was not originally intended to be a long-running character, that he was only going to be there for the beginning. But a similar kind of thing happened. They went, wait a minute, check this guy out. No, he's got to stay. I don't know if that's true, because it seems to me, just given the depth of that character and the incredible detail that went into creating him, it kind of implies to me that he was intended to be around all the time. But I just remember seeing somewhere online that someone had suggested that. But you can't trust that stuff too much. God knows.
Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that. I heard that it was said in an interview, but I've never been able to locate the interview, so I don't know for sure either.
I heard that I'm in it. Welcome to Derry. So, take for whatever that's worth.
Right.
Yeah.
And to the point I was making about daytime not being safe anymore and horrible things happening in the daytime, JT Moore pointed out, let's remember that Smiley was reborn with the other nightmare creatures around him, and it was in the daytime. That's true. It was. So it's already started.
It's true, but let's also remember that, although they sleep during the day, when Victor and Tabitha are going through the caves to get back, they have to be quiet because you can wake them up, So we know that that's a possibility.
When I was asking, I wonder what he's talking about. What is the Man in Yellow's favorite part? Samuel had an answer. Is the bike rides and playing the saxophone. That's Doug's favorite.
Yeah, Scarlet. I didn't. I just sort of skimmed through that stuff on Discord, so I wasn't sure where the Baker Street reference actually came from. In what context did that come up?
Well, in my head, it was you saying, now it's time for my favorite thing, and the car comes back and you put on sunglasses and you hold your saxophone, and then you're playing Baker Street like do 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 do, but you step on Jim and you're like do 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 do, and then you bring it in front of Julie's face do 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 do.
Because I saw that the actual video of Baker Street was on there, I thought, oh, this is part of a larger conversation that's up there. So Thank you for clarifying that for me.
No, I just do that because most people I talk to don't know what Breaker Street is. That's why I always have a link ready.
Yeah, but
Just
you're
in
forgetting I'm
case.
old.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have that album, and not only do I have that album, it's vinyl.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Nice.
I bought
Oh,
that
that's cool.
when it came
I have
out,
a lot
which
of vinyl.
was 50 years ago now, 1976. That song came out, I believe.
Mm.
Yep.
Also, let's see. Rose had said, I think we'll get flashback scenes of Jim and Tabitha's life before From while she's going through mourning. This, I don't think, well, if you're talking about before they got into Fromville, the creators of the show, they said that they're never going to show anything outside of Fromville. So they took that off the table. They're never going to show flashbacks to anything that happened before these people arrived in town. So that's something that they're firm about. So they're not going to do that.
No
but
flash sideways either, huh? Like Lost.
Yeah. And they're not gonna go that route. But yeah, we could at least see Ghost Jim. Ghost Jim could come into play, you know. I could easily see that happening.
Well, they did go outside Fromville the once, of course.
They did. So like they're willing to do that, you know, show Tabitha getting out and whatnot, but they're not going to show anything of these people's lives before they first got to town. Yeah. They said that in one of the video interviews they did on I forget which channel it was. It might have been what was it? The name escapes me at the moment, but it was one of the most popular interviews that they did. Anyway, Susie was saying how Sarah has become grounded in a sense now, which seems wild, but like her taking charge with Elgin, but she found something like a grounding place. Right.
You know, I think that decision that she makes to like do what she needs to do with Elgin is one of the most interesting and misunderstood moments in the whole series. And she kind of says it herself, but she's a bit cryptic in her description. And here's the thing about Sarah. She hates what has happened to her. She hates what she has been made to do more than anybody, I think. And she deeply regrets all of it. And she, ultimately, I don't think is really responsible for it. There were forces beyond her control pushing her to do what she did, and even when it was happening, she was desperately looking for a way to avoid it, and it just became clear that she couldn't.
Right.
The scene with Elgin, nobody's pushing her. She makes the conscious decision to do that herself.
Yeah.
And what I think is interesting about that is that I see that as I'm sorry?
It's because, sorry.
Sorry, I can't make out what you're saying.
It's just because she doesn't feel like she has a soul anymore.
I think it's more complex than that. I think that she realizes that if Boyd is forced to do this, Boyd
she's like trying. Sorry.
That Boyd is going to be.
There's a delay there.
Yeah, we're talking over each other.
Go ahead, Doug.
The point I'm trying to make is that if Boyd goes through with this, he's going to be irreparably harmed as a person. And she realizes that. And the decision she makes to do it herself is based on the understanding that, well, my reputation is toast anyway. So
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I'm not going to suffer the same loss of face or faith that Boyd will if he is forced to do this. And so I see it as a supreme act of sacrifice on her part, because she knows if I do this, I'm done. For a lot of the people here, that's it. I'm really painting myself into a corner by doing this, but there's no other option. I need to do this to save Boyd. Right. So yeah, it's an incredible sacrifice, and I think it's such fascinating writing that they did that with her. It
is
such an interesting journey.
Yeah. And I understood that, what they were trying to do. And Daryl said, Doug is me. I talk about the Sarah thing with Elgin is misunderstood. So yeah, he thinks the same thing, that The Sarah moment is her doing something horrible for Boyd, and she hates what she is doing. Right. She's already she said, I have already given up my soul. And you still could save yours. Your soul is still intact. So it was really, a truly selfless thing that she did for him. So I understood that, and I respect it. Hey there, Critter, Mr. Frogman. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by to drop a like. He said, love you guys. Got to go to bed and get my son early tomorrow.
Hey, Critter.
And Sarah is widely misunderstood, and but she's just another character who's got great depth, and on the surface she looks like one thing, but you've got to dig deeper to really understand what she's all about. Let's see.
It's very tragic. A very tragic character.
It is tragic. Oh, hey there, Walls Tech 6881. Welcome. Where do we get monster posters? That would be a great thing for the people to make if they actually ever did merch. But they don't have any merch. Maybe try Etsy. And welcome. Nice to see you.
They need monster trading cards, like a set of monster trading cards. Collect them all.
Yeah.
I know they're listening. These are all great ideas.
Yeah, and hey there, Tony 93. Welcome. Father Kotri once asked if Frumville was a book / book 74 that is yet to be written. Yeah. And before I address that, welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you here before. And to anyone else who's new, please consider subscribing. We're going to be covering From nonstop for the next few months. Going to do at least 2 live streams every week on From, doing a full rewatch and theory crafting lives. And then, of course, massive deep dive breakdowns as soon as the season 4 comes out. And yeah, please like the stream, hit the like button if you haven't already. Share it with a friend. Trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and bit by bit getting closer. But yeah, to address this comment, that was always a really interesting monologue that Kotri had. That he was wondering if this was a book 74 of the Bible that was yet to be written, and he said, "Isn't it odd that we have books by almost every popular author, all the most popular authors in the world? We have copies of their books here, and yet we don't have the world's most popular book. Not a single one in all the years this place must have existed. Why are there no Bibles in this town?" And he thought maybe there's something to that. Maybe they're all living a book 74 of the Bible that is yet to be written. And I think it's possible that maybe they're going to try to throw the fandom a little hint that Kotri was wrong about that and take that theory off the board. I'll show the image I have of the, if I can actually share my screen here. I'll show the image I have of the new character who is being added
to see if that's
to
a Bible
the
or
show.
not, or a nightstand.
Yeah, it looks like a Bible on her nightstand. So I think that they're that maybe they're trying to tell us that Father Kotri was wrong, and we can take that theory off the board. Sorry, I'm loading that. I'm trying to load it, but it's being a little slow. But yeah, it looks like the new character who's coming to town, her name is Sophia. She's sitting on the side of a bed praying, and there's a book on her nightstand with a crucifix laying on top of it. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues with my Chromebook. So, oh, here it is. She's sitting here praying. Let me see if I can get back to it. And so she's the new character. She's a pastor's daughter. And they put out a casting announcement that she was joining as a series regular. What?
I'm sorry, Julie. I just said the sus priest's daughter.
Oh yeah, yeah,
The sus
yeah.
priest.
Here she is. Yeah, oh my God, sorry. My Chromebook is malfunctioning really bad right now. I'm trying to keep this image on the screen and it's not staying on screen. I cracked this thing and damn it, it's never done this before. I cracked it and now it's malfunctioning pretty bad. I'll
It won't
switch
let us
devices. Yeah, I'll have to switch devices in a little bit to show a better image of this, but it looks like there's a Bible sitting next to her on the nightstand. If this damn thing would just stay. Oh my God. Yeah, it won't stay because it's glitching on me, but yeah, I think it's probably a Bible. People generally have a Bible on their nightstand. If you're going to have a nondescript looking book that looks old and there's no title visible, and there's a crucifix laying on top, I'm pretty sure that's a Bible. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop sharing images because it's not letting me, but you get the idea. You can always pause the stream and look at it when it was there.
The entity
and I'll
doesn't want
try.
you to know. No, there's a Bible in town, Julie.
Oh, the entity is the evil entity is to blame here, I guess. Anyway, but I think that's interesting that it does look like she successfully brought a Bible into town, so maybe that's their way of telling us Katri was wrong, and he's, yeah, it's not anything like that. And I don't think that would be the answer anyway, because I think the answer to this series in the end is going to be something more mainstream and try to appeal to everyone and not ruffle any feathers and potentially offend Christians by doing a disservice to Christianity in some way, by making the answer to the whole thing an overtly Christian story. It has Christian themes, but not the whole thing as an answer.
Well, and that brings up an interesting point, the idea of themes, because again, I'm seeing just in Tony's live, people connecting me with Haster and the King in Yellow and all that kind of thing. It's like, you guys are missing the point with this stuff. If there's any connection between the Man in Yellow and any of these source books that people keep bringing up, it's purely thematic. There's no A to B direct connection here at all. That's not what this is. I mean, this is my take on it anyway. And I think John Griffin would probably say the same thing, that all those little Easter eggs that we see in the series are just things that they put in there as little nods to, various pieces of source material, but it doesn't mean this is what the plot is all about. This is who these characters are. No, there's not that direct a connection at all. It's more, as I say, more general, more thematic, more metaphorical than that, I think.
Yeah, so we shouldn't read too deeply into themes that they bring up in the show and think that this is going to explain everything. There are all kinds of themes. Show there are Christian themes. There are various. Oh, am I freezing?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Yeah, a little choppy.
Okay. Oh God, I'm gonna have all kinds of technical difficulties now.
This is a breakdown of boys.
Anyway, listen, I'm gonna have to get out of here, folks, because I do have to get up in the morning, and it's getting rather late. So,
well, thank you so much for joining. It's been an awesome surprise on the day of the teaser.
My pleasure. No, when I saw you were doing this, I thought, oh, it'd be great because now I can wear this, for instance, show pictures and stuff, and at least talk about the stuff in the teaser. So it's nice to at least be able to say, okay, yeah, I'm in season 4, I guess.
It's gotta be
cut out my scenes.
Yeah, it's gotta be nice to at least be able to say that much, to talk about it a little bit, and like not have to keep everything to yourself. after
Yeah.
all that time, because I mean, this was shot starting back in June. I mean, and yeah, it's been a while that you've had to keep this under your hat. So
Yeah, I mean, by the time it's actually shown, it will have been almost a year, 10 months from when we shot it. So yeah.
yeah, I bet it was a lot of fun, getting out there and actually getting on the set for the first time. I mean, not for the first time, but for the second time, and but to be able to be there longer and not just for that one brief day. Well, we can't say how long. Never mind.
Oh, I was
But
going to say, like, we don't actually know that.
we don't know. You could have been there just one day again. We don't know.
I will say this much: you'd be amazed what they can do in a day.
I bet. I bet. Well, yeah. I'm glad you finally got to talk about it and to see people's reactions in real time and how impressed they were by your appearance in the teaser. You should be really proud.
No, that was nice. That kind of made my day, actually. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. You deserve it. Scarlet, were you trying to say something? I thought I heard her talking, but just checking.
Oh no, that was my chair. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
My chair.
Okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm sure it's been a
My chair has
whirlwind
something to
day,
say.
Doug. I'm sure it's been a whirlwind day for you.
It's been fun. It's been fun, and I'm really looking forward to when the series actually comes out, because I just think people's minds are going to be blown. So I can't wait.
Yeah. Walls Tech said, "See you in season 4, sir. Thank you and good night."
My pleasure.
Yes.
So,
Faith, love you, Doug. So glad they gave you some spotlight, and I can't agree with her enough.
yeah, that was a nice surprise. I had no idea that was coming. And so I guess I will see you tomorrow night.
Yes. So yeah, Doug will be back with us tomorrow night
Yeah.
for story time with Doug, where we have our ongoing series. This time we're doing a book club series. We did a long series of just conversations with Doug where he told stories. And for the last few months, we've been doing book club lives with Doug. He was kind enough to share his first 2 novels with our community for free in PDF form. He wrote 2 novels about a young actor who becomes recruited as a spy, as a Canadian spy. And the character is loosely based on him. He gets to weave some of his own stories, his own experiences in with the character and the plot. And it's a lot of fun. So if anybody is interested and you'd like a copy, I can still email anybody who's interested free PDF copies, courtesy of Doug. They're called The Poor Player, and the second one was The Shaming of the True. So email me at JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com if you'd like some copies of it, and join us for our book club lives, which we're going to be continuing to do until we finish the second book tomorrow.
And actually, that's only
doing
going to take 2 more times, because tomorrow will be the penultimate one, and then if we do next week, that'll be. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Doug. I probably have a horrible connection, but I wanted to know the pages that we were supposed to cover tomorrow.
We're covering up to 326, I think. 326, if memory serves me right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which will basically, it's like around 50 pages, and then there'll be about 50 pages left for the last one.
Yeah, I think we're starting on page 270. Yeah. And then ending at 326. So we'll be covering those pages in the live, and we're going to start at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. But even though we're close to the end of these lives, I'm still happy to share Doug's books with anyone who would just like to read them. So you can email me and join us, and join us for the lives and hang out. It's a lot of fun. So anyway, sorry, Scarlet, were you gonna say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay, she's got a delay. It's her device. There's a delay. That's why that happens. Anyway,
Plus,
Susie
I think
said,
you think every sound in my room is talking to you.
I do. Susie said, I can't wait to see your
It might be
character
my
in
chair or
action,
my
Doug.
washing machine.
I can't wait to see it either.
Yeah, this is the first
Yeah.
time you'll be seeing it on screen too with the rest of us. So
Yeah.
Amy says good night, and
Oh
Good night,
my!
Amy.
If we have watch parties in the Discord, then Doug can watch them with us in the Discord, and we can all react in the Discord.
oh, that would be epic. Because we're going to be doing watch parties when those new episodes drop every week.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. And Nick L said, I loved your lines in the teaser. Hey, Nick, nice to see you. So anyway, we'll let you go to bed, Doug. I won't hold you up any longer. But
I'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks,
we'll see you
everybody, for
tomorrow.
coming. This was a lot of fun. It's been a very interesting conversation.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah,
Thanks so
so
much for
fun.
joining. It was a
right.
lot of fun.
Thank you, Doug.
Take care, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, good
Night.
night, Doug.
Wow, that was a nice surprise. Yeah, he is Yellow Jacket.
He
What?
is Yellow Jacket.
I don't know what that means.
I always thought the person that was knocking on cabins in Cannibal Village was Javi's friend, so that's another Yellow Jackets reference.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, but I just wanted to highlight it and say welcome. Welcome, Baddest YT. Nice to see you.
I'm writing some fanfic that's Yellow Jackets meets From, and then it's School Spirits meets Ghosts US, the sitcom.
Oh, okay.
Because that one came to me in a dream.
Oh, really?
Have you ever fallen asleep when you're watching an episode and something else comes on and then you just link it to that episode? Because when I was watching School Spirits, there was a scene at the end where Simon crawled into the basement. But that's when that episode ended. But then they showed Ghosts US right after it, where they were in the basement with the cholera victims. And it's a sitcom, but they have cholera victims. And I imagined and dreamed in my head when I fell asleep that Simon walked into the basement and there were the cholera victims and there were the ghosts in the bread and breakfast in the sitcom Ghosts US.
Oh.
So I think I want to write some fanfic. But we should probably get to that, actually looking at the teaser.
If my computer will let me, in the background here, I've been working on that, and I think it will work now. Fingers crossed. That was scary. I was trying to show the images, and it's doing it again.
No.
Yeah, it won't let me show the image with a Bible. This is creepy. Like it's letting me show other images, and it's literally not letting me show any other image except that one.
Yeah, I think there's something going on, Julie.
What the hell? It's like something supernatural. Oh my god. And I don't have another device that I can easily just switch to.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. Let me see. I'm gonna see what I can do about that. But
so you can't share images from a phone?
No, you can't share images from a phone, and
or an iPad.
And the chargers for my laptops are missing. Both of them. So
so let me find that image on here, and I'll just put this close to the camera.
Yeah, you could try that. I'm gonna see what I can do here. You know what? If I'm gonna get off of here for a minute, screen and just reboot the device and come right back on and see if that fixes it, because earlier I had no problem capturing all these images and uploading them into the gallery and looking at them slowly. So I think it's a glitch that might stop if I just reboot the device. So anyway, yeah, so I'm gonna quickly hop off and back on. So Scarlet, the floor is yours for a minute, if you don't
Oh
mind.
yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay. But before I go, I saw something funny. I mean, I'll be right back, but
Yeah.
like it literally takes like less than a minute to just get off and get back on. But I saw something funny. Where was it? It was Daryl said Doug is preventing you from looking at the Bible. The man in yellow's presence on the stream was just keeping me from being able to show the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, Bill, it looks like she brings a Bible into town. She definitely brings a Bible into town. Oh, welcome, Canadian Blue. I'm not sure what that means. Spiker?
I don't know what a spiker is. What is a spiker? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Spoilers. I think Faith meant to write spoilers there. So
Oh, spikers, yeah.
yes. Welcome, Canadian Blue. And unfortunately, Doug can't reveal anything about season 4. Not even a clue, and we wouldn't want to risk his job because he obviously the actors sign NDAs and they're not allowed to tell us anything at all. But welcome to the channel. Please consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed. Please hit the like button. This channel was built on From, so anyone who's listening, if you're new to the channel and you're hooked on this show or you enjoy this show in any way, even if you're not addicted like we are, this is the place to be. If you want From coverage, we will have that in spades for the next few months. I'm not even going to cover any new series. We are just going to cover From. We're going to dive into a rewatch starting from season 1 to the end of season 3. We're going to do Discord watch parties. So you can join our Discord. The link is in the description of the video if you're not in there. We'll do watch parties to rewatch the entire series, and we're going to start that within the next few days, and also do the live stream starting within the next few days. We just have to pick a day for that. And but yeah, in the Discord, we'll also be streaming the brand new episodes of From as soon as they drop every week, just like we did in season 3. So that's another thing. You can watch those with us. Doug might even join us for those watch parties. Doug is a friend of the channel. He's been a friend of the channel for a little over a year now and a frequent guest. So yeah, he's actually a member of our Discord as well. So every now and then he pops in and comments on stuff. So yeah, it's another way you can hang out with him. He may join us for those watch parties. He's done it before. And it's a lot of fun either way. We do the watch parties and there's a little chat section where you can talk about it while we watch with others in the community. And we do watch parties for other series and movies too, just for the fun of it. Oh, you found the picture. Yeah. So I can hold it up maybe. I'm gonna hold it up to the camera and show you what I'm talking about if nothing else works. Karl has the image of the the new character with the Bible. But anyway, yeah, please consider subscribing, hit the notification button. I do have a chronic health condition, so I am not always on time. Sometimes I have to postpone live streams. So the best way to stay informed about when lives are actually going to happen is to subscribe, hit the notification bell for all notifications. That way you'll know when we actually do go live. I'll try to make announcements via YouTube community posts, and I tag everybody in our Discord to let you know when the schedule changes and when we're actually going to start live streams. So anyway, let's see. I am gonna reboot this thing and see if that stops the issue from continuing. So Scarlet, I will be right back.
All right. So, if everybody can hear me, I got like some secret underground information that I was thinking the other day, and I actually thought about it today because I was talking with Fletch, and I was thinking Fletch and what we were talking about in the messages, and then I was thinking, well, You know what Julie said last night? She was talking about like two entities playing a chess game. And there's like, they're bringing people on board as chess pieces and everything. And then I got the revelation. I got it from the entity. And it told me deep, without a doubt, that Ethan is the man in yellow and he's the bad side and Julie's the good side. And there's going to be a battle. This chess match is between the brother and the sister. And I can't get this out of my head now because maybe Julie, as a story walker, went back in time and caused this all to happen. And then her brother is trying to make everything go bad because she like story walked with him and she left him like in the 1950s. And then he got mad. He was with the monsters. They made him a monster. He grew up to the present time. And then he killed Jim because, it was Jim. I can't get out of my head now. And I'm climbing down the rabbit hole, man. I just can't get out. I can't get back up. You're so awful.
Pull out, Scarlet, pull out.
That's what he said. I mean, there's no aliens in this, so there's no aliens, right? So at least I haven't gone there yet. And then a UFO came, and
Wait, there aren't any aliens?
Well, I'm trying to fit that in there because I do want to see a UFO going over the farm and picking up one of the cows. And I gotta fit that in.
That's what she said, huh?
Yeah, that's what she said. Don't tell Julie. I think she's coming back. That's the hot dope, everyone. That's the hot dope that she doesn't know.
I'm back
Secret
now.
Theories. No, I kept getting this theory in my head that Julie and Ethan are playing the chess game and they're going to be the entities.
Oh, maybe.
Can't get it out now, Julie. Because last night you were talking about it being like a chess game between two entities, and I'm thinking, what if Julie does story walk in the past and causes this all to happen? And with their skill set that they get, they become the entities.
Oh, hey, it could be. It could be.
What's gonna happen? She'll story walk in the past and what?
She'll become like the other entity, the opposing entity to the man in yellow.
Oh, so
because she's causing everything to happen by her story walking. And then she accidentally leaves Ethan in the past, and he grows up to the present to be the man in yellow. I know Doug's gone now, so I can say this.
Yeah, Doug's not a fan of the Ethan in yellow theory.
Even if it's true, it's true.
Hey, I think Ethan could become the man in yellow. I'll come right out and admit it.
I don't play backgammon, Susie. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, I definitely don't play backgammon. I've seen it, and it's too fast. I watched it. I went to a chess and backgammon club, and I could play chess, but that backgammon was too fast for me. I didn't even know what people were doing. It's got a weird number system. I don't know, but the pieces are pretty. The wooden boards and everything. The pieces are really pretty. I'll say that. Is there backgammon in Lost?
Yes. Backgammon is a big.
Lost, Susie.
Yeah, it's a big thing in Lost. But look, it worked. Thank God.
Yay.
I can show images. So this is the image I was trying to show that kept glitching earlier. This is our new character. She's the new arrival in town, Sophia. That was according to the new casting announcement, and she's a pastor's daughter. So we got our first appearance already in the teaser, and she's listed
named after the goddess of wisdom. Everyone, the Gnostic goddess of wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, they love to pull from mythology. And now, according to the casting announcement, this new actress is Julia Doyle. She's joined as a series regular, and she's described as a sheltered and vulnerable pastor's daughter. And her character is expected to add potentially religious new dimensions to the town's mysteries in the upcoming season. So there she is, and she's sitting there praying, and that sure looks like a Bible sitting there on the nightstand with a crucifix on top of it. So someone finally brought a Bible into Fromville. Interesting.
Yeah, but they always had the kids book, the kids Bible stories at Colony House, though.
Yeah, and that's true. They had that, but no Bibles. No Bibles. And so this kind of dispels Father Cautry's theory, I think, that they're living out book 74 of the Bible, and that's why there are no Bibles in town. I think we can knock that theory off the board here. And it looks like she's staying at the clinic. That's definitely the clinic. You can see you've got the remnants of the old school behind her on the wall with the numbers. And the random like mismatched lamps and beat up clinic bed behind her. So she's staying at the clinic, and my guess is she got in an accident and she's there to be examined because she's got cuts on her. She has cuts on her neck and on her face. So like my friend Robert in the Discord, he pointed out he suggested that maybe she got in a car accident on her way into town, and that would make sense. Maybe that's why she's at the clinic and she's covered in cuts all over her. So that's that detail. Hey there, Doc. Nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you enjoyed the trailer. You just the teaser trailer with the emphasis on tease, because it really was a tease. You just missed Doug. Doug was with us for over 2.5 hours, a surprise guest. Not expecting him to join, but that was a lot of fun. Bill Chill said Ghost Jim and Elgin will not allow you to show the From Bible reveal. Yeah, because my machine, my Chromebook was glitching like crazy and not letting me show it. It was creepy.
Yeah, there was some talk, some of my own talk that's in another live that said that the Sophia character and Elgin would form a cult. And now I hope it's an Olden cult, because he doesn't have an eyeball anymore, and he's attracting, he has a crow shirt and the ravens and the crows of Odin.
Oh, yeah.
But this lives rent free in my head, and it just came from like seeing how many people were wearing blue shirts in the teaser, and I thought, okay, so all the cult people wear blue shirts, like the cult and the Yellow Jackets wears purple.
Right. Okay.
But it's all in my head.
Yeah.
Really, it's all in my head.
So when this was glitching out and it wouldn't let me show this image, Amy said, From won't allow Bibles, so why not the live? Terrell said, a From entity will not allow it.
We totally allow Bibles here of all types.
Bill said, Julie's Chromebook saw the tree fall. The mysterious faraway tree, or the tree that falls in the road. Yeah. Tony said the power of Christ compels you. Yeah, it would not let me show it. Well, here it is. It's finally here. Bill said, from his faraway trees, Bibles are books, and books are made of paper, which comes from what?
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Susie. Susie said, hope you are doing okay. My spine is turning into an actual seashell these days. Always thinking of you and sending love, Jules. Well, thank you. That's very kind. Thank you, Susie. I'm doing rough. I'm in a lot of pain. My pain condition is worse than ever, but I'm not giving up. I'm hanging in there, and I'm trying to find better treatment. And I'm sorry to hear that your spine is giving you trouble, and I hope you find relief for your pain. Anyway, let's see. Muncher Luncher said, justice for Dale. He was too powerful, so the From had to neutralize him. I miss Dale.
I really don't like when people kill off the funny characters in shows,
I don't either. It's a real shame. I miss him. I like the funny characters.
Yeah, because I just feel that it's just going to get serious and more apocalyptic,
Yeah. Hey Debbie, nice to see you, Debbie Bill Bebby. You're up late tonight. She said I'm calling her. Well, she seems to be filling a role. This kind of fuels the theory that there are certain roles that need to be filled in this town. And when someone dies who filled that role, someone else shows up to fill it. And in this case, it's the religious or spiritual role. In season 1, Father Kotri filled it, and then he died. And no sooner did he die than the bus showed up with Tilly on it. And in season 2, Tilly, she had a prayer circle. She held a prayer circle, and she was a spiritual person. So she died in season 3, and now we have the arrival of this extremely religious pastor's daughter. So fuel to that theory that now we have this role that needs to be filled, and here she is to fill it. Interesting. And I think, personally, I believe the reason for this particular role is that there is a helpful entity, I think represented by the boy in white. But either way, a helpful entity is bringing certain people to town to offer hope to the other, either hope or some form of help to the residents there. And a religious or spiritual figure can bring hope and comfort to people. So I believe the boy in white, or a helpful entity. If you don't believe it's the boy in white, that's fine. But I believe a helpful entity brought Father Kotri to town. Back in season 1, he said that he was about to jump off a bridge one night, and he heard a voice that told him, get back in his car and drive. And then he got in it. He did what it said. 3 hours later, he was in Fromville. And I don't think that's a coincidence. And I don't think it was really the voice of God. It's very suspicious. And why would the real God send him to this horrible place? I don't think we're dealing with God in this show. I think we're dealing with mysterious God-like entities. So I think a helpful Father Kotri pretending to be God and lured him in there, got him to get in his car like he was told to do, and he did it. He drove to Fromville, and he served a helpful purpose there. He gave people hope. Spirituality can bring great hope to people and help them go on, and that can help them manage the fear. There's an evil entity in this place that feeds on fear and suffering. Hope and comfort, those things counter that. So that's why I think whenever somebody dies who fills that role, someone else shows up to fill it. This helpful entity brought Tilly, in my opinion, to bring hope to people. And now it's brought this young girl. Now, we'll see. We'll see how she actually is on the show, but I predict that she will be of some sort of help. If nothing else, that maybe she will bring hope to people and inspire them to keep the faith, in these really dark times that they're going to be living through. No, let's see. And maybe she's that pastor's daughter. There was that sus priest. They say she's a pastor's daughter, but there was a really super sus priest in Camden, Maine, featured in season 3. And I think it would be awesome if it's his daughter, because it seemed like he knew things that he shouldn't have known. It seemed like he knew that Tabitha needed to open that lunchbox and look at what was inside. And there was the address to Henry's house. He convinced her to open that lunchbox. He stopped her when she was trying to leave and got her to open it. He had a weird look on his face. He knew that her deceased baby was a boy. She asked what was his name. She never said it was a boy. So I think, and I have always had the theory that this helpful entity that I believe exists in this place spoke to that priest and warned him, prepared him that a woman is going to come to you and you need to point her in the right direction. She'll have a lunchbox. Get her to open it. And yeah, I think that entity spoke to him and influenced him in that way. And it was helpful. She wound up following that address to Henry's house and connecting with a piece of her past, because Henry was her husband in a past life. That can only be a good thing, a helpful thing, because I think it's important that Tabitha needed to remember her roots and figure out where she came from, so that she can figure out a way out of this place eventually, figure out a way to break the cycle along with Jade. So it would be cool if this girl is actually that priest's daughter, but that part might be a stretch. She was described as a pastor's daughter, and that's not the same thing. But anyway,
it's fun to think about anyway.
But it's fun to think about.
Fun to think about.
Debbie said if she's a pastor's daughter, then she probably doesn't have a Catholic Bible. Yes, exactly, because it's different than a priest, the one that Khatri refers to. Yeah, so that's true. It's probably a different version of the Bible. Tony said, not necessarily a book like the Bible, but I once came across a theory that mentioned a story within a story. Our mains are inside someone's cursed story and they cannot get out. Meaning, our minds, I think that should say, are inside someone's cursed story and they cannot get out. That's an interesting idea. Wow, that's a really cool. Yeah, that's a really cool theory. I like that. Yeah. Doesn't necessarily have to be the Bible. Yeah, they could be trapped in someone else's cursed story. As long as it's real. I need it to be real, though. If it turns out that this is all fake and they're not really living this, I'll be upset.
like Ethan just wakes up and he's like, I had the strangest dream.
Mm-hmm.
And you were in it. Or Sarah's staring at a snow globe in a mental institution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Tony said, I love new theories too. The anticipation makes you entertain these theories. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks, Debbie. The cold has definitely been wreaking havoc on my pain for sure. So, but starting tomorrow, there's going to be a reprieve here from the extreme cold, and it'll be a little bit more bearable. So I hope that maybe that'll help with my pain.
Freezing. It'll be above freezing.
Yes, some actual above freezing temperatures.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Debbie just
Heat wave.
62 likes. Thanks so much. Please hit the like button. It helps people find the stream. I'm a little channel that could still trying to make it further up the echelon. It's not easy trying to break into the algorithm as a small channel, and hitting the like button and subscribing, trying to do whatever you can. Share the video, post a comment in the comment section when the thing is over. All of that helps push this out to more people. Tony thinks Boy in White is a positive glitch. Okay. Hey, Tamika's Den, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Debbie says, I agree, Julie, about the sus pastor from Tammy's confession. I wrote down the 2 Bible verses that were written on the church sign next to the confessional. Oh, yes. So at the church where Tabitha visited in season 3, Debbie noticed that there were these Psalms at that church, and she made a note of that and looked them up. So one of them read, He made the moon to mark the seasons, and the sun knows when to go down. You bring darkness, it becomes night, and all the beasts of the forest prowl. That's very fitting to the show, isn't it? I mean,
it's interesting because of, remember when we were saying earlier in season 1 that the priest was wearing the sun and moon motifs?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's not a typical priest like motif to wear.
No, it's not. He was wearing I forget what those things are called. It's this sash that he had over him. On one side was a sun and the other side had a moon. And that's not a typical, that's not something that Catholic priests wear. And there's a lot of that. There's the sun and moon imagery on the talismans too. And there's, obviously, there's the fact that the monsters come out and prowl in the darkness of the night on the show. So very fitting quote. And then this one, he spreads the snow like wool and scatters the frost like ashes. He hurls down his hail like pebbles. Who can withstand his icy blast? That one is a little harder to connect to the show. But then again, I mean, winter had come to the place.
That's the connection that I see for that particular season.
Right? Yeah,
that winter had come and it had never been winter before. Is that what Victor said?
Yeah. It had never been winter in all of Victor's 40 years there.
Mm-hmm. So that definitely was different.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. JT Moore says Fatima ended season 1 by getting engaged, and season 2 by getting married, and season 3 by giving birth. So how will season 4 end?
Divorce time.
I think you want to know what I think. I think Ellis is probably going to die this season, so she'll be a widow by the end of season 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Boyd's family has been getting off too easy, if you ask me. Boyd lost his wife Abby, but that was in a flashback. That was before the events of the series, and he and his family keep surviving. All three of them, him and Ellis and Fatima, year after year. Fatima, there's no way she should have survived that ordeal. And I know what she went through was horrific and traumatizing with the pregnancy and Smiley, but it's still, she survived with her life. It doesn't make sense to me that she survived that. So I think their luck in terms of surviving is going to run out. And if Place wants to break Boyd, what better way than to take away his son from him? And I don't think it'll be Fatima that dies, because they just had their chance to kill her off. Why would they do it? Why would they do it now? It would be redundant. It would be predictable. So I think Ellis may potentially not make it out of season 4. Now, let's go through all the pictures now. Let's start from the beginning and go through all of them and do an actual breakdown. So at the start, we have Boyd with his binoculars. He always seems to have these things handy. I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen him use binoculars. In season 1, it's interesting because here he is at Colony House doing it. In season 1, he was on the outs with Ellis and Colony House, and he was looking up the hill with those binoculars to make sure Ellis was okay, because Ellis didn't want anything to do with him. And now he's up at Colony House looking down the hill. I think what he's doing here, I think potentially he's looking down with binoculars because maybe the town is more divided again. And this time he's on the Colony House side, though. He and Donna will be on the same side, but Acosta will be opposing him, and others in the town will side with her. There may be a division between town and Colony House again, or not necessarily town and Colony House, but just Boyd's side versus Acosta's side. And maybe he's looking through his binoculars to see how things are going with something. This just reminded me of the division in season 1, because that's what he used the binoculars for then. And either way, I do think there's going to be division, because Acosta will not keep her mouth shut about Boyd torturing Elgin. She's definitely going to tell everybody. It goes against her training as a cop. You don't torture people like that. And she's going to tell everybody. Now, who was present there? Boyd, Donna, Kenny, and they let it happen. So this time, Boyd, Donna, and maybe Kenny will be on the same side. If Kenny doesn't side with Acosta, because they could end up dating.
You know what? You know what? Knowledge comes at Acosta. Now I got this whole thing in my head that Sophie and Acosta are going to be fighting against each other.
Oh.
Because you got Sophie as wisdom, and then you got Acosta as knowledge coming at Acosta. You know, this is the way my brain works this early in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yeah. The knowledge of what Boyd did to Elgin will come at a cost for him, because she's going to turn people in the town against him. There's already been a lot of pushback against Boyd. Season after season, people give him a hard time on everything, and they don't listen to his advice. They blame him for things that are not his fault. So I think that it's going to get worse now. She's going to tell everyone that he tortured Elgin, and Sarah took out his eye, and this happened on Boyd's watch. So I mean, Boyd didn't sanction that. He didn't sign off on that exactly, but I mean, he let it happen, and there are going to be consequences. I think the division in the town is going to make things worse for them and worse for Boyd as he tries to keep these people alive. And then Sarah is shown definitely down at the pool. And there's a bunch of red shirts around her, and they're looking at something, looking upset. I mean, Sarah looks like there's something wrong with what she's looking at. She looks kind of shocked. So there's no way it's just Dale, another Dale in the pool wall. Obviously, they're not going to pull that trick again. So I wonder if the monsters or the man in yellow planted a dead body in the pool for them to find. Maybe it could be Jim's body. It could be. But I personally think it would be much more fitting and poetic if they find Jim hanging from a tree. I predict they'll find him hanging upside down from a tree, which would fulfill Tabitha's premonition vision of him in a dream back in season 1. She dreamed that she was going up the lighthouse steps, and that was fulfilled by season 2. She really did go to the lighthouse, go up the steps. And what else is going to be prophetic from that dream? There was a toy ambulance in that dream. An ambulance wound up coming to town in season 3. And Jim was hanging upside down. Now, that could just be a metaphor for Jim in peril and dying later. So it may be that, but again, if he's found literally hanging upside down, I think it would be an awesome payoff to that vision where she saw him hanging upside down screaming in that dream way back in season 1. And it would make sense because it would be fitting with the playbook of the forces in this town. Remember, Jade had a vision of Civil War soldiers hanging their bodies, dead bodies, hanging from trees, dripping blood.
I like to say something.
Yeah.
In Norse mythology, Odin got his wisdom by hanging upside down and losing his eye.
Oh, interesting.
It could be why Jim was hanging upside down, because he got his knowledge, but at a price.
And it came at a yeah, that would be fitting. It came at a huge cost, and there are all kinds of mythological references in the show. So yeah, I'm hoping that that's how they'll find him, and it would just be awesome foreshadowing that they did if that's the case. And I'll point out an image here at the end of the trailer. At the end of the trailer here, look at this image. There's something odd about this image. Karl noticed this as we were watching it. The trees are upside down. The trees are upside down, and you see the tops of them going up into the sky down here. So maybe that's like from Jim's perspective, hanging upside down, the dead body of Jim hanging upside down from a tree where the man in yellow might leave him, because he was near the woods when he was killed.
This is the one from tonight.
Okay. He was near the woods when he was killed. So yeah, I predict they'll find him hanging upside down from a tree, and this is kind of like what Jim's perspective would be, hanging there. It's dark. It's really dark, but yeah, that would be awfully fitting.
Yeah, I think there's some birds there too. So there's some crows or something flying on them.
Yeah, there were crows flying there too.
Oh, this is explaining my my cult idea of them all wearing blue shirts.
Oh yeah,
They're all part of Sophia's cult.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue here. I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm. And Donna's wearing blue, and Jade's wearing blue, and Randall's wearing blue.
A
lot of blue.
Interesting. And blue is frequently used in the show. Blue. Let's see, what are the main colors that are used? There's a lot of blue. There's yellow imagery. There's yellow symbolism with like Fatima's yellow sweater. And Robert has. If Robert were here, he'd have all kinds of ideas on the symbolism of the blue.
Yeah, he told me that Donna was wearing blue, but with black underneath, so she was gonna die.
Oh, yes, yeah, he did.
He's already at Cannibal Village, right? She's already taken the steps to the Cannibal Village.
Yeah, yeah. Donna is wearing. Donna in this trailer is wearing like something with a black undershirt. I think he said, and so if
like a blue coat, right?
Yeah, so if she, yeah, there it is. So if she were to take off her blue shirt, she'd be in danger of dying, according to Robert's color theory. And Ellis is wearing black. So like Robert thinks that characters who wear black, like he tracks like what people are wearing and when they get killed. And once they wear black, they tend to get killed off. So that would fit with my prediction that Ellis is going to die this season too, incidentally. But yeah, going back up here, yeah, we have knowledge. So they showed these images that look like they're painted on a wall. Knowledge comes at a cost, which is the quote from the Man in Yellow, which is going to be a recurring theme for the rest of the series. Clearly, knowledge comes at a cost. And it's going to be more than just Jim's life. I think the revelation about Tabitha and Jade's origins is going to trigger a lot more repercussions for the entire town.
So you think those are just graphics like I do, right? Instead of something mystical happening, because some people thought something mystical was happening and these words are just showing up. But I thought it was just a stylistic thing for the graphics design department.
Yeah, I don't think they're literally gonna show that appearing on the wall.
Yeah, it's just like a stylized way for them to give us some text as to what's going on.
Right. And if you look, the words are painted in the same spot on the wall. The words are painted in the same spot on the wall. So like it would have to be like some magical thing where the word appears and then another word, it disappears and then another word appears in the same spot. Because obviously it's not painted all in a row. Like, no, I think that's just the graphics department. That's an ongoing theme of the show, and they really want to hammer that home. Like this season is going to be the cost, the payback for what what the Man in Yellow unleashed on them. For the revelation that Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated. And now that they know their origins, I think it's going to bring them closer to getting out of this place and ending the cycle. So now the evil force, the Man in Yellow, on the side of the Man in Yellow, the evil force in this place has to push back. That's another quote that was mentioned in this teaser. Victor is heard saying, "If we push too hard, something will push back." Sarah, back in season 1, said that Nathan said he thought that if they try look for answers and they push too hard, something will push back. So that theme keeps coming back again and again. And this is the pushback. This season is going to be the clampdown. They're getting too close to the truth. They're getting too close to figuring out how to end the cycle and end this whole ordeal for everyone. So now there's going to be hell to pay. And I think that's going to mean they're not even safe in the daytime anymore. Every single scene in this teaser, they're in the daytime. Every single one, there is not a single nighttime shot, and they all look troubled. They all look either troubled or upset or screaming. Life is not going on in a normal fashion for them right now. They had been living decent lives in the daytime, actual quality of life. Not anymore. And you can see that. You can see that things have changed for them at this point.
I was also gonna say Randall in blue here. I mean, it could be like a Mother Mary thing because Mary is often depicted in blue, and she's a Christian,
right?
Icon, deity.
Yeah.
It's early. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's also in blue. Yeah, so he's looking troubled, like, there's a concerned, troubled, or upset look on everybody's faces in these scenes. So there he is doing, at the spot where he does his pull-ups at the monkey bars, and with his scar. I think he's also on my death list for this season. I think Randall is not going to make it out alive. I predict he dies because in season 3, there was foreshadowing of that. He had such deep dread about going back to the ruins. He refused to go back with Julie. He went there once and he got a little bit close to the ruins where they were held captive in the dream state back in season 2. And he said it felt wrong to be there. It just felt wrong. And he won't go back there again. Julie, the teenager, is perfectly fine to go back there, but he's not. There's not much that scares him. So what is this deep dread about? I think it's because he senses that something terrible is going to happen to him if he goes in those ruins. And I believe that because he, Julie, and Marielle were all in the cicada coma together, I think they all would have story walking abilities. So if he goes,
I think that they're kind of related to past, present, and future too. Like Julie can story walk in the past, Marielle can see the future because she had that one dream about Smiley, and Randall's got something in the present that he does not want to confront.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I think that he's going to go back into the ruins this season. I think he'll be forced to do it because I think what's going to happen is Julie will story walk again and get into some kind of trouble where she needs help, or maybe she just convinces him to go with her and do that, and he won't make it out alive, and he'll die some sort of maybe heroic death. He's always had this hero streak. He turns into dime store Captain America, whenever someone is in trouble. From the time he arrived, even though he's been an asshole most of the time, he runs to the rescue when someone is in danger. He was one of the only people to volunteer to help Jim try to dig Tabitha out of the hole when their house collapsed. He didn't even know them at the time, but he volunteered to do it and risked his life. And that house fell down right on top of him. And then in season 3, he was on the ambulance with Boyd at night. The bus with Boyd at night when the ambulance showed up. And he volunteered to go out there with Boyd at night and try to help whoever was on that ambulance. Again, helping strangers, risking his life to help strangers. And he confronted the monsters. So I think he'll probably go into the ruins with some sort of heroic purpose and die there in season 4. I think that'll be it for him. Now, let me check in with the chat, though, because it's been a while. Let's see. Susie said Sophia would represent wisdom and Gnostic beliefs. Oh, okay. And about the pool scene, Debbie was wondering if it could just be something as simple as Henry got drunk and fell in the pool. Yeah, it could be. It could be as simple as that. We could be reading too much into something that's not even something horrifying, because no one is like screaming or anything like that. Tony said, do you reckon it was Donna who found Jim hanging from the tree upside down? I think it's likely that Julie will probably find him herself. The reason I say that is she's screaming so viscerally in this trailer. Where's the part where she's screaming? Right here. She's screaming in the daytime. Now, yeah, there could be some horrible threat in the daytime now. Like I said, I don't think they're necessarily safe even in the daytime. But what is she screaming for with this much horror? I think it would be fitting if Julie finds Jim. And think about it. This is a time travel storyline now. Time travel storylines love to play with the trope of someone almost running into their future self in a scene. Future Julie has just failed to save Jim, and future Julie, I predict, will leave the scene and will not run into present Julie. I think she'll go back, she'll leave, she'll be brought back to her own time, right? And then this Julie, present Julie, will come and find Jim just missing by a hair, seeing her future self, which would be fun, like a near miss scenario where she almost sees her future self. Time travel stories do that kind of thing all the time. And that looks like the face of someone who could be seeing her father ripped apart and deceased, in the way that she's reacting like that. It's very much like future Julie screamed as she watched Jim being murdered. So that's my prediction. Scarlet, what do you think? What do you think Julie could be screaming about? Do you think maybe she finds Jim? You there, Scarlet? Let me see. I'm scrolling back up to further up. Here we go. And then in this scene, Tabitha goes running out of the house. So I'm thinking maybe Tabitha was just informed about Jim's death. And maybe that's why she goes running out of the house. She goes running, and then a little bit later in the teaser, you see what I think is the immediate aftermath of that, because she seems to be wearing the same clothes. Julie says, "Mom," and then Tabitha is just walking with this haunted, devastated look on her face. And she's wearing what looks like the same outfit.
And that Julie's like regular Julie, not future Julie.
Yeah.
Where is future Julie? Who knows where she's at?
Yeah, I think she'll probably go right back to her own time, and Julie will just miss her. It will be like, oh man, she almost ran into herself,
Like they're walking out opposite parts of the woods, and she just walks up while the other one's walking out.
Yeah.
They walk right past each other, but they don't see each other.
Yes. I think that would be fun, We'll all be like yelling at the screen, like, oh no, that would have been so cool, if she had run into her own self. But look at Tabitha's face. I see tears on her face. It looks like a tear coming down one eye and another tear maybe on the side of her chin. and she looks devastated and
Got a little bit of blood on there, probably Jim's blood on her bottom of her cheek.
Oh yeah, maybe that too, and she looks like haunted. So yeah, I think this is probably in the immediate aftermath of finding out that Jim is dead. And so what could happen here is I mean, in this scenario, Julie doesn't know what's wrong with her mother, though. So Julie wouldn't have found him unless, I mean, unless potentially, I don't know. I don't know if how that would work. Maybe Tabitha gets word that that Jim has been found. She runs out of the house, and Julie's like, "What, Mom? What's going on?" And then she follows her, and they both find Jim's body, or they both go see Jim's body hanging from the tree. It could be that, where it's not just Julie by herself, but I do think that scream that she lets out could be her seeing Jim's body hanging from the tree. And Tabitha's going to be devastated that Jim is dead, and she left him all by himself. She'll probably carry a lot of guilt and blame herself because she left him on his own and took off after she got that revelation that she was reincarnated. She told him that she'd been reincarnated and she had a child with Jade in the original timeline, and she just bailed and said that she just needs some time. She needs some space, and leaves Jim alone. And then Jim gets his throat ripped out. So he wouldn't have even been out there in the woods with them if it wasn't for Tabitha and Jade concocting that plan to go out there and play the song that they came up with from the music notes they decoded. So, she'll definitely be dealing with some guilt and blame herself for what happened to Jim. So I think that's a look of grief and devastation, shock. Let's hope that it's not another Ankui kid vision that sends her running out of the house, because I've had about enough of those repetitive, redundant Ankui kid visions and Tabitha's, oh my god, no, over and over again. Like, we need something new. I really hope it's something different that sends her running out of the house. Because that was my first thought when I saw her run out of the house. Oh no, she saw the Ankui again. It's gonna be no. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Again. And then there was Boyd. Boyd, just kind of, I don't know what he was doing with his hand up, but he had his hand up, and then he turns and he's looking at someone. And there's a lot of this. Characters kind of just looking off in the distance.
Looking at the things.
This teaser. It's like
it's
what the hell?
It's only a tease.
This teaser is such a tease. Like, who is everyone looking at? What are they doing?
I feel like it's just like a roll call. It's like, and Boyd's there, and Sarah's there.
Yeah.
And Tammy's there, and Julie's there. And
it's a who's who. It's a who's who of Fromville, and I mean, it's like they wanted to just kind of give almost everybody a second, but there are several people who are missing from this teaser. Ethan is missing. So is Kenny. So is Acosta and Elgin and Marielle.
Mm-hmm.
So now Elgin may sort of have a presence in the teaser. Christie's probably tending to his eye in this, but you don't see who she's with. Mm-hmm. But there's no Marielle, there's no Kenny, no Acosta, and no Ethan, which doesn't mean anything bad for those characters, because this is only a brief teaser. Mm-hmm. Just because they showed us a lot of the cast doesn't mean that there's anything, ominous about whoever's missing. Once they give us a full trailer, then we can start to kind of draw some some conclusions like, oh, so and so is absent from the full trailer. Are they going to be, killed off or whatever? But it's too soon for that. But yeah, here's the who's who. There's Boyd. Here's Jade. Looking at something. We don't know what they're
looking at something behind him. Trees behind him. That's a surprise.
Yeah, more
no trees around here.
More trees.
Because people are like, oh, these are definitely the trees where the cannibal village is. How can you tell? They all look the same. This is a bunch of pine trees.
Yeah, they're all the same. You can't possibly.
There's this little thing of white that's a building of some kind. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I think that might be? Actually, I've been trying to figure out what the hell that is. Just out of curiosity.
It was that one building. Wasn't the one building that we were always like, what's that building for?
Oh, yeah, maybe it's that. Or what? Wait, oh no, never mind. I was gonna say maybe I thought it was for a second that Hawaiian lady thing, but that's an actual rectangular billboard that's in town. It's not weirdly shaped like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. This doesn't give us much. It's just Jade, still looking like a mountain man. Still lumberjack Jade. And his progression continues every season, turning into Sasquatch. But you know what though? It doesn't look that different this time to me. I think
a little trimmed. He's a little trimmed up.
Yeah. I don't think I think they finally said, okay, like enough is enough with this,
or else he's just going to turn into a wizard. Is that what's happening?
Yeah. So, it looks about the same, frankly, as season 3 this time, and the beard isn't going down to his waist or anything. It's just the same. And it looks like this is still winter. He's still got his sweater on and layers. So I think this show does pick up in the immediate aftermath of season 3. I had been thinking there may be a time jump to start the season, but it's definitely looking like we're picking up in the aftermath of season 3. But I think the seasons are definitely going to change, though. They started shooting in summer. They shot from June to November. So winter is going to finally end, and I think that's because the man in yellow has been summoned, and so things are going to start changing again. It's not going to stay stuck the way it was. So things are moving forward, and yeah, like Karl and I, as we were watching it, Karl noticed that it doesn't look like winter in a lot of these shots anymore. There's a lot more sunlight. And the trees look greener. People are wearing lighter outfits, lighter clothes. Randall's here in short sleeves.
Yeah.
Ellis.
But he's from Michigan, so that's the way we dress in winter.
Right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine below. It's fine.
Oh, I forgot to unhighlight that comment. But yeah, it looks like the seasons are changing again. And in this one, Sarah still got a sweater on, but see other people in short sleeves. So
the cold people.
Yeah.
I'm the same with like Debbie's comment that nothing separates two like groups of people in a town like a cult. Because then you have your cult people and your believers and your non-believers.
Yeah, indeed. Where did she say that? I'm trying to find it.
Oh, she just called it Blue Bible culty girls.
Right.
The blue trend. But then Susie said that in Gnostic texts, Sophia is described as giving off an intense blue light.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. So anyway, Jade, he looks troubled, but then again, Jade always looks troubled. So,
he always looks frazzled.
This could be just another day in the life for him. Nothing that unusual. Or
he sees Tom.
Yeah. Maybe so. Maybe it's Ghost Tom coming
Or
back
Jim.
again.
Jim and Tom.
Maybe Ghost Tom polishing up a glass in the middle of the woods again or something.
And Jim.
And Jim. I really hope we get Ghost Jim.
Yeah.
I want to see Ghost Jim coming back and saying, "Keep your hands off my wife."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would be fun. So yeah, I'm really glad we got a little bit of Jade in this. He's my favorite character, and you know, he and Tabitha are at the center of all of it. So it's going to be up to them to try and break this cycle somehow. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I do think it's possible. But you know, Amy here said, right now we're in the part of the story where all hell breaks loose. It has to happen to get to the good future. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, all hell is gonna break loose, and this shit is gonna get real this season. And there's no doubt about that. So, but yeah, you gotta have the darkness to get to the light. So I think that there can still be a happy ending in the end. I do think that they can break the cycle. And Jade is gonna have to work really hard to hold on to his sanity and keep figuring this thing out, because it's just gonna get harder and harder as time goes on. And I think the body count is gonna go up for sure. And I think Jade will step up and look out for Tabitha and the kids now. I don't think he's going to start hooking up with Tabitha. I mean, she just lost her husband tragically, and she and Jim were reconciling too. And even if they weren't doing better as a married couple, it's still a process where she's going to be grieving him and feeling guilty. And I do think that that this will be a huge obstacle. The grief and the guilt are going to be an obstacle for Tabitha in working together with Jade to figure out a way out of all this, because they are the key. Those two, they're the ones who were reincarnated over and over again because they failed to save the children who were sacrificed. And so it's essential that they keep their eye on the ball and focus on figuring out a way out of all this. And what does it mean to actually save these children who are already dead? How can they end all of this? How can they figure out this puzzle? And what a distraction it's going to be. I think a big reason why Jim was killed is precisely to cause this grief and distraction in Tabitha. Because she'll definitely feel guilty. Like I was saying, she's going to feel guilty for dragging Jim out there to be involved in her plan with Jade, and then leaving him alone once she got him out there. And yeah, so that the knowledge that they gained will come at a cost for her. And that's why Jim had to die. Jim's the one who figured out, you know, the key to unlocking their memories of their past. And now he's going to be, you know, the guilt over his death is going to throw an obstacle in her way, in Tabitha's way. And essentially, I think that's a big reason why Jim was killed, why the man in yellow took him out. And you know, then let's see what else is going on here. We have Victor and Henry. Of course, Victor doing the usual, having a meltdown.
Yeah.
He's like, you know, he's in the fetal position, rocking and clutching his knees, and his father Henry is trying to comfort him as usual. You know, this is par for the course for Victor. He's traumatized, and he can't get over the burden of that this town has put on him for 40 years, and he feels guilt of his own. He feels responsible for his mother getting killed, going off, because he told her, the boy in white said that Christopher needed to save the children and go through this bottle tree, and she went out and did it. She went out and tried to do it, and then she died. So that's a big reason why he's so traumatized, not to mention all the carnage he's seen and having to bury her dead body as a child, and allegedly burying Eloise's body, but I don't buy it. He said he wasn't sure it was her, so that's a whole other story. But
yeah, I was thinking about that Rainbow Bridge thing when I saw the stone for Eloise has a rainbow on it.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
My thoughts are all fragmented.
Yeah. No, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, it's like, reference to the Rainbow Bridge. And like Victor, I think Victor is in danger of getting killed off if he remembers everything from his past. If he ever gets to a point where he finishes uncovering his memories, I think he's done. He'll have fulfilled his purpose, and he'll be killed off. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope he still remains confused and forgetting huge chunks of his past, because he could be in danger of getting killed off if he remembers everything. But I think the show would be crazy to kill him off. He's way too great of an actor for them to lose him. So, so he's not on my top pick list for people to get killed off this season. But if he does remember everything, then that'll be it. Or if he remembers any really key information any more than he already has, that could be it for him. What a tragedy that would be if he dies and his father, who just got reunited with him after 40 years, is stuck without him now in this nightmare realm. That would be just so cruel.
Well, hopefully Eloise will be there in some form if that happens.
Yeah, and I think this will be the season that we find out Eloise survived.
I think she's the one leaving the goats. I think she's the one leaving the lettuce.
Yeah.
Knocking on doors.
Yeah. I think I think she could be. She could be the one out at the cannibal village, creeping around there. Maybe feral Eloise has been living out there all along. But what I think will happen, I do think that we'll get some flashback. I'm sure, I'm confident that they're finally going to give us the missing piece to the flashback as to what happened back in 1978, because there's something missing and they need to show us the rest. They showed Victor and Eloise in the root cellar and Miranda leaving them. And then moments later, Eloise runs after her. It's still daytime. And the next thing we see is Miranda getting killed by Smiley at night at the tree in the woods. No Eloise in sight. So we need that missing piece. We need that missing flashback. And how can we get it? We can get it through story walking Julie. That's the only way, because Victor, we only got Victor's flashback through him. He remembers his mother leaving them. Then we got Miranda, the flashback to Miranda's death through Tabitha remembering her past life as Miranda. But my guess is she may not know what happened to Eloise. Maybe she knows, and that's another memory Tabitha needs to remember from her past life. But I think much more likely is Julie will story walk back to 1978, and she'll interact with both young Victor and young Eloise, I think. And she'll either witness what happened to Eloise and how she survived, or she'll actively be the one. I think she'll probably be the one to save Eloise herself, push her through a faraway tree, and she'll probably be the one to save her. And then young Victor, I think she's going to meet him in that timeline. I think Julie will meet young Victor, and that will explain how Victor was so comfortable with her in season 1, episode 1, where he just started talking to her. Oh, were you in one of the 2 cars? That hasn't happened in a long time. 2 cars arriving at the same time. What do you think it means? He's never that chatty with people. He's a loner, and he didn't even know her. So I think that'll explain it. He knew her on some level. He just didn't remember. But instinctively, he trusted her because he had met her as a child. Which also could be why he drew that picture of her when she was sleeping.
Yeah.
Trying to remember her, trying to work that out in the recesses of his mind. Somewhere deep down, he remembers her. That's my prediction, but who knows? I'll eventually make a video about that and put it out before season 4. I've been meaning to do it for the last year, but I thought, no one's gonna really watch From videos anyway until it's trending again, until season 4 is coming.
Yeah.
So I decided to wait until it got closer, and I think we're here now. So
yeah, that's a good move.
Huh?
It's a good move.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start making some theory videos again and putting them out whenever I have an idea or a prediction in the next few months. I'm gonna do a video on that and anything else that comes up. That's the one thing I didn't make a video on. I did make a video on how I think this whole story walking time travel thing's gonna work and the way I think it'll function. And I don't think Julie can save Jim. And that Jim represents the finger puppet Norman, metaphorically. Like I went into all that in a video last year. And I made a video, of course, on the man in yellow versus the boy in white, my theory on how I think they're 2 opposing entities. So I did that stuff. I'm glad I made those videos, and I'll make more theory videos soon. But yeah, that's pretty much the gist of that little bit here. And again, this looks like
there's woods behind them.
And there's woods.
There's woods. I know exactly where they are. Oh, I don't. It's no woods. I don't know. It could be a faraway tree. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Woods.
Yep. It looks like maybe the seasons have already started to change here. They're outside without coats, so warmer. There's Christy, and she is sitting here looking kind of, it's a little hard to decipher her expression, but looking kind of sickened by what she's looking at. And there's a hand here.
It could be Elgin's hand.
Yes. There's a hand here, and we know Elgin definitely needs medical attention right away. Sarah just plucked out his eye. So, and this is Colony House. So I think we can safely assume this is Elgin. And she's there to treat him, and she doesn't even know what the hell to do with his eye being plucked out. Yeah, she's like,
exactly, that's the look.
She looks like she's exhaling there, like, oh my god, like what the fuck do I do with this? She's got limited resources. They don't exactly have a hospital here in town.
I have to make a glass eye out of something I can find around here.
Yep. It's just like, just fuck my life.
Maybe I can find a marble somewhere, maybe a king size marble. Put in that socket.
Yeah. Her expression is just saying, fuck my life right here. Just, oh, God.
It's not blue, though, but it looks like Elgin's in blue. There's a little bit of blue there, so.
Yeah, it looks like Elgin's wearing blue there.
Or some kind of blue. Something.
And,
no trees.
No trees.
She's
So
definitely inside.
yes, she's inside. Maybe And maybe she'll be so disgusted with what happened to Elgin that she'll turn on Boyd, that could happen. I do think that there's going to be a lot more division in the town as a result of what happened here. And
it's perfect for a cult to come in.
Yeah, a cult could really take
People
advantage.
are emotionally, vulnerable.
Yes, a cult could definitely take advantage of that. So yeah, she's dealing with this, and so she could wind up, if there are two factions and it's Boyd versus Acosta, she could wind up on Acosta's side against Boyd because of what he let happen to Elgin. He unleashed Sarah on him, not knowing what she was going to do to him, but knowing that Sarah is capable of horrific things, horrific violence. And that's what happened. So yeah, there's that. Fatima looks terrified here. She looks like really scared. She's looking over her shoulder. There's just something, I get a very unpleasant vibe from this. Like there's some kind of threat, and it's daytime. You notice there's sunlight streaming in, and yet she looks really scared considering it's daytime. She's not pregnant with the smiley pod anymore, and I know she's still dealing with the trauma, the aftermath of what happened. I just think it's ominous that you have multiple people looking scared or screaming in the daytime, and there's not a single night scene in this thing. And the man in yellow comes out in the daytime now. So they're not safe even in the daytime. You never know when he could show up or why at this point. So yeah, that's what I thought of when I saw her scared expression. And once again, daytime. They show us this. I mean, they could have shown her anywhere, but they show us a shot of her where we can clearly see the sunlight is streaming in, and yet she looks terrified. So I definitely think that an overarching theme of this whole teaser is, they are not safe even in the daytime anymore. And we see scene after scene where they look troubled or scared, and it's daytime. So that's a game changer now. It is never going to be the same for them. And here's Sophia, as we talked about earlier, praying. Be really interested to see how she deals with and processes what happens to her when she gets to town, and how she manages to reconcile her faith with the insane horrors of this place that, there's just no, there's no explanation for any of this. This is not a typical earthly thing that you'd pray for help with. It's, it's out of this world. It's supernatural. So it should be really interesting to see, is she a force for good and helpfulness in the town? I think she probably will be, filling the role of a Tilly or a Father Khatri. At the very least, she'll be a force for positivity. And Donna is at Cannibal Village, checking out one of the totems. Not much to really say there. I mean, I do think that Cannibal Village will pay off with something in season 4. They teased it so much.
Tease. Yeah, the word tease comes up.
Yeah. They teased us with this so much. They teased us with the footsteps and the knocking around at the cabins in season 3, and they need to pay that off with some kind of big event or threat over there. And it could be that it was just the man in yellow walking around out there, but at that point he hadn't been summoned yet by the revelation of reincarnation though, so it probably wasn't him. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen out there this time. And these totems, they definitely seemed like an earlier form of talisman. They seemed like they were warding off some kind of evil at one time. Maybe a previous form of the talismans before the talismans were made. This was a colonial era settlement. And it had those really ancient looking cabins from the colonial period. So maybe the talismans hadn't been created yet, and they used these to ward off the monsters in some way. And then who knows, they could also have been keeping out some other threat, some other level of threat. And Jade disturbed them. He disturbed the little diamond shaped group of totems, and nothing ever happened. I'm still waiting for a payoff to this.
This is a really bad idea. There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open. You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit? I'm sure whoever built it won't mind. Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Well, I mean, if it's shaped like one of those binding protection runes, yeah, you just like pull it apart. So,
yeah. So I'm still waiting for a payoff for that. And I really hope we get it. And Robert sent me some images that I didn't show until the end of the live last night. So I'll pull them up really quick and show them now. So right here, back in season 3, he noticed, it's a little hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in. You see there are 4 totems in a diamond shaped. There's one up here, there's one to the right, there's one down here, and then there's one to the left. And there are sticks connecting them in a diamond shape. There are several sticks, and that was the ancient tower of holy scary shit that that Dale was referring to. It was this thing. That's what Jade pulled apart. And what was that about? And like Robert had a really great observation that this looks like one of the talismans. It's got a kind of diamond shape. And then here's another image where you can see it maybe a little bit better, a little more clearly here. You can see a totem there. There's one to the right, there's one down here, and there's one to the left. And they've got those sticks connecting them in a diamond shape with these crisscross spots where the totem heads are. They crisscross. And there it is out near the cabins. Now, you look at the totems, and they also have these crisscross things. There's a diamond shape, and then at this part here at the top, there's a crisscross spot, and there's another crisscross. Here's another image showing that. And this highlights it so that you can kind of see the shape that's
definitely a rune, but I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
We had to talk about this at like 5 in the morning one day.
Yeah. That's a rune for sure.
Susie. Maybe
yeah. That is definitely a rune. And
I think it was some kind of protective thing, or it was housing an entity or something. Here comes Jade, just tearing it all apart.
He just came and tore it down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I definitely think it was an earlier form of the talismans, keeping out some form of evil, keeping out the monsters, or maybe some other entity.
Yeah.
But yeah, they need to pay that off. They need to show us something happening out at the village. And I hope it wasn't just a tease, because that would be really frustrating, you know. They were setting up and, you know, leaving us in anticipation of a big event happening there. And especially when they all
instead of anything happening there.
Yeah.
Anything.
And especially when they all, a big group of them, went out there to stay at the cabins and forage for vegetables, I thought for sure something terrible was going to go down out there.
Well, I guess Christy got her foot stuck in a trap.
But yeah.
I thought that was going to lead to something. It didn't really.
Yeah, that was it. And all we got was just some exposition the next day about how they heard footsteps walking around outside or knocking at the cabin walls. And that was all. So yes, I mean, you know, maybe by tearing down those totems, Cannibal Village is more vulnerable to attack now. And you know, and then I saw Fletch and Robert were having a conversation about that in the Discord too, you know. Maybe like Fletch was saying, maybe in each cycle they created their own way of protection in the past. Totems and talismans were examples of that. And Fletch had said that when the settlers arrived in the OG timeline, the ritual happened, and then after that, the totems were built for protection. That was like the first form of protection. So anyway, so I thought that was a cool bit of theory crafting that they were doing. And but before we move on, let's check in with the folks in the chat again. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and consider subscribing. Trying to reach 2,000 subscribers. And 64 likes. Thank you so much. Like Karl said, wow, thanks for the support, guys. Consider donating to my Cashapp if you know, if you're so inclined. Any amount is greatly appreciated. No amount is too small. And there's the Cashapp right there, or the Venmo. They're also scrolling at the bottom of the video here all the time, and in the description of the video as well. StreamYard is not cheap, and I'm doing this as a labor of love, but I'm not monetized. YouTube doesn't pay me anything. So anyway, let's see. Yeah, with Alice, Dale died after. That's a good point. I mean, after he said that about Jade pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit.
Well, he also tried to run through a faraway tree just to see what would happen.
Yeah, he died. He died after that.
Not the smartest moves.
It wasn't the smartest move, no. So you know, he kind of made his own bed, but with Alice, you have a point though. And she said Jade maybe next. Oh, I hope not.
He said about Dale because Dale was the one that told him not to do it.
Yeah.
So if he did, you know, what that happened to him because of that, I'm like, that's unfair.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, don't kill off Jade. He's the best character on the show. He has the funniest lines and the most interesting and deep character, I think, just in terms of how well-rounded he is. He's not just comic relief. He has emotional depth too, and intelligence, and so yeah, that would be terrible if they killed him off. I think he's safe because he's too central to the main story of the origin of this place. He and Tabitha are at the center of it all. So I think they are going to have to both make it to the end of the series. I'd say both of them are safe until the end. That doesn't mean they're going to make it out alive. They could still get taken out in the series finale. There's nothing saying that they can't be. but I do think they'll make it at the very least until the end of the series. Carl said the smoke monster will get in now. No, different show. Yeah. Yeah. They had their own little force field to protect from the smoke monster on Lost, but they used technology for that. Yeah, Amy also had said it fell when it fell after that Dale died. I think they messed things up by fooling with it. Maybe so. Hey, AA, nice to see
She
you.
also points out that Jade peed there too. And if you learn from watching the movie Midsummer, don't pee on sacred land. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Don't defile that stuff.
When I saw that, I thought that was a big mistake too. Like he shouldn't have been peeing on.
Should have been peeing on that log, Jade.
No, no, yeah, that wasn't a good thing. I don't know why they showed that anyway. I thought that was weird. I don't think the forest will like that. This place seems to be alive and would take that as disrespect. Like, you know, these trees, you know, it's almost like they're characters in and of themselves. You don't want to piss them off.
Piss them off, funny.
Oh my god, I didn't even mean to I didn't even mean to do that. That's funny. That was a completely unintentional pun. Hey, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Doug Hughes joined us earlier as a surprise guest, so you might want to replay from the start and check out our conversation. Let's see, I'm scrolling up here to see what else you guys have been chatting about. Oh yeah, that's right, Jay. When Victor spoke to Julie and creeped her out, it was in episode 2. The two of them blur together for me because season 1, episodes 1 and 2, it felt like a 2-parter. It was like very much like part 1, part 2, the day and then the night. Carl said, "Don't." Wait, what is it? I think he was trying to type, "Don't piss them off or piss on them." I'm not sure. Don't piss them off or piss them on. I think that's what he was saying. What else? I saw something from Susie. Where was it? Susie said, "It doesn't let me pay your without 4 digits, even when I say do without." Without 4 digits. What do you mean, Susie?
Well, like a passcode or something?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Susie said, "Want to support since you let me blabber all night." Aw, thank you so much. Well, I'm happy to let you blabber on. You're always welcome. Love to have you join us in the chat and add to the conversation always. But yeah, elaborate for me, please. I'm not sure what you mean. It doesn't let me pay you without 4 digits. Are you trying via Cashapp or what's going on? Oh, wait. She said she got it to work. Oh, okay. Let me check. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, I'm thinking. Okay, it must have been Venmo. All right, let me check. While I'm checking on that, Carl said, "Replay squad in the house." Yeah, shout out to the replay gang. Thanks so much in advance for listening to the replay. We're gonna try to wrap this up a lot sooner than last night because that was almost 5.5 hours and left me in way too much pain. And we're already at the 4-hour mark, so we need to get through this a lot quicker. But let me see. I'm trying to log into Venmo because it's been a bit for me. Oh, let me see. It must be. Oh yeah, it wants to know if I'm a robot. No, I'm not a robot.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm not a robot. Yeah, Susie, I'm not seeing it. She said it was operator error. Operator error. She said I got it to work. Let me know what you were trying to do. If it was Venmo or Cashapp or what you were trying to do, because I don't see anything here at the moment. So yeah, just let me know. But the FYI, just to anyone who's seen like a link to buy me a coffee account for me, there's a problem with that account and I don't have any access to it at all. So I took that link off of my donation method list. So if you want to donate, yeah, just if you ever come across an old link to a buy me a coffee account with my channel name on it, I don't have any access to it. So yeah, please don't send anything there because I can't get to it if it's there. I'm trying to figure out how to restore access, but I have no idea. I've never really used it much anyway. So okay, so let's see. Trading card. Walls text said trading cards are okay. I'll sit back and watch.
I think that was earlier when we were talking about merchandising.
Yeah,
I think some people might be a little bit further back because I realized on live today I was an hour behind, and I didn't realize it because I was at work and I wasn't listening to it. I was like, oh, this is why this seems weird because I'm an hour behind.
Yeah. So yeah, like you were typing stuff that was way behind what they were
I was just talking to Susie in the chat. You know how it goes.
Yeah. That happens sometimes. So they're probably a little behind us in the chat, in the replay right now, or in the in the stream.
Yeah.
So and anyway, yeah, Susie and Pixie were talking about well, Pixie was talking about her channel and Susie has been working on a channel too. Susie, do you have your channel up and running? Well, no, I guess not yet. She said, I don't know why I'm so scared to start a YouTube. I know she's been meaning to. So let me know when you do get your channel started and we'll help you get the word out and share the link to your channel. So just let me know and don't be scared. You can do this. You have great ideas. You're extremely creative and entertaining. So don't be scared. You got this. Just do it. Just start. Even if you don't feel ready to do it, just jump in. I didn't feel ready, but I wanted to do it so much that I just made myself do it anyway. You'll never be ready if you just keep waiting to feel ready. Sometimes you just have to do it, and you learn by doing. You learn in the process of working on it, and there's no other way to learn. Unfortunately, you just gotta do trial by fire, and people will be kind and understand when you have technical difficulties, and it's just par for the course. I have tech problems all the time now, and so you don't have to worry. Build this up in your head like it's more than it is, and then you try it, and the next thing you know, it just comes naturally. So you just have to jump in. And Amy's doing a great job with her channel, and so Amy, feel free to drop the link to your channel anytime, and everybody check out Amy's channel. She does gaming lives and she posts beautiful music that she creates. So let's help Amy get her sub count up. Debbie wanted to know if anyone is watching Dunk and Egg. I've been watching it with Karl. I've never watched any of the Game of Thrones or Well, I have watched some Game of Thrones. Actually, I recently started watching it, but only a little bit. I'm not far into it, and I never watched House of the Dragon, but I've been watching the Dunk and Egg show with Karl, and it's a pretty entertaining show, even as someone who's kind of an outsider to the whole fandom and that world. So I think it's good. I like it. It's not really my cup of tea in terms of the genre I like to watch, but it's a good show for what it is. It's just like not my thing to the point where I'd want to definitely cover this. Like I've got to cover this show. But yeah, I like it. Debbie said, I need to get my 2 From videos posted soon now that we have a teaser, or maybe I should wait for the trailer. No, I would do it now, Debbie. I'd recommend doing it as soon as you can. It is trending now. It's definitely going to be trending for a while, and the fandom will be invigorated by this. So now is a great time to do it. I would highly recommend you do it now. And let us know when you do. Share the links in my Discord and the self promo channel, and we'll check them out. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got coming up for that. I think that's awesome that you did some From themed content for your channel. There's so many amazing people in the chat who have launched their own channels. So many creative people here. It's terrific. And drop the link if you're still listening, feel free to drop the link to your own channel here too, right in the chat. Debbie said, I think that as Lost contains the light of humanity, so does From hide the darkness. They're both magnetic islands of weirdness. Ooh, that's a beautiful way of putting it. As above, so below. They definitely they have a lot of parallels, these 2 shows, and I just recently came close to the finish line of finally finishing watching Lost. So once I finish it and we figure out a night that we can get it done, I'm gonna schedule a live to discuss Lost and From and the parallels between the 2. And just have some fun with it. Hopefully next week I'm planning on doing it. So I'll let everybody know when that's going to happen. And I love it. I'm really glad I finally made the time to finish Lost. I only have 2 episodes left and I'll be done. And it's an amazing show. I just kept putting it to the back burner because I was so busy with my channel and with other new series that I was covering, and life changes, health issues. Like there was always something that made me put it on hold, and it's just such an undertaking. There's so many episodes, it's so complicated, and so when I would drop it, sometimes I'd have to go back and rewatch things to remind myself of what's going on. And it's not a light show that's easy to consume, and that's why so much has changed in my life in the last couple years, or the last year and a half since I started Lost. That's why it kept getting put on hold, but it's an amazing show. Susie said, my background theory on From, where I think they are all just hostiles in the Hydra station. Oh man, hostiles in the Hydra station. So it's like a Secret Lost spinoff, and they're all actually hostiles in the Hydra station. Oh wow, wouldn't that be a twist? It's great. So refreshing to find someone who watched the Dharma orientation films. Yeah, I loved all the Dharma stuff. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through the chat. Let's see. Debbie had said, I think Eloise says they built the lamppost because the island moves, and it's got that big old floor mat pendulum to Ricky. Right. Yeah, and we're not giving away crazy spoilers for Lost. Once we do the stream for Lost and From, I'll make sure that it's marked as a spoiler for Lost stream so that people won't spoil themselves if they don't want to, if they haven't seen it and they don't want to get spoiled. Debbie's about to do a Lost rewatch. Nice. And I'm gonna look up those Dharma things on YouTube. I'm glad you mentioned that, actually, because I love to see any like supplementary material, extra scenes that are out there from the DVD extras. Susie said, if you think about it, Eloise was already primed to be Story Walker on accident. Like Eloise on From, you mean? Because there's an Eloise in both shows. Could be. Yeah, it could be. Oh, cool, Debbie. Yeah, please share that playlist if you can. She said, I have a whole Lost playlist that's all extras and interviews. I'll make it public and post in Discord. Yeah, I would love to see that. That would be great. Susie, yeah, I think Nikki and Paolo did get buried alive. On Lost, that is. Debbie said, when the bus people Kelly and her boyfriend arrived in From and went out at night, I started calling them Nikki and Paolo. Nice. Yeah, Nikki and Paolo. God, they were annoying. Yeah, because those two, Kelly and her boyfriend, were being idiots. So I get why you would call them that. It's the little things. It's the little things. And the little things to my girl Julie B could be big too. Okay, I think I'm almost caught up with you guys now in the chat. Let's see, almost there. We love you too, Susie. And Amy said, I haven't been able to post games because of tech issues, not recording the games correctly. So right now, just focusing on music. Okay. Awesome. Well, your music is beautiful, and I've checked out some of that recently, and it's lovely that you've been posting. There's the link to her channel. Doc said, why are people watching? Doc said, why are you watching people dunking eggs? Not exactly that. Yeah, go for it, Debbie. Post your content, but don't pressure yourself too much. Take care of yourself. Don't do what I'm doing and like neglect your self-care for YouTube content. Please don't follow my example on that. And as a matter of fact, I've got to get back to the breakdown and wrap this up so I can go take care of myself. But Debbie said, I have a painting and song about Victor and one about Jade. Oh, you're welcome, Debbie. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what you have to share with us on that. I bet it's going to be beautiful. Debbie said, I'm finally over 200 subs. Nice. And appreciate every single one. And there's the link to Debbie's channel. So please support our friend Debbie and check out her beautiful art that she displays on her channel. It's amazing. And the way that she describes her process, and it's just beautiful. A true artist. And the fact that you do this despite the amount of pain that you're in and dealing with your health issues, it's truly inspiring. It's an inspiration to me, really, how well you're able to thrive despite what you're dealing with. So it inspires me to keep going and try to practice better self-care. So maybe I can do more thriving and less just surviving. But anyway, that's amazing that you're over 200 subs, and I hope it keeps getting better, and we can try to get your sub count up. We'll keep spreading the word about your channel. And you are welcome. I'm happy to help however I can, and always. You're a lovely human being, Debbie, and you've helped me with advice for my pain too. Preston Education 1923, nice to see you. They said they still need to add more people Julie's age to the show so she stops hanging out with Randall. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of inappropriate. Randall is like 30 years old, and people were actually shipping Julie and Randall, and I'm like, she's too young.
Yeah, I guess Elgin's out at this point too.
Yeah. Elgin's a little too old for her too.
Yeah, but at least he was younger.
Yeah. So yeah, Preston. I agree. But I don't think it's gonna happen. It seems like there aren't that many youth people, like there aren't that many youths in From ever. There are only a handful, a couple at a time.
But when we watched the first episode, there were younger people hanging out, like the red.
Yeah, there were. Yeah. And now they're older and older. There's somebody here though, I noticed, who looks young. Right here.
Yeah.
She looks pretty young, right? She looks like not as young as Julie, but she looks pretty young. But they don't have a lot of.
And then that guy's a sinister looking guy that's staring over the fence.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, that creep.
That guy.
He does look creepy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of glaring over there.
Yeah.
Now it's. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where were we? We're almost to the end of this. But let me finish with the chat first. Doc said, spoiler, everyone on the island in Lost was really confused polar bears. Yeah, don't worry, that's not actually a spoiler. But yeah, we won't do any crazy spoilers for Lost, just in case there's anyone out there who doesn't want to be spoiled. Hey, Football Infinity, nice to see you. It's been a while. He said, oh, I didn't know it was a trailer that dropped. I'm about to watch it right now, then come back. Yeah, go check it out. It's only like how long is it? Like 30 seconds or something like that? It's very short.
Not very long.
That's typical, or a teaser though. I'm glad though. I'm glad that they released a teaser that's just, giving us a tiny bit for us to chew on and talk about for a long time. Football Infinity.
It's just like I just said that Susie said, why is it the blue vest called?
Oh, what?
I don't know, blue vests are easy to make. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe they make them themselves.
Yeah. Football Infinity said the trailer was a little underwhelming. I understand that feeling. Yeah, I get it. I had that impression too on my first watch. I was like, wait, that was it? Like I guess I was expecting something a little more fiery, a little more
the movement, perhaps.
Yeah,
moving people.
Yeah,
moving around doing things.
Yeah, instead of like a who's who of Fromville faces flipping through.
Yeah, you may remember these people from years ago.
Yeah, there were a lot. There was a lot of this stuff. Donna and Ellis.
That's a new one. They're all looking confused. I know, right in the middle, right where he is in the woods.
Yeah, Boyd, and here's Jade, and there's a lot of that, and but and so I expected more fireworks because the season 3 trailer, teaser trailer, set the bar so high. That was just one hell of a teaser. I mean, it had us buzzing like crazy over who's in the car, whose foot is that in the car.
Yeah, a little bit of Footgate. The monsters were in it, like all of them.
Yeah, the monsters were in it.
We didn't know what they were doing, but they're doing something sinister.
Yeah, and they restrained Boyd and forced him to watch as someone was screaming, and they're like, "Who's screaming?" And we just, that was enough for us to theorize about for months, because that was a huge game-changing moment. The monsters never physically grabbed and restrained somebody before without actually killing him or her. Like, so we were like, what are they doing now? This is psychological warfare. This is unlike anything they've ever done. They tied up Boyd and forced him to watch while they were torturing and killing somebody. So yeah, it was explosive, and it had the fandom buzzing for months about that. It gave way to so many theories, whereas this teaser makes it harder to theorize, I've got to say.
Yeah.
There's not as much to work with here to theorize about. We're still kind of back where we were when it comes to just what the hell is going to happen now with the man in yellow in town. What is he going to be doing in this season? How is this going to change the game? We're still just kind of groping around in the dark. But it's okay. I mean, when I watched it a few more times, I still came to appreciate it. I mean, just for one thing.
Well, the hand.
Yeah, the hand. But before we get
the Jim's hand.
Yeah. But before we get to that,
Abby's hand, but also Jim's hand.
Yeah. But before we get to the
Chili's hand, it's Chili's hand.
Yeah.
He's got very masculine hands.
Yeah, it's very much like a man hand. But before we get on that, because we'll be on that for a while.
Yeah.
Before we get on that, I appreciate the trailer more after watching it a few times and really scrutinizing it frame by frame and thinking about, okay, what exactly does all of this, what is the teaser trying to tell us? All of this stuff is happening in the daytime. We've got daytime terror, unlike anything we've seen before. That's what I think it's foreshadowing, because I know there's nothing crazy happening. But oops, hold on. I have an alarm going off, and I don't even know why. I have
is that the warp core? What is that?
Oh my god, I'm getting under the table. Everybody get under the tables. Get under the tables.
That's my alarm to wake up, because that's how deeply I sleep.
It's the Dominion. They're coming through the wormhole.
Everybody get into shelter. Everybody get into underground shelter. This is not a drill.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a little Julie at the end too. Is she at the end before the trees? She's like the screaming or whatever.
Yeah. Amy's the girl. What the heck? I thought that was the
I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Yeah.
I'll get my car and drive to Canada.
Yeah. That's how deeply oh god damn it, now my phone's gonna start making all kinds of noises. That's how deeply I sleep. I need an alarm that's like an air horn. Red alert. Yeah.
You're like, is this the apocalypse? Oh wait, I'm just getting up.
Yeah, I need that to wake myself up. And even that doesn't wake me up. That's the embarrassing thing. That's even worse. Even that I sleep through a lot. That's how bad it is. AA said Julie's alarm sounds like a doomsday alarm. Oh, that's funny.
I'm under my table in the basement right now, so
sorry about that, guys. I'm a very deep sleeper, so I found the loudest, most abrasive alarm I could possibly find, and that's what I use. And not only that, I have steps baked into it where I have to do math problems, and then I have to like walk a certain number of steps before the thing will shut off. Yeah.
But you're like, oh shit, it's a calculus problem. I'm gonna be here for a while.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Amy said the turtle says duck and cover. From Welcome to Derry, the turtle says duck and cover.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. My hands are still over my head.
I get up but the thing is, I don't even have to get up and walk steps. I just shake the phone a certain number of times to trick it into thinking I'm walking, and that will make the alarm shut off. Yeah,
that's the same thing I do with my exercise band for the Nintendo Switch.
That's how impervious I am to getting up. I'll just shake the thing and make it stop, and do the math and then go back to sleep. Amy said, my alarm is Jade screaming at Jim. I know how offensive you find my proclivities. That's amazing, Debbie. That's one of my favorite Jade quotes, actually. I'm telling you, Jade has the best lines in the entire show. Yeah, easily. That's great. Anyway, so let me try and recover the point that I totally derailed my own point with that alarm. Well, what I was trying to say is, like, look at the imagery here. I find it ominous, ironically, that it's all in the daytime, and at the end there's sunlight bursting through behind the From logo. To me, this is foreshadowing that they're not even going to be safe in the daytime anymore. And so this teaser has grown on me. I find this really intriguing, what they're doing here. Not a single scene takes place at night. It's a whole other level of threat that's been unlocked. And I'm curious to see where it's going to go now. I mean, you had Julie screaming in the daytime. I think probably finding Jim's body. Hopefully, if they write it really well, I think it'll be hanging from a tree, which will fulfill that premonition dream of Tabitha seeing Jim hanging upside down in season 1. But yeah, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit and find where we left off here. We're almost to the end. We had Ellis just looking, nothing really
tells us a lot. Oh, I know right where in the woods that is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just saw a video where they're like, oh, that's definitely the Campbell Village. I'm like, how can you tell the trees? Those look like trees. And these look like trees.
You can't tell anything about where he is from here.
Tell right where he is.
Yeah. Let's be honest. Come on. Now we're just trying to read way too much into things there. But
he got out. Those are trees outside From. He got out.
I recognize those leaves. I recognize those leaves, Scarlet. That's like 4 paces from that little pond where him and Elgin.
Oh, the brambles or whatever it's called.
We're talking, yeah.
The rumbles.
Yeah, the Brundles.
The Brundles. I was just saying a bunch of nonsense syllables until I got the right ones.
So yeah, the only thing I can glean from this image is the seasons have definitely
changed. Alive.
That he's alive. That he's alive, and the seasons have changed now. It's not winter anymore, so like Karl noticed, they're all wearing lighter clothing in most of this teaser. They're wearing lighter clothing, and it's sunnier. The trees look greener. The snow is gone. When Donna was in the woods, the snow is gone. So the seasons are moving again. So there's that. And here we had the hand busting out of the ground. The infamous hand that now I was like, this was a crazy moment. When I saw that, I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? This is not a zombie show. We don't have hands busting out of the ground like the dead rising from their graves. But then I thought about it and I looked at it closely, and it looks like Boyd is at Abby's gravesite, does it not? I know
Yeah.
it's hard to tell where he is, but there's a lot of overgrown
Well,
grass.
it's that field. Yeah, it's that yellowish field.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell that's where the.
Yeah. It's
I like
you
the
know.
trees. It's really noticeable because it's the only place like that. Because Padre goes there, and it's all yellow.
You see those couple of grass blades there on the left?
Yeah.
That's definitely right there.
Right.
You remember those?
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like the gravesite of Abby, which Boyd visits to talk to her when he's, needing guidance and missing her. And he's done that since season 1. So it looks like he's back there talking to Abby again. And then this hand busts out of the ground, reaches up, and grabs his arm. That's alarming. Now it looks too big to be a woman's hand. It really
I don't know.
does.
It could be either. I mean, really, I can't really tell any telltale signs.
It's a big hand, but some women do have.
He's got big hands. I
Some
never really
women-
looked at her hands.
Scarlet, do you have man hands, and that's why you
Yes,
think
I
it's
do.
a
I have
ladies'
very-
man?
I have lumberjack hands. They're real rough.
Can you crack open a lobster in one go?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it reminds me of the lady on the episode of Seinfeld where he dates a woman who has man hands, and she does crack the lobster open with her bare hands. That's what it looks like. Maybe Abby had man hands.
Well, it makes sense that it's Abby because she's buried in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Jim's buried there, like they buried him real fast. And here he is. Here he comes.
Yeah. I also noticed that they didn't put enough makeup on this hand to make it look like a dead person's hand.
It's on his arm. It looks a little grayer.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe they just did the top part, not the bottom.
This side looks gray, like it's deceased.
Mm-hmm.
And this side doesn't. It could just be the sunlight hitting it, but it looks like a live, healthy hand right there. So I would say this is Abby, a vision of Abby, ghost Abby, tormenting Boyd again. It's happened before. It hasn't happened in a while. I don't think Ghost Abby has appeared since season 1. I mean,
Isn't it the RV and the spider webs, right? Isn't that the two times she appeared?
Yeah, she appeared
RV,
in RV, spider webs, and also in the dungeon. She appeared to him, and she told him.
That's right. Okay.
She told him, just give up. You're dragging out the suffering this way. Just give up. Everyone is all gonna die screaming anyway. It's hopeless. Whatever. That was basically what she said.
Did you say die streaming?
Screaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we haven't seen her. Okay, no, that was season 2 when she said that. So the last time we saw Ghost Abby was season 2, and it was in the finale. We did not see her in season 3, not once. So this will be, I think, the return of Ghost Abby. And this time it'll be pretty gruesome. I'm thinking she'll just come right out of the ground and torment him that way, I guess. Definitely didn't expect that in the teaser. But yeah, once I slowed it down and took a closer look, it made sense. It wasn't so random looking anymore. No, another Ghost Abby vision, just a different one, a different kind this time. I don't think we're going to be seeing actual zombies coming up from the ground. Debbie said, Iron Abby doesn't sound petite.
But
Yeah.
so did Tony pull up a picture of the actress who plays Abby, and she has bigger hands?
Oh, did he?
I don't know, because it just says on Tony's live, he said the hand was a little bit too big to grab the Don. And then it says, so he pulled up a picture of the actress that plays Abby, and she had bigger hands, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I was that's funny. I was listening to his live while I was going for a walk, so I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he was laughing about how those hands are definitely not a woman's. Yeah, he said that hand is a little too big to grab the Don. Yeah, look at that thing. That is a masculine hand right there. There's a masculine arm too. Look at that. Look at that thick wrist, the thick arm, but the hand is what really gets me. Yeah. Yeah, Amy, I agree. That looks like a white man's hand. And Jane, huh?
Jim.
Oh, yeah, maybe Jim. J-Man Sleek said it's crazy Victor had a coat with a crayon holder in it, but it never got cold there before. Yeah, he had a coat from when he was a child. That's true. A winter coat. I think that was probably just in the car with him and his mom when they got trapped in there. That's the way I explain that in my head. Probably just happened to have it with him. Doc said I accidentally played part of this live on my live while sharing my screen to show the Monarch Legacy of Monsters trailer. When the trailer ended, it auto-played this stream. So part of your stream is on my stream. Oh, I've accidentally played parts of videos on my lives many times. It happens. Let's see. Anything else I missed before we continue and finish this? Oh, Amy, no, I didn't see the newest video yet. Oh, and you sing in it. Nice. She said it has a deeper meaning like reincarnation, and she dropped the link right here. I'll definitely check that out when the stream is over, Amy. Thanks for dropping the link. Check out Pixie Vine TV's channel. And Debbie said that art is her therapy. It's healing, and to think I might help others makes it worth it. Well, that's a beautiful thing, and art definitely is therapeutic. Absolutely. But getting yourself to, it's tough for me sometimes to get the motivation to do artistic things and do creative things, but once I actually do it, I make myself do it, it definitely is therapeutic. I absolutely agree. And that's beautiful that you want to use that to help others, and you're an inspiration to other people. Susie said the blue vest cult. We've got a blue vest cult in the show now. Football Infinity said best part was seeing Doug as Man in Yellow. Yes, the best part we're about to get to in a moment. And yeah, he was here earlier. Huh?
Yeah, it's like you can watch that and then you can start over the live and see the actual Man in Yellow.
Yeah, he was here with us for a little over 2.5 hours earlier. So you can rewind the live and check it out if you'd like. Yeah, he said, sweet, I will rewatch this. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. It was a surprise to me too. I didn't expect him to be here tonight. I didn't think he was allowed to talk from at all. Even now, he still can't talk about details of what happens, of course, in season 4, but he was allowed to talk about from now. So that was a lot of fun. 73 days.
I had talked to him because I wasn't sure if we should come up with a game plan, because I didn't know how many people would be in the chat saying, what's happening on From? What's your favorite scene in the next season? What's this, and we'd have to field all those things, Right.
Yeah, that's why before we started, I asked him what exactly he's allowed to talk about. So we didn't make a mistake, because I genuinely didn't think he was allowed to make appearances yet to promote anything, to discuss the show. So that was a really awesome surprise. So yeah, and 73 days away. Wow. Jeez, TikTok, we got to get on this rewatch right away. 73 days is not much, and we have 3 seasons to go through to do the rewatch. Anyway, yeah. Doug looks deliciously sinister and like he's having fun. Yes, which we're about to look at. Yeah, so the best part of the teaser by far was the appearance of the man in yellow again, where he's crouching. It looks like to me, it looks like he's crouching low to the ground, which makes me think he's talking to future Julie, who we last saw laying on the ground screaming, watching him kill her father. Yeah. And if you look, it looks like a similar lighting too. It looks like this could have taken place right after that scene, because it's very dimly lit. I would know because I have to make thumbnails using these images, and I have to put them up, and this is so dark and gray that as a YouTube thumbnail, it doesn't work very well. So I have to saturate the color like crazy and edit it to make it pop. And I had to do the same thing with the images from the Man in Yellow from the season 3 finale. So, you know, it looks the same. It looks like the same scene to me. And he looks like he's crouching low to the ground. And he says, you know, what happens next is my favorite part. It was deliciously wicked, like Debbie said.
And in my head, he's picking up a saxophone. I'm just going for it.
Right.
He's got his foot up on Jim, and he's just playing.
He was Scarlet. He was picking up a piece of a bicycle, and that was whatever. Maybe it was like the pedal, and it was like that was his favorite part.
He's gonna steal that bike.
Yeah.
Carla's just gonna get it back, and then he's gonna steal it. Or Clara, that's Clara.
Clara, yeah.
She's just gonna get it back, and here comes the Man in Yellow and steal her bike.
Stealing it.
Runs towards it and takes it.
Yeah. Yeah, so he says that, and he starts off with this really intense look on his face, and then his face starts to twist into this wicked, gleeful expression where he smiles and he tilts his head, and look at that evil face.
That's acting, everyone.
That is acting.
Acting skills.
That is a fantastic acting. I mean, look at that. So good. I loved that part. I think that was the standout moment, obviously, in the whole teaser. And I think he's probably talking to future Julie. He had pushed her down on the ground, and she was laying there screaming after she watched him kill Jim. And I think he crouches down and he says that to her. What happens next is my favorite part, because this is his favorite part is going to be the horror that he's going to unleash on the town now. The next phase that's going to happen, where they may not be safe even in the daytime. And there Jim was thinking there was no threat to him in the daytime, and he just came and took him out. So that's what I think is going to happen. And the lighting of this too, it contrasts dramatically from most of the rest of the teaser, which is sunny and, you know, looks like a different season. Looks like You got sun shining here, you've got sun shining here, and people wearing short sleeves outside. Whereas this, I think this is right after Jim's death. So what I think they're probably going to do is, I think they're going to have to do a time jump of maybe 6 months or something. Maybe they start in the winter with this happening, seeing the immediate aftermath of Jim's death, and then they do a time jump, maybe 6 months or something into the future, and that explains the change of season.
It explains Ethan sprouting up a foot.
Yeah,
we're going through changes again. Like the boy in white is like, I'm changing, and Ethan's like, my voice is changing, and I'm getting hair on my body in spots, and you know,
right. It could explain Ethan's excessive growth, and we could see Julie suddenly with a bob haircut, which is going to happen this season. They showed a set photo of Hannah dressed as Julie with the bob haircut on the set with Simon. So now granted, she could just chop off her hair at any time, so they may not even do a time jump. And this is Fromville, so something irregular could happen, and it could be winter one day. They could literally wake up and the snow could have just melted and now it's warm. I mean, it's anything goes. This is not a normal place. So who knows how they're going to handle it, but I think a time jump at some point, it seems like it's going to have to happen so that we can catch up with future Julie's time. And see her doing this story walking, trying to save her dad. But I mean, unless future Julie is really just, a few days later Julie, she didn't look that good.
Few hours later Julie.
I mean,
she did 2 hours before Julie.
She seriously, like, we all think of it as, oh, this is way in the future. Maybe not. She could chop her hair off and look like that tomorrow. She didn't look that different at all.
I felt they put a bad wig on her head and put like more modern clothes on her to make her look older.
Yeah, they seemed to be doing that, but they could change her clothes.
Yeah.
They could chop off her hair and scar her face anytime at all. So they have never done time jumps on the show before, so they don't necessarily have to start now. They could just have her make those changes to her. Maybe that's how she, grief affects people in all kinds of ways. Sometimes, like, you might change your look.
It's very tropey. It's very tropey for women to cut their hair when they're depressed.
Right? It's a very common trope.
Yeah.
She might
or
just
to be older, like younger women are like, I'm gonna be older, I'm gonna cut it.
Yeah. They go in the mirror and they chop off their own hair. They don't even let a professional do it. They just do it themselves. So
and it looks great.
It looks great, yeah.
Like one of the girls from Yellow Jackets just cut her hair, and I was like, wow, her hair looks really good for just like getting some scissors and just cutting.
Yeah. But anyway, I loved this part of the trailer. Obviously, it ended with a bang. It was a tease, but it ended with a bang, and it leaves us really excited for more. That's for sure. Doug looks fantastic as the man in yellow. They did an amazing job with the makeup and making his hair all greasy. And we finally get a little bit of a better view at his nasty teeth that they gave him too. Like, you can see the nasty black
the
teeth.
Void teeth.
Yeah.
Into the void.
Yeah. So that was cool, because remember Doug told us
I forgot to tell Fletcher there's a secret.
What?
I forgot to tell Fletcher there's a secret message on this live somewhere for him, so he has to listen to all of it.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, the peaches. you got some peaches. You gotta eat those canned peaches.
Right. Remember, Doug told us before during our lives with him that they blacked out his teeth and they made them really nasty. They spent a long time making his teeth nasty. But he said it was a shame that you couldn't really see that well in the scene in season 3 finale. That you couldn't quite see his teeth. And it's like they wanted to right that wrong. Maybe the showrunners were watching our live and heard him say that. So they were like, okay, all right, challenge accepted. We'll make sure they get a really good view of these nasty teeth right up in front of the camera in our faces. Because it felt like they wanted to display that right there, close up. And no, I'm kidding, of course. I'm sure they've never seen our lives, but yeah, like they did a great job. This gives us a much better view of what they did. The makeup department did a great job in the whole look too. The wardrobe, the yellow suit looks nasty. We get a much better, crisper view of him and the suit this time, I think. Despite the dark lighting, I thought this was a much clearer view, a clearer, sharper image of him.
Yeah,
I still had to brighten up the lighting for the thumbnail of this live stream, but yeah, like, yeah, I love how they did that, and the line is so ominous. What does it mean? This is my favorite part. What is going to happen? What is his favorite part? Is, I think it's the next phase of this nightmare for them. That
I got an idea that maybe like him and Julie have been playing this game before, and his favorite part is when he gets to watch her fear as he kills Jim over and over again when she watches.
Right?
And that's his favorite part.
It could be because, like, he's this being who kind of moves through time, maybe exists outside of time, maybe as some kind of godlike entity. And so maybe he remembers killing Jim over and over again in, slightly different ways as future Julie tries to stop it in different timelines.
Favorite hobby.
Yeah.
My favorite hobby is killing Jim over and over and over again.
In slightly different timelines, like
slightly different timelines, slightly different ways, but results are all the
same. Right. I think it's most likely to mean that he's now, he's now free to unleash a whole other level of terror on the town, unlike anything that they've...
Daytime terror begins now.
The daytime terror begins, where they're not even safe in the daytime. And he can take people out. He can take people out whenever. You never know what could happen now. Football Infinity said, when he says that, do you think it's going to be a bunch of murders? It could be. It could be that this means a massacre is coming, which I think is kind of overdue to happen anyway. They haven't had an actual massacre since season 1, and let's face it, there haven't been that many deaths, and the cast is really large, so I think they're kind of overdue for another massacre, being that this is a horror series and people keep surviving over and over again. So
do you think it's a massacre or the massacre?
Well, he could be referring to what I think is the goal of this place ultimately, the massacre of the entire town. Like, in every cycle, I think every cycle ended with a full massacre of the entire town, not just 78. Don't you? Like 1978 ended with everyone getting killed except Victor. And I think that the same thing probably happened in every other cycle, that something revelation of knowledge, forbidden knowledge, kept escalating in every cycle until it triggered a full massacre. And as they get more and more knowledge that they're not supposed to have about this place, it moves them closer to the end, which is the total massacre of everyone in town. And maybe that's what he's thinking of when he says that, and he thinks that this is going to progress to that point soon, where everyone in town gets the axe. Because that's always been one of the biggest mysteries of the show. What triggered the total massacre of 1978? How did everybody wind up dead like that? The entire town except Victor. And I have my own theory. I mean, I think that it's I mean, I've had my theory for a while that now I'm not so sure, but I think it could be that the full massacre is triggered when everyone in town is morally completely broken down. This place is trying to break everyone, and once they're completely broken, then it just finishes them off. It drains them of all every ounce of fear and suffering and pain that it can. And then when they're just shells of people who are willing to even maybe sacrifice a child in an effort to try and get out, then the full massacre gets triggered and they're done. There's that theme of child sacrifice, and the whole story started with the child sacrifice of those 7 kids. So maybe in every cycle, most of the town is convinced at some point that they think they need to sacrifice children in order to get out, and people get pushed to their absolute breaking points, and then he finishes them off. The man in yellow finishes off the whole town. So it's and if it's not this child sacrifice specifically, then when they're pushed to their breaking points in other ways, to their absolute limit, then they get finished off. And I think that's the end game. I don't think it's how this series is actually going to end, but maybe in this moment, the man in yellow thinks it is. So he's saying that what happens next is my favorite part. He's thinking this is going his way now, and it's going to end the way he wants, which is with the total massacre of everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's so ambiguous. It could mean so many things. And that's what makes this such a tease, but that's what a teaser is meant to do.
Well, you could also be talking to people that aren't Julie, too. He could be talking to somebody else. We don't know.
Oh, yeah, he could be talking to anybody. He could be talking to anybody and still have that same meaning that, the next phase is his favorite part. The next phase is breaking everyone in town to the point where they're completely used up, and then they just get finished off and wiped out. And now they're going to be terrorized on a level that they haven't been before, I think. Where, the talismans keep them safe at night, or they did, but it's not going to be that simple anymore. They can't just go about their lives in the daytime and pretend like everything's fine. And, like Kenny said, that was just a Band-Aid. The talismans were never a cure, a fix. They're never truly safe in the end. But I really loved that. And yeah, Susie, Doug is a theater actor. He's just good. Yes. Like Amy said, he's an amazing actor. Yes, Fletch, still live, but not for much longer. We're wrapping up, getting ready to wind down and finish. Yeah, Jim hung upside down, perhaps. I think it could be that he he leaves Jim like that. And future Julie will flee. I think he says this to, this is how I think it goes down. He says this to future Julie, and and then she flees the scene, goes back to her time. And then he strings up Jim, leaves him hanging upside down by a tree, from a tree. And
Tree.
Yep. And then Julie finds him like that. And this is why she screams. That's what I think. That's my prediction. But teasers are known to be extremely deceiving. So who knows?
Yeah. you know how many times they have a Yellow Jackets one where it's been a dream sequence and they just play it like the whole season and it's like, oh my god, somebody's gonna die, and it's a dream sequence.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you?
Anyway, yeah, football infinity. I didn't even see this comment earlier, but as I was talking, I even said myself, like, this is a magical town, so the weather could just change overnight. The seasons could just change overnight.
And Ethan could just become a man overnight.
Yeah, he could. Who knows? Fletch said, if that's just a few days later, Julie, I'd be disappointed. And I would be too. I would be too. But I'm just trying to look at all options here, all possibilities. I think it's more likely that she's maybe, I don't know, a year from ahead in the future. And
I think it's 2025, Julie. 2025, Julie.
Yeah.
Because she looked a little trendier. Her like clothing looked a little bit 2025, I'm gonna say. So I thought maybe she had escaped from and she was going back in.
Right.
Because you gotta save daddy.
Yeah. I think it could be a year in the future, maybe. Fletch said her dad dies, so she becomes kind of rebel, changing styles, cutting her hair. Yeah, exactly. It's a trope. Mm-hmm. And yes, she had a scar on her face too. Yep. The scar is from story walking, and the "Don't You Recognize Me" creature scratched her before she arrives to Jim's death timeline. Possibly Fletch. Very well could be. Fletch says she looks like she's been jumping through timelines when she finally meets Jim, in my opinion. Yes, I agree. I think it looks like she's wearing totally different clothes, like Scarlet was saying. And definitely looks like she's been doing this for some time anyway. Mm-hmm. Maybe not that long. It could be just a year. But it could be even 6 months. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, remember, a lot of things happen in a short period of time on this show. They pack a lot of huge events into short periods of time. So in the world of the show, how much time has actually elapsed? Every episode most episodes consist of just a single day or even a single night. Not even a 24-hour period passes. So a lot happens in a short time. So I don't think future Julie will be too far ahead of the current timeline in chronology. But yeah, probably not a few days. It'll probably be more than that.
At least 15 minutes.
Yeah. Peaches made
I just cut my hair. So I just cut my hair, Julie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Peaches made them teeth turn bad. Damn. Right. Yeah. Too many peaches rotted those teeth out, I guess.
Canned peaches have a lot of sugar.
They sure do. Debbie said, or is that Julie from the other timeline? We see 2 realities, possibly 3 in the first episode at the railroad tracks. Right. Yes, because when the RV was going over the railroad tracks, you see like the power lines disappear and reappear. You see like 3 different versions of that same intersection. So I know what you're saying, Debbie, and hey, could be a different timeline. correct. Those teeth are rancid. Yes. From Millions of Peaches, Susie. Yep. That is the opposite of what my dentist does. Yeah, they definitely look rotten. Yeah, maybe they do watch our lives, Susie. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Jaws from the Bond movie with iron teeth. Yeah, they have an almost metallic gleam to them in this shot. Fletch said next part is the 2022 massacre. Yeah, maybe the next his favorite part is going to be the next massacre. So 1978, so like meaning the total massacre. 1978 was the last massacre. 2022 going to mark the new cycle's massacre. Could be, if they don't do something to fix this, that could be where things are headed. Fletch said godlike entity, or he's just been story walking through multiple timelines. Right. It could just be that. But the way that he grabbed Jim and ripped his throat out with just brute strength, there's something magical about him, I think. Definitely think he's got magical abilities, not just a normal human. Flood. Ooh, maybe the flood is coming. Could that be his favorite part?
Oh yeah.
Oh, the flood. I mean, the second to last episode of season 4 is allegedly named The Calm Before. So is the finale the flood? Is it the storm? Could be. Or it could be just a metaphorical storm. Either way, it's a great way to title the penultimate episode.
Maybe that drawing of Donna and Boyd on the roof.
Maybe that finally comes to fruition. I've been thinking they wait till season 5 or, near the end, but maybe not. Fletch said, the Reset Massacre. So this cycle is...
A massacre could be like the County House Massacre. The massacre is the Wipeout Massacre.
Right. Either way, I think that this season we're probably going to get a massacre on a small scale. Obviously, not the whole town, but he might think that it's coming soon. The entire town. He might be getting confident that things are going his way. Fletch said, so the cycle is coming to an end. Julie better hurry finding how she can help Tabitha break it. Definitely. I think it's progressing forward like that. Debbie said, this season is war in my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse theory, so expect carnage. Ooh. And yeah, that also fits with David Agile's theory, where he's looking at the cave drawing and it appears as if it's telling a story from left to right, from season 1 through the end. And the next season, the next spot on the cave drawing looks like a dragon, which could symbolize carnage, symbolize a lot more deaths. Definitely. I think we're going to get a lot more bloodshed. Debbie said, revelation is a very synchronous word with my horseman theory. I love synchronicities. Yeah, and they have such big, there's so many biblical references in the show. So it's definitely fitting that you have a biblical themed theory there. Fletch said, we still need to find out what really happened to Christopher. Jade had been hallucinating every previous death of his reincarnation, but no Christopher death yet. Yeah, I also believe that all of those men in Jade's visions are his previous lives, but we didn't see how Christopher died. We saw, let's see, if that's true, what Fletch and I are thinking, we didn't see how the Puritan man died, but he was standing there drinking blood from a skull. So
wasn't in a good state.
That doesn't imply a good end. And the Civil War soldier was running around getting shot, or well, no, shooting at Jade. Not getting shot, but you know, he was running around with a gun. So that doesn't look good. Then there was the guy trapped under the boulder, crushed.
Yeah.
Christopher had the mildest hallucination or vision, where he was just standing there showing Jade the book that he wrote the symbol in, that he drew the symbol in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't know what the hell happened to Christopher. That's one of the biggest questions that we need to learn. What was Christopher's fate? We know he's dead because he was reincarnated as Jade, but we don't know how he died. And the whole Christopher thing is it's very murky, because there's always been that mystery surrounding why did Miranda hide her kids from him and say, you've got to stay down here where Christopher can't find you. And, why was he such a dire threat to these kids? I think he was thinking that he snapped, and he was thinking he had to sacrifice them to escape somehow. And he was going to kill them. But how did he die exactly?
Maybe you don't see his death because when she left the root cellar, part of what delayed her to nighttime was actually fighting him and defeating him and killing him at some point. So you can't see that flashback, because then that gives away what happened at that moment. And then she's done with that, or done with that and saving her daughter, and that's why it ends up being nighttime by the time she gets to that tree.
Yeah, could be. They're keeping that a mystery, seemingly for a reason, what happened to him in general. And I'll be really curious to see if we get any more information this season telling us what happened to him and why he was a threat. We get little dribs and drabs, but it's still not enough. It's not enough to to develop a really solid theory without too much guesswork, like me thinking that he might have been trying to sacrifice those kids. There's too much guesswork for me to get to that conclusion. But what else do we have to go on? There's not much. He may have died in the total massacre with everybody else, and simple as that. But anyway, we'll see. I hope we get more clues about that this season. He was shown seemingly losing his shit when the boy in white gave him more information, told him way too much, and his brain couldn't handle it, and he just snapped. But you couldn't see what he was saying. They kept that so maddeningly mysterious. There was no audio. You just saw him yelling at the boy in white as the boy in white was talking to him, telling him ostensibly his origins, giving him so many answers that he couldn't deal with it. And he snapped, and he said, everything here lies. So how far did he go when he snapped? Enough. He definitely snapped enough that Miranda was thinking he was a mortal threat to her kids. Debbie said it's like they're hope vampires. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. The evil entities in the town, it's like they're feeding on hope, like they're hope vampires. Is that what you're saying? Interesting. Fletch said, do you believe Martin was also a story walker and that he was chained specifically for him not to be able to keep story walking? Could explain Randall's fear for the ruins if they end up like Martin. Yeah, Randall, I am convinced that Randall is dreading going anywhere near the ruins, because he's gonna wind up going through there and dying there somehow. And could it be that he could end up chained up there and end up like Martin? Possibly. One way or another, I think he'll die there. And Martin, as far as whether he's a story walker, it could be. That's an interesting idea. maybe he was chained so that he couldn't keep story walking. It's possible. I like that idea, actually. Yeah. I don't know. I think when we saw him, he was already dead, though. Maybe that was the case at one time and he was chained up there until he died. But by the time we saw him, I think he was already dead, and the big bad was using him just to fuck with Boyd's head and say all those things like, you know, what did you say about Abby? What if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? He was trying to get in his head. He had information about Abby that he shouldn't have known, unless he got that information because he was a story walker. That could explain how he knew all that. So that could explain it. But it did feel to me like he was there to be a mind fuck for Boyd. And so it could have been the evil entity using him, like it uses other dead people in visions to mess with people. It definitely is using Ghost Abby to mess with Boyd's head. There's no way that that's not the big bad or the evil entity using Ghost Abby to mess with his head. And like the Abby and the spider webs and whatnot. So it's done that with her. It could definitely do that with others who have died there. And so maybe Martin died there. I've always said that. I think that Martin died there, and then by the time Boyd found him, it was just a vision. He was a vision there meant to confuse him and screw with him, get him to doubt his own sanity. But I really like that idea that he could have potentially been a story walker, which would also explain his knowledge about Abby. Martin is Eloise. Just kidding. Hashtag SoFeLoise. Oh, yeah, I didn't mention your theory yet, Fletch, on SoFeLoise. I'll do that in a minute. Let me just catch up with the chat here. And I'll do that before we wrap up the live. Let's see. Agreed, Julie. The teaser looks like Jade, Tabitha, and Julie reacting to Jim's body. Yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah. We're all going to feel really bad for treating Jim. So shit, I'll tell you what, she definitely meets him later. I'm not sure what you mean there. An 8-hour stream. Hey Grant. No, not 8-hour stream. We gotta end this for my own well-being soon, because my pain is getting bad, but we're coming to the end now. Football Infinity said, oh shit, that scene finally makes sense now. That's why the monster said, don't you recognize me? It's possible, yeah, that it was because Julie story walked and the monster met her before. Yeah, maybe. The monsters know all their names, though. The monsters have this psychic ability to get in people's heads, so it could just be that as well. Like Jasmine told Pornstash, we know all your names. They know what makes them tick. They know how to manipulate them. Susie said, way less amount of time than any of Julie's streams is all of Lost. I know. Oh, you mean From? Yeah, I was going to say Lost is very long, but yeah, From. Yeah, all of From is way shorter than my streams. You're right. Fletch said, if they bring multiverses like the last season of a show on Netflix that Scarlet has been watching and I can't spoil, it will suck. Okay. Thank you, Fletch. Amazing deep diving as usual. Thank you.
He means dark, Julie.
Oh. Okay. Thank you so much for the compliment.
He started explaining it on our live, and I was like, no, don't spoil it for me. But he was like, I don't think I could spoil it for you if I actually told you what was going on.
Yeah, it's very confusing. It's a very confusing show. Hashtag Doug. What is this? Doug, Ethan, and Yellow. um, let's see. And
I think that's supposed to be Dougie, thin and yellow.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Fletch, yeah, we're in wild times, all right. Only 2 months in 2026, and not even. We're only 1 month in, really. And the amount of craziness we've already had is wild. We needed this From teaser. We definitely did. You mean, Susie, if you mean the episode titles, we're allowed, yeah, we can talk about it if that's what you're talking about. Fletch said, I honestly believe the little skull, one-eyed jade is drinking blood from is the skull of the little kid in Tabitha's dream, and she's really just scared of one-eyed jade in that dream. Yeah, the skull of the little kid in Tabitha's dream. That's interesting. Yeah, and yeah, I agree that that's definitely like Puritan Jade. Jade always turns mad. Yeah, in previous cycles, I think Jade always went crazy. In every single one, he snapped, he turned mad. And the same thing happened with Christopher. So, I mean, what else do you call what happened with the Puritan drinking from a child-sized skull? He definitely went crazy too. Let's see. Yeah, Susie, I think the episode titles are real. Yes. I think they sound totally legit, and they sound completely fitting for From. We went over them last night, and I believe they're going to be real. The other thing that leaked, the April 19th date, was real. I think these episode titles will also be real. What a long, strange trip it's been. She said, even on mainstream level, direct to Grateful Dead. Yeah, it's from a Grateful Dead lyric, which I hadn't been aware of until last night. Yeah, and it's a great episode title for the end of the season. Hopefully it's not going to be the whole series finale, though, because it kind of sounds final. Fletch said, what if Storywalker Julie saves Eloise on that 78 night she rescued Eloise from Christopher? Yeah, I've been saying that. I think that she does. I think that Christopher was trying to kill both Eloise and Victor. So, yeah, I believe Christopher wanted to kill both of them, and he went nuts. And Julie has to save her. Julie goes back and saves Eloise, and we'll finally get a flashback to confirm it. I hope. I hope we finally, even if that's not true, I don't even care if I'm wrong on that part. I just want closure on Eloise. So I hope we get a flashback through Julie as a storywalker. We can now get a flashback and see what the hell happened to Eloise that night. And maybe see what happened to Christopher too. We could get closure on both of those fronts. Let's see. Yeah, Christopher is definitely dead since the creatures took his belongings down to the tunnels like they do with every person they kill. Plus, he was reincarnated as Jade, so yeah, he's definitely dead. Like Fletch said. Martin, as a story walker, could explain how he knew that stuff about Abby. Yes, exactly. So yeah, that's a cool theory. It's a cool theory. I like that. Debbie still thinks Martin is Abby's dad. That's another interesting theory. Could also explain his knowledge of Abby. Fletch said, if you're tired, no need for that. There's always the next stream to talk about. So Eloise, Julie. Appreciate it. Well, I appreciate that because I am wearing out. It has been 5 hours and 33 minutes, and I am in pretty bad pain. And we're going to be doing no shortage of From streams. I can promise you that. Going forward, we're going to be doing, I'm thinking 2 streams per week. And some weeks we're going to have to squeeze in a third one in order to finish the rewatch in time. We only have 73 days. So, but yeah, I will definitely discuss your Sophia Louise theory, Fletch. But in a nutshell, Fletch thinks that this new character, Sophia, here in the, let's see, where is it? This new character, Sophia, is actually Eloise. That Julie goes back in 78, saves her, and sends her through a faraway tree, and they wind up going through time, not just space. And that's how she's so young, obviously, because she's too young otherwise to be Eloise. And then she winds up in town like this. That's just a really short nutshell version, but really interesting theory. As always, Fletch comes up with such creative theories. Never disappoints. Fletch is one of the first people I really heard from the fandom, listening to different like podcasts and hearing them like read Fletch's theories and ideas, going way back to the beginning of like when From was first out in season 1. And I remember hearing Fletch's ideas being read by different like podcasters, like What is Fromcast, I think. I think that was the first one, and never would have thought I'd have my own channel and you'd be sharing your awesome ideas here too. Life is crazy. I remember thinking, it's the funniest thing. I remember listening to some of those channels and podcasts covering From when I first discovered it. When did I discover it? 2 years ago. I first watched From 2 years ago, and I listened to some of these old podcasts covering it, and they would read Fletch's ideas that he'd like send to them. And I thought, oh, that's so cool. It inspired me to want to share my ideas with podcasters and live streamers. And I thought, what are the odds I'll get them to actually read my ideas? And here I am. I mean, we're actually sharing our ideas. I have a channel of my own to share my ideas on here. Instead of, just what I was hoping for, like it wound up being on a whole other level, because as it turns out, I never know when to shut up. So I needed a channel for my ideas because like it's a lot of fun, going to people's live streams, and I loved it. But then I realized I didn't have enough space to write all of my thoughts and theories, and it was driving me nuts. So I had to make a channel so that I could stop driving other people nuts and never shutting up over there and just come here. And yeah, and the rest is history. But anyway, yeah, I really like the Sophia Louise theory. It's really out of the box thinking, and I would expect nothing less from Fletch. But let me see. Let me catch back up with the chat here. And and at the end of the trailer, I don't want to exclude this last little bit. After Julie screams, which I think that's going to be her finding Jim's body, or seeing Jim's body for the first time. It shows this, which is a bunch of upside down trees, and Karl noticed that, and I was like, oh yeah, wait a minute, they are upside down. You can see the sky at the bottom, and that could symbolize that their world and the rules of this game have been turned upside down now, that they're not going to be safe even in the daytime. And here's the sun breaking through the title of the show. I think this theme of daylight is actually ominous it's ominous because this illusion of safety that they've had in the daytime is shattered now by the death of Jim. It's shattered. Now they know that they can be massacred, they can be murdered even in broad daylight. So there's the daylight breaking through and the crows flying over the logo. I definitely think they wanted to hit us over the head with this. The fact that they are not safe even in daytime. And that's why they showed this. That's why they portrayed the title in this way, with the sun breaking through it like that in the end. This daylight is not hopeful. It's not a positive thing anymore. And there it is, new season, April 19th, officially confirmed. That will be the premiere, finally. And it's going to be here before we know it. Let's see. I finished up with the chat here, and then we can close it down for the night. Fletch said, damn, I can't imagine to see our Jade, current Jade, turning mad and going after Ethan. Yeah, that's what scared me about this theory for a while. Like, you know, in season 3, like, I was like, I don't like what I'm thinking about Jade, because, you know, when I was theorizing that all of the previous, all of these visions of men he's seeing are him in past lives. I said that back in, like, early in season 3 in a theory video. And this was before reincarnation was confirmed, but I said, I think all of those are Jade in past lives. And all those men, and that they all met grisly ends, and they all probably snapped. And it brought me to the conclusion that Jade could potentially also snap and go after Ethan, but I don't think he actually will. I was worried about it then, but I'm not anymore. Now that he's had the revelation about who he was in his past lives, I think he's okay now. I think he'll be safe. I don't think he's going to go mad like the others did. I doubt that the previous incarnations of Jade ever got to this point where, you know, they came to this revelation working together with the different incarnations of Tabitha and got this far as far as Jade has. I think Jade is going to be fine now. He's got all this insight. I don't think he's going to go crazy and follow in the footsteps of previous versions of himself. But you never know. Hopefully not. Fletch said someone made fun of my Sophia Louise saying Sophia is young Donna. What? Young Donna. Jeez. Thanks, Fletch. Yeah, I need to practice some self-care so that I can feel better. Speaking of which, I haven't even had any water in a while. I'm gonna drink some water. Yeah, Amy said, yeah, Tony said those were some big ass hands. She's breaking lobsters if those are her hands. That's a hand that couldn't handle me. Like, I couldn't have you handle the dog. You might rip my shit off. Oh, that's funny. I'm talking about the hand that came up through the ground. Let's see. Yeah, that's a riot. Yeah, there's more details to Fletch's theory, but we'll get into that. I'll share his post that he made in my Discord in the next stream. Football Infinity said, do you think it would be another bus full of people or just like a family for a new group of people? I think there's no way that they'll bring another bus full of people because the cast is already way too big. So they won't bring in that many. It'll probably just be Sophia and maybe just her. I mean, she might just be alone this time. I'm guessing she'll be alone because the cast is too big. Fletch said her neck scars could be from escaping the 78 massacre, and it could be from a car crash, but she has a bunch of scars on her neck, a bunch of scratches. Fletch said that that she could have traveled through time with Julie into 2005, which would make her 25 years old, and the show is currently in 2022, so it would fit with the age that she's at. And good night, Doc. Sleep well. And you're welcome, Fletch. Fletch said it's awesome to share theories with Julie's community. From is always that show for us. Well, I really appreciate that you bless us with your theories. I love to hear them. Seriously, keep them coming. They're awesome. Thanks for sharing them in my Discord and bringing them here. I love to hear them. Yeah, you just never know. Like, I hope that the answers on the show will be as well written and creative as theories like yours, Fletch. I really do, because sometimes series writers just don't think as creatively as fandoms. I think, honestly, I swear, no disrespect to the writers of shows like this, but sometimes I think fandoms think these things through and come up with much more interesting creative ideas in the end. But who knows, maybe they'll actually pull it off this time and it'll be on the same level as what the fans are coming up with. Fletch said, I still have upside down PTSD thanks to the Duffer Brothers. That's a perfect example of the fans coming up with better theories than the way the show turned out. Fletch said, what if they're safe at night instead now? Yeah, maybe things really are upside down and now they're safe at night and not in the daytime.
Makes sense.
Fletch said, safe rest, Julie, Scarlet, Karl, and the rest of the Fremaholics. Well, thanks, Fletch. And have a great rest of your day. It's daytime where Fletch is. Football Infinity says, I agree. I don't think Jade will snap simply because this group of people are the farthest into finding the truth. They are breaking barriers. Yep. I think so.
It's Smacky time. It's Smacky time. It's Smacky time.
Oh yeah, it's after 4 a.m. Eastern.
Smacky time.
That's the bell for Mackie.
It's a little quiet now. That's what your alarm should be.
Yep. Mackie, you out there, Mackie? Oh, great, Debbie. She said, my Victor video is officially scheduled for tomorrow morning. I'm falling back asleep. We'll rewatch the beginning in a few hours and catch up on Doc and Pixie's videos too. Good night from Somniacs. Good night, Debbie. Sleep well, and I'll definitely check out your video, and you know, definitely make sure you share that in my Discord too. I'll tag everybody for you. Yeah, that's great to hear, and sleep well. Good morning. Good morning, like Amy said. Football said, not many shows start off strong and finish strong. I hope this one can be a complete masterpiece. It's rare, and yeah, like we were talking about it earlier. It's very difficult to stick the landing. Stranger Things started off amazing, and they just couldn't quite stick the landing. They fell pretty far short in most people's eyes, and there are a few examples, but there are a few examples of shows that actually were superb all the way through and paid off everything, and especially in the mystery box genre. And I mean, I can't think of any show that did it to absolute perfection and really 100% nailed it other than Dark. But maybe Lost will be the same for me. I haven't finished Lost yet. I have 2 more episodes of Lost. So maybe I'll say Lost also stuck the landing too, but I've got to wait and see. For now, I'll say Dark nailed it from start to finish. Superb mystery box series, and I hope From can do the same. It's not easy to do. Hey, the Demonaut, welcome. Seeing a lot of YouTube channels reacting to From. Happy to see it grow. Well, welcome. We've been covering From since season 3, since I started the channel, and that's how we built from the ground up. I mean, all we did was cover From for the first few months, and that's really how I got most of my subscribers. So this channel was built on From, and it's my favorite show. So we cover nothing but From at the moment. Like normally I cover all kinds of shows, mostly mystery box, drama, horror, thriller, things that you can theorize about, and shows that make you think. But From is my favorite by far. So for the next few months, we're going to be focusing on nothing but From on this channel, and doing a From rewatch starting in a few days. We have to just pick a night, and then we're going to get started. And then every week doing theory crafting lives too. We might skip a week sometimes with that so that we can fit in enough rewatch lives, but we'll definitely be doing regular theory crafting lives for season 4. And then when season 4 drops, we'll be doing weekly deep dive lives, and I'll be putting out my deep dive video breakdowns for every episode like I did for season 3 too. So I can't wait to cover it for another season. I wish I had covered it from the beginning, but I didn't have a channel. I only just, started the channel when season 3 of From debuted. It was right at the same time. So we just dove right in. It was like trial by fire. And yeah, it's an amazing show to cover. So, please consider subscribing if you're a big fan of From, because there will be loads of From content here. And we have a Discord too in the description of the video. You can join the Discord. We do watch parties. We're going to do rewatch parties for seasons 1 through 3 of From, and stream the brand new episodes of From every week when they drop, starting in April. So, anyway, that's going to do it. We're getting really close to the 6-hour mark, and it's time for us to call it a night. I didn't intend to stay on this long, but the excitement got the better of us, and we had a surprise guest. Oh, you've been here a while. Okay. Cool. Well, thanks for popping in the chat. It's nice to see new names in the chat who we haven't seen before. And that goes for anybody else who's listening but haven't popped in, even if it's just to say hi. It's cool to just hear from people. And shout out to everybody who's just listening and can't chat for some reason, or it's just not your thing. Thank you for listening. Appreciate you too. And the rewatch gang, thanks for rewatching once it's over. The replay gang, I mean. And yeah, we had a surprise guest earlier for anyone who joined us late. We had Doug Hughes on, who plays the man in yellow, and he's a regular guest on our channel, but I wasn't expecting him to come on tonight. He's been a friend of the channel for over a year, and I didn't know that he was even allowed to talk about the show yet, but he came on and talked with us about at least what he was allowed to anyway. He can't give any secrets away, but it was great to have him on. So yeah, if anyone's out there who joined us late, might want to rewind to the beginning and check out Doug's appearance with us. So good night to the Demonaut and everybody in the chat. Thank you, as always, for the awesome conversation. Thank you for the amazing turnout. This is the most people we've had in a long time, and the most likes and the most engagement. And that's the magic of From. That is the magic of the From fandom. I'm so grateful to, who helped. I mean, this channel was built on the From fandom. So I can't thank you all enough. And coming back and showing up for this, it was a lot of fun. That's why I've been on for way too long, and I just couldn't leave. I can't quit you guys. The From fandom
I just can't quit you.
The From fandom is an amazing thing, and it's been great to reconnect with everyone and talk From again after a long break. It's going to be a great few months. We are going to be doing much shorter lives than this normally. I swear I'm going to shorten them because it's the best thing for my health condition. And so normally it's not going to be this long. Mostly 2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours when I'm feeling up to it. But yeah, I had to make an exception. Got caught up in the excitement of the season madness. I knew it was going to be madness, and it was even more fun than I expected. So yeah.
Doug showed up.
Yeah, Doug showed up. That was a great surprise, and he was in the chat on Tony Teflon's live earlier, which I called into, and that, yeah, I had no idea he was going to show up on this panel with us tonight. So yeah, shout out to Tony Teflon. He had a great stream. Check out the replay of his stream if you haven't. He had a great stream earlier. It was a lot of fun, and he was kind enough to promote this one. And he's always done that, helping to throw support our way and let people know about my channel from the beginning when we were just starting. So thanks as always to Tony, and can't wait to see what's to come the next few months. It's going to be a wild ride. Really looking forward to it. Oh, hey, Rayval Joe says, thank you. Excellent live reaction. Oh, well, you are welcome. And thanks for popping in the chat. So yeah, I love to hear from people, see names in the chat, because I wonder about who listens, who's listening, the extra numbers of people in there who are listening and not able or just don't feel like chatting, which is fine. But yeah, thanks for popping in. And Third Shift Lurker, we appreciate you too, Julie. Thank you for the long stream. Have a wonderful rest of your night and a great day. Well, thank you. Thank you for the support. Thanks for listening. Again, Third Shift Lurker, listens while working and pops in the chat every now and then. Can't thank you enough. All of you guys who support in any way at all, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. You guys have changed my life in ways I could never have even imagined. Since the time I started my channel, my life doesn't even resemble what it did before. And it's been greatly needed because I was at the lowest point in my life when I started my channel. So this really saved my life. I met the best friends I've ever had. I met my soulmate through this channel. I mean, this has been, a godsend, and none of it would have happened if it wasn't for the From fandom. And so I will be forever grateful to you guys and looking forward to the next few months. So that being said, I'm going to get to work. Tomorrow I'm going to put out a video breaking down the teaser in a scripted video form. I'm going to try to get it done as quickly as I can and get it released sometime tomorrow, probably tomorrow night. And tomorrow night we will be live again with Doug Hughes for our Storytime with Doug Book Club edition, where we're going to be discussing more of his second book, The Shaming of the True, his second novel, which he was kind enough to share with our community for free via PDF form. And anyone who doesn't have a copy and would still like a copy of that book and his first one, if you don't have that yet, you can email me at JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com, and I'll be happy to supply you with both of his books if you would like. We've only got 2 lives left with that. It'll be tomorrow night or Thursday night. It's basically tonight already, and next week will be the final one where we'll wrap that up. So join us to Thursday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time for story time with Doug Hughes, and watch out for my teaser breakdown video. Please, when you see that pop up, give it a like and a view. It would be much appreciated, so I can try to get into the algorithm. It's been a long time since I've released a video, and every view and like will really count. So thank you in advance for that, and join the Discord if you're not in there. We'll announce when we're going to be doing the Rewatch live streams. I'll announce it via YouTube too, and we'll start the From Rewatch within the next few days. So, and the Discord link, of course, is in the description of the video. So stay tuned for the announcement on when the From Rewatch lives will start within the next few days. And you're welcome, Amy. And you have a great night, Susie. You have a great night too. And you're welcome. You're welcome as always. And you are so nice too, Susie. So, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that is it. Oh, look, we're almost at 6 hours. we hit the 6 hour mark. That's the first time in a while. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect time to say good night.
Yep.
Good more night to everyone. And we will see you next time.
Yeah. Everyone keep on. You know? All right.
Good night.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't